All right, good morning. And welcome to Tuesday, April 19th, 2022. Today is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is an absolutely beautiful day here in Manatee County, and we are going to start the day the way we always do. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. Today with the invocation, it'll be led by Pastor Benjamin Bruce of Harbor Life Baptist Church, after which Deputy Kevin Webb of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, if you're able, please stand.
Let's pray together. Father God, we just thank you for, first of all, being able to recognize you in this place. We thank you for being the God of creation and the God who longs for a relationship with his creation. And Father, I just pray that you would be honored through this meeting today, just as we address homelessness and just such a huge need in our area. And God, I pray that you would be with each person presenting, that you'd be with the citizens, the staff, and that you'd also just grant clarity of mind to every commissioner that's here to make decisions and to just hear out our citizens and the needs of this community. Pray that you would just be honored through the way we treat each other and how we address this board, and just also ask that you would be honored through how everyone interacts today. We want you to get all the praise and glory through the decisions made here in Manatee, and I pray that you would just be prevalent throughout this meeting today. Ask this in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Bruce, and thank you, Deputy Webb. Thank both of you, gentlemen, for your service to our county. So today's meeting, the first part of the meeting, this morning's session, will revolve around homelessness in Manatee County. This afternoon, we will discuss affordable and workforce housing. At this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Dr. Hopes to begin the presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to remind commissioners that this was called as a special meeting, and the hope and expectation is throughout these presentations that you'll be able to take action on certain items. And with that, we've got a busy agenda ahead of us, and I will turn over the introductions to the Director of Community and Veterans Services, and welcome back, Mr. Lee Washington.
Thank you, Dr. Opes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. County Administrator, Mr. County Attorney. Lee Washington, the Director of Community and Veterans Services. Very happy to be here with you this morning. Very excited for these presentations and these professionals that we brought in from the community to share with you some homeless solutions and collaborations. With us this morning, we're going to have 4 to 5 speakers. First of all, we're going to have the CEO of Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, Mr. Chris Johnson, which many of you, if not all of you, know. We also are going to speak with you this morning, Ms. Shelley Legarsky, who is the Director of Homeless and Prevention Services for Jewish and Family Services, as well as our own Sonia Schuhart, who is a social worker with our community paramedic team. And additionally, we're going to have representatives from Salvation Army giving you updates on the hotbed program that we started last year through the grant process. And ending our presentations this morning will be our own Deputy Joy Jewett, who is over the HOT program. So having said that, when the speakers are finished this morning, we've asked them to give the board some actionable items that they believe that will help us move our homeless programs forward. So we'd like to introduce now Mr. Chris Johnson from Suncoast Partnership.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, commissioners, for this morning. Dr. Hopes, thank you so very much for this opportunity to come and speak. I'll just keep my piece brief by all means. We'll go ahead and go through our slides. If you would, please go ahead and forward those. I don't know who's forwarding them. So for those of you who may or may not know me, my name is Chris Johnson. I am the CEO at Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. Suncoast Partnership is the lead agency for the Continuum of Care in both Sarasota and Manatee counties. Our responsibility is to make sure that the system that allows someone to move from homelessness to housed can be as quick as possible. We are the agency that is tasked with identifying gaps and needs as well as being the collaborative funder or the collaborative applicant for funding through HUD. We are the recipient of state funding, as well as the recipient for Sarasota County funding for ESG as well. So we have multiple roles. We are also responsible for the Homeless Management Information System, which allows us to track all of that data for those experiencing homelessness within both counties. We report that back to the state, back to HUD, as well as to local entities as well. Are we able to forward the slides? Oh, okay, perfect.
The laptop's got control.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect. Excellent. You give me control of a laptop. Not a good idea, Dr. Hopes. I'm telling you right now. Okay, good. So our agency partners, again, are widespread. We have a lot of partner agencies. This is what creates the Continuum of Care, is a partnership of all of these agencies together. So kind of what I want to talk about today, again, I'm going to keep my comments very brief and open up for discussion. Kind of where we are today, what's needed for Manatee County and for the homeless system in Manatee County. What are some of our options? What's been working across the country that we've seen? And then again, some discussion. So briefly, where we are today, we keep a by name list of those that are experiencing homelessness within the county. And if you look at our by name list and how we break that down, we break it down by acuity scores. So those that have highest acuity, those that are going to need permanent supportive housing, long-term permanent supportive housing, those that are high acuity, that are going to need rapid rehousing services and support for at least 12 to 24 months, and then those that are more self-resolves or episodic homeless. You can see the breakdowns there of those percentages. That's pretty typical since I've taken this position back in 2019. I've been monitoring this. These percentages stay pretty consistent. So just so you know, this is where our need is. We need that permanent supportive housing piece, the rapid rehousing piece, and then we need those pieces for those that are going to self-resolve their own homelessness. What we have seen lately, and this is since September, is a 25% increase in those experiencing homelessness. And the thing that's most concerning about that is so many of these individuals are first time. As you can see here, we've had 67% of families that are coming into our system right now are first time homeless. They've never experienced homelessness before. This is a function of the housing market right now within both counties. So we're seeing this is very consistent. This number has jumped to 78% at times, 79% at times, come back down to 67% right now. But that's kind of where we are in the moment. I put up there the point in time survey just in case anybody wasn't familiar with the point in time. That is held one night a year where we will go out into the community here, Turning Points helps to organize that with volunteers going into the community to take a census of those for one night that are experiencing homelessness. The point in time survey numbers have not officially come out yet, but we'll make an announcement when those do. Our IT department, our HMIS group is actually working on consolidating those with our HIC, which is our housing inventory chart. So once those are announced, the one thing I would like to point out about the point in time, just so everyone's aware, it is really good for us to see trends in homelessness, to look at our PIC count. And if you look on our website, you can see that over time from 2016 forward. And you can see when we initiate certain or when we have certain initiatives that start, you can see those numbers and how they trend. The point in time is notoriously an undercount of those homeless. So I would encourage everyone within the county, when you see that point in time number, realize it is just a snapshot. It is based on how many volunteers we have, how many people we can find, who was in shelter that night, who was not. So it's not necessarily saying this is everybody who's experiencing homelessness in Manatee County. Those numbers are tracked very differently within HMIS, and that's where I get that 25% increase is looking at some of our other numbers that we have. Again, the point in time is required by HUD, but that is what it is, and I just want to make sure that people are aware of that and don't take that number and go, oh, this is all we have. That's not necessarily the case. And Manatee County historically has been undercounted. There are a lot more camps than we're able to get into those nights, and so just be aware of that. So what is needed? What's really needed for a homeless system? So this is our homeless crisis response system, or our housing crisis response system. 5 main components of that system are listed here. Prevention diversion, which is basically let's shut the front door and not let people come into the system. Let's keep them out of the homeless system. So we want to prevent homelessness. We want to divert them from homelessness. We don't want people coming into shelters. We don't want people having to come in or being on the street or being in their car. So let's prevent and divert them as much as possible. Second is going to be outreach and coordinated entry. For those that are experiencing homelessness, we need to do that active outreach, reaching them where they are, going outside, into the camps, into the streets, making sure that we're connecting and getting people connected to this system so that they can end their homelessness, however that may be, wherever acuity they fall. Coordinated entry is another component of that. That is a standard assessment that everyone goes through. That is across the board, across both counties, again, mandated by HUD. But what it allows us to do is identify that acuity score. Then you have emergency shelter, a key component to our system. It's a place that over the years has had more and more trouble finding funding, but is a key piece of our system. If people don't have a place to go that night, they need somewhere they can go with a roof over their head. Rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing are the last pieces, again, for our high acuity and highest acuity individuals. So this system is really what we look at all day long, every day. Suncoast Partnership's job is to look at this system and say, where are the gaps? Where are we not measuring up? Where do we need to bolster that system? Where do we need to bring funding in? Where do new agencies come in? How do we make sure we're not missing the mark on this and making sure that our HUD system performance measures are good, right? So that's what we look at all the time to say, are we being successful? Are we moving people into housing? So what are our options? What's working across the country? I just wanted to give you guys a few ideas that are happening around the country. Homeless outreach teams. Manatee County has the homeless outreach team here. There are homeless outreach teams across our state. They have them in Tampa. They've got them here. They've got them across the country. They have them in Sarasota. Being able to put that together with all of the component parts to make it work is the key piece. So it takes case management, it takes officers, it takes the ordinances within the county to make that work. It takes that dedicated team who this is what they do. That's all they do. It's really difficult, especially for officers, when they get pulled from one thing to another. So being able to have that really dedicated team is key, but they're extremely, extremely effective because they're going to touch those individuals that may not come into the system any other way. Because an officer gets a call and says, we have this homeless individual, we need somebody to come, to deal with them, to talk with them. That homeless outreach team gets the opportunity to go do that, to find out, are they connected to the system? Have they not been? And if not, let's get them in there, right? Hotbeds are another component of that, right? So the hotbeds of the Salvation Army Manatee are a key piece of that. Because when that person goes in, or when they connect with them, they have to have somewhere for them to go and then someone for them to work with. Case management, I'm going to say this a couple of times. Case management is the key to this whole thing. None of that system works without strong case managers who know what they're doing. That is it. The bottom line, it is our frontline workers that are the key to that system. Absolutely, hands down. Homeward bound programs, they work really well when it comes to prevention and diversion. So, and even when it comes to outreach. So a homeward bound program is one where you have an individual who is here. Let's say that there's someone down on Manatee Avenue right now and they're experiencing homelessness, but they have family in Georgia. And that family in Georgia has been looking for them. And someone goes, hey, do you have family around? Yeah, I have a sister in Georgia. And we call the sister in Georgia. And the sister in Georgia goes, oh my goodness, I've been looking for Bill for years. I didn't know what happened to him. Would you be willing to help Bill? He's here, he's homeless. Would you be willing to help him, take him in, help him get on his feet? Absolutely, I would. And being able to transfer that person to home is huge. We find a lot of people, and every one of us knows this, people come here because it's beautiful weather, there's beaches, everyone thinks, my goodness, it's gonna be great. And then they get down here, a job falls through, something happens, they end up homeless, and they need to get back home where their support system is. Now, this is not just moving a homeless individual from point A to point B. That's not the point. And we don't do that. But homeward bound programs, when they're put together well, work really well because they get people back to family and to support systems to end their homelessness. Always the goal, end somebody's homelessness as quick as possible. What we have found is that every day spent homeless reduces life expectancy on the street. In Sarasota and Manatee, if you're homeless, you're going to die 29 years younger than the average age. So days homeless is my number one enemy. I want to make sure those are as small as possible. Room sharing is an option that has been working. That is dependent upon landlords who are willing to do individual leases. But room sharing options have been very, very popular because it allows someone their own space, but at a discounted rate, especially within the housing market today. Recovery residences, specifically FAR certified recovery residences, that is a key component. It is transitional housing, but it works really well for someone who is going into recovery, right, who's getting clean and sober, to have that support system around them and a roof over their head. The thing that we have to remember is when someone's on the street, right, their world becomes this big. It becomes extremely small. And they need that space, right, that cognitive space to be able to kind of rest, refresh, replenish, and start their life. So a recovery residence is key to that component because it gives them the support system as well as a roof over their head to be able to get their life back. Hotel motels is temporary sheltering, and I'll kind of couple this with the last one, using existing vacant dwellings for rehousing. There have been a lot of communities around who've used hotel motels, not only for just transitional like sheltering, but also to rehab them into housing. In fact, I lived in Texas for years and years, for decades, and there was a hotel that literally was 3 miles from my house that when ESG-CV hit and when some of the funding hit that came down through the CARES Act, they purchased the hotel and made it into housing. And I look now and I'm going, here's this huge hotel that was faltering, and now there's housing for some of our higher acuity clients that are out there. That's impressive. I'm amazed by that. And I'm like, that's fantastic. I know right where that is, and they're very successful with it within Tarrant County. So things like that are ones that are working around the country. It just takes communities coming together and saying, yes, we think this is important enough to invest these funds for. I think it took them $9 million to revamp the whole hotel. So they took those funds, they said, yes, we're going to allocate it, and yes, we're going to make this happen. So that works really well. The other one there is landlord cooperatives with landlord incentives. So the ESG-CV funds allowed landlord incentives, meaning that you could pay a landlord up to an additional 3 months of rent as an incentive, as a double security deposit, a landlord incentive for joining in. This has been really successful in opening doors to landlords that have not been open historically. In fact, I would encourage all of you tomorrow, if you are interested in this idea at all, tomorrow during our Continuum of Care meeting from 9 to 10:30, we have Lizzie Gordon coming in from the Nashville COC. They put together this type of landlord collaborative, and they actually incentivize landlords to take clients off of the by name list. They will say, okay, for the first 5 people you take off that list, we'll give you an extra $2,000. They did the same thing during ESG-CV. So we'll give you an extra $2,000. And then after that, for everyone you take on, we'll give you an extra $500. And the landlords have jumped on it. In fact, they've told their friends who are landlords, and it's opened up new units. So it works well. So Lizzie's coming in tomorrow to share that with the entire COC because it's something we can do here. We have all the parts to make it work. We just have to have the community come together and say, yes, this is a viable option, and yes, we are at a place where we want to do something different. So I'd encourage you to come to that. If you are not planning to, please come and listen to what Lizzie has to say. She's going to do a lot better job of explaining it than me because they've been doing this since probably the middle of the pandemic and have done a great job with it. So these are some things that are working across the country. There's a lot of other options that are out there, by all means. But one of the things I did want to just briefly touch on is this, right? Going back to this homeless crisis response system or the housing crisis response system. All of those things that are great initiatives and great ideas all hinge on a working system. They all hinge on each component of this working well. And that's the piece that I think would be most beneficial for Manatee County to take a look at. When I look at both counties, again, I have to look at both sides of the fence here. When I look at that and say, okay, what's missing on each side? There are pros and cons on both sides of this, both Sarasota County and Manatee County. But I think Manatee County would be well served by having the Florida Housing Coalition come in and take a look at this. There was a study that was done in 2017. Many of you have talked about this before. Done in 2017 by the Florida Housing Coalition by Dr. Susan Porchot. She came into Sarasota County and said, I'm going to take 3 months. I'm going to look at every component of your system, where your funding's flowing, how is philanthropy involved, what are each service provider doing, who needs to switch up, what do we need to change, how do we need to better coalesce this together. And in doing that, over that 3-month study, it allowed Sarasota County to come together between city, county, philanthropy, service providers, the entire continuum, was able to come and say, okay, this is our direction because now we know exactly what we need to do, where we need to shift funding. And I would highly suggest, I would encourage Manatee County to do something like this before switching funding around within the continuum. If we're going to make funding shifts, I would definitely encourage a strategic funding shift. And that's what this would allow. That would be my ask for this commission. That would be my one actionable item. Connect with the Florida Housing Coalition. Instigate that study to be done. In fact, Jamie Ross is going to be here later. She's the CEO of the Florida Housing Coalition. You can talk to her about that as well. Amanda Rosado is the current director there who would be the one to connect with on that. And again, I know I forwarded her contact information to a few of you as well. But that would be my one piece that I would ask this commission to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
She'll be here this afternoon.
Thank you. Any discussion items, anything that I can offer?
All right, thank you very much, sir. Very, very sort of heavy and important work that we're doing today, and I think you started us off really well. I see the mayor of Bradenton is here, and I spoke with the mayor of Palmetto yesterday, and she's recovering from pretty major surgery, but she assured me that she would be watching this on YouTube or Zoom, which is part of the reason, part of the reason we started late is we were having IT issues, and we wanted to make sure the public was able to view this. Few community leaders I see in the audience as well, and even a candidate for this board. So it seems that the community in general is taking this very seriously and listening, because it's one of the major issues of the day. So, Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Chris, for being here and for all the information. So the Florida Housing Coalition initiated a study in Sarasota and completed it. Can you tell us how long that study took? And then how long has it been administered in Sarasota County? And did you see changes quickly? Thank you.
So the study itself took about 3 months to complete and get the report done when they first did this. And this was a collaborative effort between the county, the city, philanthropy, and Suncoast Partnership. So it was a joint effort. Everyone was on the same page with doing this. It wasn't just initiated by one individual or one organization or entity. So that's a piece of it. Now, as far as the change that took place, it took some time, because some of that was, for instance, the 50 beds that are at the Salvation Army right now that are the hotbeds. That was in that report. It took some time to shift funding around to be able to do that, but those are now all in place. So some of it was able to be done very quickly. Some of it took funding cycles to change, right? So whether that was HUD funding and how it was allocated within the COC, or whether that was local funding like county and city funding that was changed, some of it was right away, some of it took some time. It just was an ongoing implementation of that. And we took that and created a dashboard that said, where are we on all of these issues that are brought up? I think it was a 3-page, 4-page document that we were able to identify. Are we here? Green, we're good to go, we've already succeeded, or red, we haven't gotten there yet, yellow, we're working on it. So we were able to gauge that over time to say, okay, are we successful or not, and where are we running into barriers?
So one more question. Having that study and that data, did that enable you to get more money from the federal government, from the HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development?
So it does as it affects our system performance measures. So the idea is a fully functioning system allows for us to hit those measures that HUD looks at. And also when we put in our application each year with HUD, there are a lot of pieces and parts of that we have to check off. Yes, no, are we doing this, are we not? This type of study and this type of initiative allows us to make sure everyone is at the table, and we can check yes to each of those things. And in doing that, we're able to get additional funding or be eligible for additional funding. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you for coming. And your newest data is disturbing, but we expect it, we're seeing it, and both counties are seeing it. I was around when we did the initial study, and I remember, and I think Karen Wyndham is here. I don't know if she was the deputy county administrator then, but now she's the chair of the board of Turning Point. So this all comes full circle. If I remember, both counties did that study together. Am I wrong?
The study that I'm talking about was specific to Sarasota County. It wasn't both.
Okay, didn't we have something where we all got together and did a study, both counties together?
I don't remember that happening.
You weren't on that.
I don't recollect that happening.
Okay.
It may have been something that was done a ways before that.
Okay.
But from that study, that was specifically Sarasota.
Do you know approximately the cost of it? I mean, it's always nice to have a number.
In 2017, it was $75,000.
Okay, all right. And has Sarasota done another study since then?
No, we have used that as a gauge to say,
Okay.
are we being successful?
All right. But we were involved in something, did we not? Maybe somebody here that was here before or that knows, have we not? Because I remember us being involved and our department was following a lot of that information. So did we not follow that information? I mean, you, Chris, I know you're fairly new and I forgot who was before you, but do you know, have you heard how Manatee County handled all that when this all started in 17?
I am not certain.
Yeah.
At that time, I was at the Salvation Army, and so I wasn't involved in that
Okay.
process at the
So maybe,
County
I
levels.
know, I saw Denise Thomas was here, maybe she could give us a little bit of history, because that's not my world. It hasn't been my world. You mentioned, and it's really shocking, the 67% is first-time homeless, and now, and at times you've seen it up to 78%. Long-term, the high acuity is 72%, and that's where I've kind of been focused, is the transitional, as you know. So I'm really, I'd love to have a copy of your slide presentation, because it was very good. I agree we need to do something. I'd like to know what we have been doing. And, you know, we've had such a major turnover of everything that I'm not sure what we've been doing. So that would be good for us to be able to make decisions today, too. But I appreciate your information, and if the study is the only thing that'll get us on the right path, I'm fine with that. I just want to know what Manatee County has been doing, and hopefully we'll get that answered here. So thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. I don't have any other commissioners on the board. I have 2 commissioners now on the board. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the point of time once a year. And we know that it's an extreme undercount. I am sure we have other counting measurements that are out there. Am I correct? Or that's the only one?
Absolutely. There are others.
Yes.
Dr. Hopes.
Mr. Chair, I expect, and Mr. Washington's not here, during the CARES Act funding, Manatee County funded a number of organizations around homelessness, counting the homeless, offering stabilization services to homeless. As that data comes in for this grant period, I believe we're going to have a wealth of information from a number of other organizations around the homeless issue in the 2020-21 period of time. And we'll consolidate that for you.
Thank you.
Is that all, sir? You still have
Yeah.
the floor. Okay. Commissioner Satcher, did you want to weigh in? He had half waved his marker, and then Commissioner Cruz after him.
I mean, you worked at the Salvation Army in Manatee or in Sarasota?
Sarasota for about 8 years.
Sarasota for 8 years. Okay. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I wish and think that we do need some way of going back and seeing decisions that have been made, and then what the consequences of those decisions. Because, you know, as I hear how important case management is, as we talk about the homeless, and then we talk about the worst case scenario of homeless children, and then I realize that I've watched the organization that in Sarasota is housing 50 people in hotbeds because of cooperation. Well, the organization in Manatee has come year after year asking for funding for families that are homeless, and has been summarily denied by a sub-board of this Board of County Commissioners. And I get the feeling that if we just let it go, that's all that we'll ever hear about it. But the truth is, that was a horrible decision that was made. It was taken, we made excuses for ourselves to put it in someone else's hands. We should have taken a closer look at it, seen what was necessary, and we should have taken a serious look at what the motivations behind that decision were. Because now we've got families living at the Ellington Outlet Mall that we don't have a place to send. But if we had 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, stepped up and funded a small but very effective program that was submitted to us with all kinds of case management being part of the program they submitted, we would be in a much better place. So our decisions, past decisions from past boards do make, or members that were here, do make a difference. And we need to look ourselves in the mirror and see if we made some of the right decisions or if we really dropped the ball, because I think we did. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, one quick question about the study that Sarasota did. You said you use those metrics, and that facilitates either yourself or the government itself getting additional funding. Do we have those metrics? I mean, there was no metric up there. All we were told was they paid, what was it, 75 grand, I think, for a report, took 3 months, got some information, and I think most of us, if not all of us, have read that report. And then you're just saying it's successful. Are there real quantitative, I mean, not just is there hypothetical, I'm saying, do you have
I do,
real
yes.
information to show this percentage decline in homelessness, this absolute dollar or absolute number of people that have been helped, to see that Sarasota went from 1,000 homeless to 300 homeless today? Do we have that data?
Yeah, we do,
Okay.
absolutely. I can get that for you all if you would
Oh,
like
you
to
can
take a
get
look
it for
at
me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
So I just meant if this is an actual meeting, then getting it doesn't help.
Yeah.
It's having it.
Sure.
Because, you always have that question is what qualifies as successful at the end of the day? I mean, there's only so many levers to pull when it comes to homeless, just like only so many levers to pull with affordable housing. No one needs to reinvent the wheel over and over again. If Sarasota said, this is what we did at this cost and this dropped us from 1,000 people to 300 homeless people, well, why aren't we just starting off with that and seeing if, we're fairly similar in terms of size and demographic and so forth to Sarasota. But if you tell me, well, we had 1,000 and we helped 700 people, but because we put these programs in place, 3,000 people moved to Sarasota that were homeless because they want to take advantage of that situation. So we actually went from 1,000 homeless people to 2,000 homeless people, but we did help 700. That's a different story. So it'd be nice to have metrics to prove out a concept of a report if we're going to take an actionable item to move forward with engaging your report.
Certainly, and you can look, I mean, if you want, again, the PIT count is good for trends, right? So you can see trends on the PIT count. So if you look at our website, we can look at that and see the decline in homelessness from 2017 forward. Now, that was a couple of things, right? So that was not only the report that we got from the Florida Housing Coalition that allowed us to pull all that together, but it was also initiation of the coordinated entry system in 2018. So that piece as well, where we put funding towards those that are highest acuity, also made a huge difference on that. Because before, it was just first come, first serve. You walk in the door, you get the funding, right? So instead, we strategically put those funds in place to say we're going to help those who cannot do it themselves, rather than we're going to put $12,000 to this person who for $1,000 could end their homelessness, right? But instead of putting this person who needs the $12,000, right, we were able to move those funds around. That's part of coordinated entry. So that's another piece of the puzzle. Again, it wasn't just a silver bullet, right? I don't want it to come across that way. But when you look at that report, what it did was it allowed Sarasota to see very specifically within their system within the county how they needed to move things around and structure things, what they needed to get rid of, right? Which is sometimes even more important. It's what you need to stop doing, right? I would say that if you were thinking about, and this is just a suggestion, if you're thinking about just taking the plan from Sarasota County, you're not going to have the same players here. Part of this has to do with the different agencies that are available, what they do now, what they're willing to do in the future, how they're willing to restructure themselves as well. So that's all part of that conversation. That's why Manatee County, in that regard, from my seat, is very different than Sarasota County. There are different people at play in Manatee than there are there. So that's why I would suggest, again, this board consider doing that study for Manatee, because what you're going to be able to see is, so this is our philanthropic community that we have here, very different than Sarasota. Here are agencies that we have in Manatee, very different than Sarasota. Here's how the governments are structured between the counties and the cities and who's willing to come to the table and work together on it, right? Sarasota has an interlocal agreement between the city of Sarasota and Sarasota County. So funding flows very differently there than it does here, right? They actually work with us on ESG funds. They contract them to us, we contract them out. Manatee County contracts out your own ESG funds. It doesn't flow through us, which when ESG-CV hit, it kind of created a little bit of waves because we weren't able to coordinate, and we had to change things at the last second. But I think all of those pieces are why it's important to do it specifically for here.
I get it, but I hear what you're saying. My point was, this is supposed to be an actual meeting, so I know you're just here as a guest speaker. I'm not implying anything, but it's hard to take action on something without the proof because we're going to get the proof after the action has been taken. I was just seeing if we had real metrics that showed year-over-year decline and improvement in homelessness in Sarasota based upon them getting this report, which is kind of where one of the action items seemingly is going based on this. And so we have the information, but we just don't have it at our disposal for the sake of this conversation.
Right. Certainly.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, apparently the coffee has kicked in. The order of the board is Hopes, Whitmore, Bellamy, Baugh, Servia. Dr. Hopes.
Real quickly, Mr. Chair, because I really want to get to the other speakers. In response to Commissioner Satcher's comments around some of the organizations, the Salvation Army is here today, and they will be talking about their program and additional needs in a presentation that's forthcoming. And in addition, I think most of us have read the Sarasota study that was done in 2017, which is a very different economic climate. There wasn't a shortage of housing in 2017. There were people being forced out of their homes and could not get into homes. Now we have an actual shortage of places to even place people because of a true housing shortage, not accessibility. But regardless, as we get into the actionable items, some of you proposed solutions. I think we'll get to being able to bring all that data together and coordinate with the various agencies to kind of move this ball forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Whitmore, I apologize. I read the order incorrectly.
don't
It's
care.
Bellamy,
That's okay.
Whitmore. I apologize. Commissioner Bellamy.
Chair, would you take me off the list, please?
I will do that.
Yeah, and where I was going before I was interrupted is we have this information in this count. What are we being asked to do so we can move the needle? That's basically what he's saying. With us having action items from you, from the Suncoast Consortium, what action item are you proposing to us, whether we have the data or not? What are we being asked to do to look at homelessness different as far as more support so we can make sure if that undercount or whatever that count is, if it's 500, what can we do to get it to 450 from your professional input? That's what I was going before some other information came up.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Bellamy. My suggestion and my request is for the county to initiate this study, because what I've heard from many of you commissioners, many of the agencies, many of the folks who are involved in this is, what are we doing? What are our current outcomes? What do we need to do differently? What's been successful and what hasn't? And that's exactly what this study will allow us to do from the professionals in the state who do this.
Okay, so that's one thing that we can dialogue, Mr. Chair, or say, or I don't know how much the study costs. I'm sure Dr. Host is probably going to look up and be like, hey, buddy, that's going to cost us. Go for that.
I just wanted to say the director of the Florida Housing Coalition that does the study is here today, will be presenting to you. That would be the appropriate time to ask the questions about the study. That's all I'm saying.
And the appropriate time to take action should we choose to do so.
Done, sir.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Whitmore.
Commissioner Cruz, I feel that the reason why maybe they are more progressed in Sarasota is because the cities and the counties have been working together. And you know, downtown, they have a major issue on homelessness in Sarasota. And I was going to mention, and Chris has said this before, we don't have affordable, let alone homeless housing. I mean, this is a problem that we didn't have. Sarasota just passed a law that you can't sit or lay on sidewalks now. So it's not like they don't have a problem. It's probably that they're moving the homeless somewhere else. Thanks to Deputy Joy, who I've been with, where we go from one camp to another, they just move somewhere else. So it's not, I agree with you. I want to see outcomes before I spend money. Not everything is with a study. And if it is with a study, then all agencies, all cities have to get together and participate, or it's not going to work. Commissioner Satcher, I didn't understand a word you were saying about previous boards. There's 4 members up here that were previous boards. And, you know, I'm sure you'll address it later. It's always nice to blame it on others, but the reason why we're here today is because there is a major housing crisis. We can't find any affordable housing, and it's trickling down to homeless. And that's exactly why we're here today. And we didn't have that problem in 17 and since all of us have been on the board. So we've always had a homeless issue. And when we did, we actually, under Administrator Corrier's leadership, hired the program with the sheriff to do the homeless outreach in the camps. And I think we actually have a gentleman also that we hired it in code enforcement at one point, but we had tried to address it. But why we're here today is there's no affordable housing and there's totally no homeless housing. So this is a crisis, and that's why we're here. And thank you, George, for actually asking to have this work session, because I'm glad we have so many participants because we're seeing a lot of interest in this, and it's too bad it didn't come earlier.
Thank you. Commissioners, I urge us to, for today at least, keep our eyes looking forward and focus on, action items at hand. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question for Chris. So as the lead agency for the Continuum of Care for the Suncoast Partnership, I know you receive funding from both Manatee County and Sarasota County. Do you receive funding in the same way? And I guess my question is it competitive or is it part of core funding that you receive in both counties?
So, no. So in Sarasota County, we are in the core funding for the county at a $292,000 level. In Manatee County, we are still part of the competitive process, and we are awarded $78,000.
Is that all, Commissioner? Okay, the last commissioner on the board is Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember the study for Sarasota. I remember when all that was taking place. And as I recall, it didn't seem as though it was very successful. And I guess my question here today is for Dr. Hopes. I'm hearing a lot about the 2017 study and how things are so much better now than in Sarasota. But here's my question. I haven't heard that from Sarasota County. And I know what the results are because I know I know all those commissioners. So I'm just curious, we are trying to figure out the best way to move forward to have the best results possible. And I think that's how it needs to be looked at. So I'm curious, has there been any conversation with Manatee County and Sarasota County regarding how they are approaching homelessness today? Dr. Hopes?
I will tell you that the Sarasota County Administrator and I get together every month, and we had the discussions. They struggle with this as well. I'm kind of like on the border of Sarasota and Manatee County, and spend time down there and see the homeless lining the streets. I will say that, we, as you know, the board approved a reorganization creating community and veteran services. And Mr. Washington holds that team in his department. And as you will find throughout the day, there are a number of recommendations and suggestions for your consideration so that we can come up with a Manatee County solution. There is a tremendous amount to be learned by others' experiences, successes, and failures. I think we have a very different situation in Manatee County than the surrounding counties. And I believe that requires some unique solutions that are focused on both the resources available in Manatee County and the diversity of problems in Manatee County. I believe they're solvable. And this is intended to kick that off. By no means will this meeting be the last meeting that this board will need to have around solutions around both homelessness and accessible, affordable, and workforce housing. And I, as you know, I'm very data-driven, and we are continuing to collect data. But as I mentioned in my communication to all of you on April 1st, now's the time to begin to take action. We've had discussions, at least in the year that I've been county administrator. We've heard from a number of people. Solution providers are presenters today, and it's my hope and expectation that we leave here with at least 2 or 3 actionable items for homelessness and 2 or 3 actionable items around access to housing, including transitional housing. Thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr.
May I
Hopes.
follow- may I
You still
follow
have the
up?
floor. You still have the floor, ma'am.
Sure, thank you. Dr. Hopes, I know you're absolutely correct, and I look forward to moving this forward. It's a definite problem. But I think this board needs to remember that, number one, some of the issues that go on here, we do have families or individuals that move back and forth from Manatee to Sarasota. This is not just a Manatee problem. This is a regional problem. I would like to suggest that perhaps the board members consider doing a joint meeting with Sarasota County Commissioners. I know that we've done a lot of that in past years. I'm sure Commissioner Whitmore recalls that. And it was always very helpful. And I think in this regard, we do need data. We need to make sure. You know, I suspect that I'm going to hear a lot today of different groups, wanting us to help fund. And I want to help fund. But, I mean, we need to make sure that we're doing it in a way that will be beneficial. And that's what concerns me. So thank you, Dr. Hopes, for that. Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's a very good idea, actually. We could host that at USF at Crosley or something.
We'll schedule it. I think it is a great idea. And what I'll say for kind of like the theme of the day, here's my observation around this issue. And most of you are very familiar with the efforts for grade level reading. And when I first came to this county and was on the school board, I realized that there was no shortage of organizations in this area, in both counties, that were focused on grade level reading. What was not occurring is coordination and collaboration around all of these organizations. And as you know, over the course of the past 4 years, which was initiated really by the Board of County Commissioners in engaging in that effort, and it served as a catalyst of bringing all these organizations together to focus on the same problem. I believe that we have the starting point of these groups here today. What we lack, and as I said, I believe it was the county, the Board of County Commissioners engaging in grade level reading, which is not something you would have thought of, that really began to turn the tide with that. Again, I believe we have a similar problem around homelessness and accessible housing, that we have no shortage of organizations in this area, in the Sarasota, Manatee County area, that are focusing on the problem. What there appears to be, in my opinion, is a lack of coordination and collaboration. So you will find an action item that you may take up that will help us position ourselves to rapidly gain a position of leadership in the coordination and collaboration of all these organizations to focus on the problem, but more importantly, the outcome this Board of County Commissioners would like to see around these two challenging social issues.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitmore has a quick question, and then try to move the meeting on. We're coming up on 10 o'clock.
Yeah, what I'd like to do, and Dr. Hopes and I have talked about this. I've talked about this to Jan Brewer regarding this. What we're lacking, how many of you commissioners get calls on somebody that's homeless and ask you what to do? Okay, and do you know who to call?
Carol Whitmore.
Oh, thank you. And you're absolutely
That's
right.
usually who I call.
You're 100% right. Okay, well, I don't want the job. I don't want the job, but
It's code enforcement.
no, it isn't code enforcement. It is not code enforcement. Homeless is not code enforcement. This is why I'm suggesting, and this will be an actual item later, just to even hear the word code enforcement, this is not code enforcement. We have to get these people, we've got to intervene, and all of us don't know where to go. I'm going to ask today, whenever, that we authorize, we have many FTE positions open that have not been filled, so the money's already budgeted, that we, and I'm sure Chris will probably be happy about this, I'm going to ask that we authorize a position to serve as the homeless program coordinator for Manatee County. You're right. I get a call almost every day. The other day, I got a 17-year-old who was getting beat up by her mom when she gets drunk. Somebody that works here told him that I grew up the same way, and I get a 17-year-old, and I don't know where to go. But I found out you have to do the 1-800-96-ABUSE for the kids. But we need a coordinator, and if I just don't know who to call.
Is that a motion?
Yeah.
Well, are you okay with making a motion now or later? But I will make that
'Cause
motion.
I've
I mean,
got a list.
you're a county commissioner. You can make a motion anytime you like. My question would be, is there going to be
Why don't we wait till the
presentation and any kind of,
speakers?
No, we're going to, my
on this
motion was going to
subject.
be is to authorize the creation and funding for the FTE position to serve as a homeless program coordinator for Manatee County, and I will let administration determine what department that person will be. We have the money in our departments. We have FTEs open. And Dr. Scott's is very data-driven, and he agrees 100%. We got to have somewhere to have it funneled. I heard you guys laugh. That's not in the motion, George.
We're laughing at Dr.
Okay.
Scott. That's what we're laughing.
So
So,
anyway, that's my motion.
Dr. Scott, we have a motion.
Dr. Scott?
You called him Dr. Scott when you were.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
well,
okay. It's all right. It's occupational hazard.
It is.
So we have a motion on the floor to create a position for homeless outreach coordinator by
Program coordinator.
program coordinator. Motion by Commissioner Whitmore, second by Commissioner Servia. I have two commissioners on the board for discussion, Commissioner Bellamy and Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Bellamy.
No, I was going to make the motion if she wasn't.
Okay, Commissioner Bellamy is off the board. Commissioner Servia.
I'd like for you to continue with that motion and see what happens, and then let me speak, please, because I have another motion.
Put you back on the board later. Okay. So with no commissioners on the board, we'll open up Commissioner Satcher. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that so I didn't hear Mr. Johnson mention that. Is that a solution you're asking for today, Dr. Hopes or Mr.?
It'll help.
Based,
I mean, I know
Commissioner
that
Satcher, based on,
I know
based
that as a
on,
board, we can decide to do that if we want, but I'm just asking, is anyone,
based on a number of both conversations with commissioners and with regards to the departments and kind of the status of where we are, I believe that position is needed. I included in your packet, just for reference, a job description that came out of another city for a position of that type. A number of commissioners talked about like a case manager and coordinator and things like that. I do believe the starting point is to create a dedicated position who is solely focused on coordinating these efforts. And then there would be a follow-up motion that's in your packet, which is number one, that would create a unit that's dedicated to this within an existing department. But yes, Commissioner Satcher, I do believe this is an ideal step to take so that Manatee County, under your direction, can focus on the problem. Right now, we have a number of people within the organization that do a number of different things, and I do believe in order to recognize the person that's the go-to person that will also be held accountable for collecting the data and reporting to this board, that I would support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner, where are we here? Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. I've got some stuff here, and I'm not sure who all it came from. I've got one thing. You said that you sent the homeless program coordinator information. Okay. And then I've got another one here. It says homeless solutions and collaboration action considerations.
That is from me based on
My discussion.
feedback from most of you, both verbally and in writing.
All right. Well, I'm confused because Carol Whitmore just said this was hers.
Well,
Is that-
it's a few of ours, yes.
Okay, but
It's an aggregate of all of my conversations with you over the past few weeks around this issue.
that's this afternoon. Okay, and then I've got another one that says Centerstone's Connection Program, Homeless Forensic Outreach, Comprehensive Treatment Court. Who is
That is not mine.
That's actually from Centerstone, Commissioner. That's just
Okay.
additional
All right.
information. The VP from Centerstone is here, but she was not a presenter this morning, but we wanted to share that information with you.
Okay, and thank you, Lee. Welcome back, by the way. The only reason I'm asking, I do believe, I'm trying to find out what does have to do with this motion, because I want to make sure that if we approve this, that it's got a place to go and it's going to be helpful and we're not just throwing money away. So that's why I was asking who all these came from. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There were 4 handouts, and then you have a similar one where I titled it for housing, which is for the afternoon, with I think 8 items. Yeah, I should have put on there where it came from, sorry.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other commissioners on the board, we will then open this up to public comment. If there's anyone from the public who would like to come forward, I don't have any cards, so if there's anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific motion to create a homeless prevention program coordinator, please come forward to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. We ask that you stay on topic, that you state your first and last name and your county of residence.
And these are already funded positions, just so you know.
Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we will go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone from METV to speak on this specific agenda item?
No hands raised. We
I'm
have
sorry?
no callers.
No callers. Okay, then Commissioner Servia, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, and maybe if we could reread the motion, because what I heard is that the action would be immediate, using an existing FTE to establish a coordinator immediately, and then in the future budget, a line item for such position. Is that correct? Okay. All right, thank you.
That's the way I understand it. We'll
From
officially
a
close public comment.
procedural perspective, we will move it forward and do a reclassification of a position, and then we will place it in my proposed budget for you for next fiscal year. But this will allow us to get started.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, and speaking to what Commissioner Servia just said, that's what I was going to say. I mean, this is something that's already there in this year's budget, but it will have to be put in the budget for the following year. So thank you.
And just so that I'm fully understanding this position, Dr. Hopes, I mean, you'll write ultimately the job description for it, but from my understanding is that we have, code enforcement, plays a role. And I know they're not the person to call, they're not the go-to, but ultimately they do play a role. The Sheriff's Department obviously plays a role, and they have a specific deputy assigned to homeless outreach. These are separate entities. Then we move into not-for-profit sector, where we have charities and churches who are playing a role here as well. And so what I think we're creating here, I want to be sure that I'm correct before I grow government, is that we're creating a position that will essentially coordinate all of these different parties' efforts and perhaps maintain a file on individuals who are sort of chronically homeless, and so that we can sort of, try to coordinate all these different entities to provide these people with services they help and get them out of homelessness. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
And representing District 3, we have 80,000 people over there, and we are big-hearted people, we are kind people, we're compassionate, and we want to help people who need help. That is that's a common thread, I think, in our district. I think it's a common thread throughout the county. When folks need a hand up and they need help, we want to offer that. There is a concern, though, at times when we see folks who are declining the help and declining the hand up. So I feel like we want to offer people one of two choices, right? Either we're offering you help, or we're offering you a bus ticket out of town, because it should not be acceptable to live on the streets in Manatee County refusing help that is offered. And I want to ensure that we are able to offer people the help. But if you're refusing the help, you need to move on. I understand we have a lot of people that are living in the woods, and we're trying to help them and get them out of the woods, get them care, get them what they need. But now I have tents popping up on the sidewalks in my district. And it starts, I hear, you know what I hear from constituents? I hear really three things, okay? I hear traffic sucks. I hear that the county is growing too fast. And I hear that they're sick of the panhandlers, and they're sick of being approached when they're at the gas station, when they're walking into the grocery store, and that sort of thing. These are the three things that I hear from my constituents. And that's District 3. I know, certain parts of my district are less impacted by this, but that's what I'm hearing from my constituents, and these are the issues that I'm trying to address for them. And I do want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help people who want help. But at the same time, maybe this is a better discussion for when the Sheriff's Department is up here. At the same time, if people are not, seeking out help and seeking out assistance, it's not an option. It's not an option. And it tends to lead to criminal behavior, and we get a lot of that in my district. Usually petty theft type things, but that's where it tends to lead. Commissioners Whitmore and Baugh are on the board. Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, this person to me, is not growing government. We're going to be using, you're right, Commissioner Baugh, eventually it'll have to be in the budget. Right now, we have 200 or 300 open positions, so we have the position available. What this person is truly a coordinator. Because right now, when you call me for homeless, I have to sit there and think of who to call, and I end up emailing about 5 or 6 people. I did meet with somebody in the community services recently, and this person there's a system that the homeless get entered into, and so they can tap into services. And so this person would make sure that person was into the system, and this person that worked in community service, she showed me, she helped me track this family that was in Ellington behind Walmart and what happened to them. So there is a way to do it. We just don't have a consistent care. And right now, we're going to have a problem anyway. We don't have affordable housing, again, let alone homeless. So we are going to have an issue, but we do need somebody to know where all the agencies are, who to refer. When Deputy Joy calls, she can get that person to make sure that person's registered. I know there's a way that they do it through Sarasota. They have a case manager. We have Sonia back here from Community Paramedicine that's gone out a few times for me to register people. But we just need a coordinated effort that I can call, or anybody can call. Have you heard of this person? Are they in the system? What's going on? And that's it. The ones that you're talking about that are chronically, they need to be, if they're not going to get help, they don't need to be, doing what they're doing. I 100% agree.
Yeah, I think we're dealing with, we're two separate categories of folks, right? All should be offered help, but once you're refusing the help and then you're engaging in crimes, then you're in a separate category now.
Right.
The order of the board is Baugh, Satcher, Bellamy. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree totally with your statement. Being out east, people think that we probably might be not affected by this, but we are and have been always. And I will tell you that code enforcement does play a role, and they've been fantastic out in District 5 with this. That being said, I also know that they do work some with the sheriff's office. I don't know to what extent, but I do know. I'm sitting here looking at him. But they do. And so the sheriff's office and code enforcement is working on this. And that is my only, not only, it's one of my concerns with doing this right now. I really wish, I think I would love to support your motion, Commissioner Whitmore, but I think it's just a little bit early. I think we should wait until maybe near the end of this presentation on homelessness. So we might come up with some other ideas that we see are more helpful, or maybe even change the description here to be something else if we wait I'd really love to hear from the sheriff's office before we move forward. I guess you're going to do a presentation, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, we will.
I'm not going to go, yeah, right?
We'll hear from Deputy Jewett later in the program.
Right now, I would not support the motion, but I think afterwards, it could be beneficial, but I think we need to wait to make sure of how this could be coordinated to make sure that we're not just, again, as this board has done in the past, we throw money at stuff and it doesn't go anywhere. But, then we try to say, well, we tried to cover it. We spent money. So we need to make sure that it's going to be productive this time, and that's why I'd like to wait. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at this, I feel like we've done, when we have a position that's already an FD, that's already been approved, I feel like we've done similar things to this without us having, motions and meetings. We've had a whole lot of job descriptions change, positions changed, promotions, et cetera, on the administrative side of the government that we found out after the fact. So I don't know that I really understand, maybe just because people are looking at this issue, and so we want to show them that we're doing something, that's why it's here. So that's just, one thing that I want to point out is that I don't even know why we have to have a vote on this. Another thing that I want to point out is that, of course, we do want actionable items today. That was the point, was to have actionable items. But this just seems strange to me that he did a presentation about A, and then we just made a motion to do C. Like, I didn't see the connection. I understand it's in the agenda as a proposed action, but I didn't see the connection. He didn't ask for this. And we don't know what other people are going to say the rest of the day. So is this the best use of our money or our time or our actions that we're going to take. You can say it's already approved, but still, it's very interesting. And honestly, I would just say, and I hadn't had anyone mention this to me outside of this right now that I recall. So I just don't know what if we already have the plan that we're going to execute today, and so all the presenters have come here just as theater, and we're not actually going to listen and consider doing what they're asking and take that in for the course of the meeting and then make the right moves. If that's not our plan, let's make the motions that y'all have planned and see if they pass and let them go home. I'm sure they have other things that they could do. If we're not even listening, I don't get the feeling that we're listening. The third thing that I'd like to say is that earlier, I said this at the beginning of the year that I was going to start being more clear and not stop avoiding calling names or calling out situations, and I probably backed off that a little bit because I prefer to be nice and for everyone to get along. But what I was actually referring to, because we had a commissioner say that she didn't understand what I was referring to, is that the Salvation Army has come to a dedicated tax that the people have voted to tax themselves. So this is not money that we're just throwing around. This is not money that, four people decided, we're going to up their taxes so that we can give money to more organizations. This is the citizens of Manatee County said, tax us extra to help children in this area. So that's the one point where I back off. I never support any new tax. And that's been my pledge. I don't support any, new tax and I try not to support any growth of government, government overreach, those types of things. Just philosophically, that's where I'm at. But if the citizens say, you know what, I really want to tax myself on this, well, I'm going to listen to them and I'm going to try to do the best job I can. And so they did that. And part of the motion or the referendum that they passed was to have the children's services tax, and then you've got the advisory board for the children's services, and they have come back multiple years in a row, and they have denied the Salvation Army. I was trying to look for the exact number. I think it's 70 grand, but I could be wrong on the number. But they've denied them money to make a place for homeless families to go. And they have, and let me be clear, they're not calling me, they're not asking me to push this issue. If you ever meet someone that works at the Salvation Army, they are just ridiculously nice. They'll never say what they're seeing behind the scenes. So part of my job is I'll say it. It's ridiculous that got turned down multiple times, never with an adequate excuse. And finally, I started to wonder after being on this board and seeing it come before us and them fund every single thing except that, I thought, I can't come up with any reason why we wouldn't fund this unless it's a religious reason. And then more and more actions have taken place since then that have confirmed that suspicion to me. I'm not asking that everyone has to agree with me. But so if I were to make a motion, first would be that we go back however many years they've been applying for this, at least 2 years, and fund that from taxes that have already been taken for exactly that purpose to the organization that has been consistently very effective, not just in Manatee County, not just in Sarasota County, but around the entire world at fighting homelessness. So that's one thing that I would propose before the end of the day. And then also, though, if we have our motions lined up, let's, like I said, we could save some people some time if everything's been taken care of behind the scenes, how y'all want to vote on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I call the question on
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
motion.
Question has been called. Do we have a second?
No second.
All right. Well, the order of the board
Bad,
is
trying to rush it.
Bellamy, Servia, Cruz. It is 10:15. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah. The reality of the position is hopefully we can get support and we can get this done because the county, in my opinion, needs to take ownership And what I mean by ownership, Carol doesn't want us calling her as far as who we could communicate with. When
He's not the homeless outreach coordinator?
Right. So Carol is not the homeless outreach coordinator. But the reality of it is the homeless outreach coordinator would be able to have that data, would be able to meet with the consortium and say, this is where we are. And we already have a program that's pretty much results first. And we would expect within, 2 to 3 years for if we had 500, and I just keep using that number, hopefully that individual could give us the information and tell us what we need to get that number down to 450. Whether you're going to have those individuals that may not want that assistance, that support. And I'm sure based on listening to the tone of everyone, there's going to be something to deal with that accordingly. However, for the individuals that want that support and need that support and will need someone specifically to go to, that is where the homeless outreach coordinator will be. Also, for the collaboration opportunities, I think that's very, very, very important because we do have all these entities that's doing a lot of things. And they're coming to us for dollars, all right, and requesting for money for whatever reason to move the needle based on what their mission statement is. However, from the county standpoint, when are we going to say, listen, we're going to put some skin in this, right? We're going to take some ownership, and this is our problem. We're not going to bounce it around and say, well, I think this needs to take place first or that needs to take place. What we're going to do is say, listen, we're going to put some money in this. We're going to get us a coordinator so we can make sure we get some guidance and go in the direction of what we need so we can move the needle. So I'm in full support of it.
Thank you, sir. And just to clarify my statement regarding folks denying services, I am not in favor of this board setting a policy that when someone denies services once or twice or 3 times, that's that. We leave that to the experts, right? If homeless outreach coordinator says, we've been offering this person services 12 times in the last 3 months, and now they're, cursing at Deputy Jewett and throwing water bottles at her when she approaches them. Maybe now at this point it's time to take a different approach with that individual. But so I'm looking a little more extreme. We want to give people ample opportunity to correct their lives before we move forward. The order of the board is Servia and Cruz. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to my colleagues, I say this. We are in a crisis. This is an urgent matter, and we are now at 10:18, and we only have until noon to discuss this. I came prepared here today with actionable items at the request of the county administrator because I have spent a lot of time, years, working in this community on this issue. Okay, so I ask, please, we do not have the time to kick the can down the road. We must stop having this discussion about what we may do in the future because we don't have the ability to wait for the future. We have to make decisions today that are going to make changes, measurable changes in this crisis. So please, let's stop all the bantering and let's get to efficient motions and action items.
We have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor. The question was called. You didn't second it. You have the votes. I mean, what are we waiting?
Do it.
What are we waiting for? I'm entertaining
go.
calls. I'm entertaining calls to the question.
I tried to call the question.
I'm only on the board to clarify what Commissioner Satcher said for 2 things. One, I agree with you. I don't think this is an actual motion that's necessary. It just looks good in the newspaper and on social media.
Thank you.
You know, we always tell people that the administrator is in charge of all of our staff, thousands of people. If we just say, why don't you go hire a homeless coordinator so we don't have to keep calling Commissioner Whitmore, he'll go hire one. We don't even make a motion for this, but it looks good,
right.
so I'll support it. But it accomplishes the same thing of him just doing his job. Second, I'm on the floor. I'm on the board. And I already said I'm going to vote for it. So if we want to keep bantering and delay this further during a crisis, we can keep talking about what I just said, but I'm going to vote for it with you and get it passed with you. Second thing is, Commissioner Satcher, I'm sorry, but we've been getting emails for weeks from the administrator asking us to provide actionable items. This afternoon, here's a block of, this is my email. I sat down and took the time to write out multiple actionable items. I don't know what Jamie's going to come up from Florida Housing Coalition and talk about, but I'm not dictating what I'd like to see happen with affordable housing based on a presentation. The presentation is extra information for us and the public, but the real meeting, why it was a special meeting and not a work session, was for these, which were pre-presented, discussed with the administrator, so we can have actionable items and move something forward so we don't kick this down the road even further. So I completely disagree just because Chris didn't say these particular things, that these particular things are irrelevant to the people around this board or to this county as a whole. So, it was not a waste. If you think it was a waste of his time, then you didn't have to pay attention. I've got good information from Chris, and I always have from Chris.
Okay, the chair is calling the question. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Dr. Hopes, it's 10:21. Let's take a 10-minute recess. We just did. Did you not vote?
Don't even have to.
Objection, the chair called the question, and you voted.
For God's
We will
sake.
take a 5-minute recess. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Dr. Hopes, please introduce the next agenda, or Lee Washington, please introduce the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, our speaker will be Ms. Shelley Legarski, who is the Director for Homeless and Prevention Services with Jewish and Family Services.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Thank you, commissioners. Oh. There we go. Better? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Dr. Hope. Thank you, Lee, for this opportunity. Today, I just wanted to discuss with you JFCS and the programs that we offer for our homeless and at-risk veterans and their families. We have 2 grants that are funded by the VA. We have Supportive Services for Veteran Families, which is our rapid rehousing and homeless prevention service. And we also have Shallow Subsidies. That's a new grant that just came out from the VA. That is a longer-term subsidy that allows us greater time, about 25 months, to help stabilize those veterans that may need more services. So our primary mission is to obviously assist homeless and at-risk individuals and families, and we want to get them to a place of sustainability. At the end of the day, that is the goal, connection to services. When we are case managing our clients, these are the pillars that we are looking at with the client. These are the case plans that we are making. We need to touch upon each one of these pillars in order to sustain the clients long term. Without one of the pieces of this puzzle, it doesn't work. We end up having recidivism with our homeless veterans. So this is such an important factor for our clients to be connected to these different services. And unfortunately, the grants that we have from the VA, they do restrict us with what we can provide and what we can do. So that's where the importance of coordination of services comes into play. We serve veterans that qualify for the program, so they have to have the proper DD-214 discharge, they have to have the proper income, and then if they do, after they are assessed, we can bring them into program. Once they are in program, then we can find out what they are eligible for. It could be as little as 6 months assistance. It could be as long as 12 months assistance in a 2-year period. So again, we're limited by the restrictions of the grant. For those veterans that are lucky enough to be able to pay at least half of their rent, we can move them on to Shallow Subsidies, and we can work with them for an additional 25 months and get them connected to mainstream disability vouchers, HUD-VASH if they're eligible, ALFs, longer-term care, reconnected with family, whatever it is to get them to a point where they are self-sustainable. That is our goal. The unfortunate circumstances we have right now is our real estate market, right? Our veterans, our homeless veterans, make a very limited amount of money if they have any income at all. So in order for someone to sustain in housing without an income, you have to have agency support, or you have to get them connected to the right resources. So our goal as an agency is to do that. And I just want to give you a couple of statistics. Based on our end of year results, 65% of the veterans that we are serving, and that's just JFCS, are considered senior citizens. Of those clients, 25% are older than 70 years old. Okay? It's a crisis. So, and that's just JFCS. I cannot speak to the other SSVF providers or agencies to whom are serving, our veterans. I can't speak to them, but we are a sampling of this population. So it is in our best interest to ensure that we are connecting them with the right services. Right now, we have a veteran who is 92 years old and in hotel, and we're trying to get him connected to services that our grant can't pay for because we can't pay for hearing aids. So those are the types of struggles that we have as an agency. Here are the things we can do for our clients. We have targeted outreach. I have Renee Hickman in Manatee and Sarasota County. She does a phenomenal job. She works very closely with Deputy Jewett. She goes into the encampments. She builds relationships with our homeless individuals in general, not just the veterans, and she brings them into services. So once they are in services, they are assessed and they are referred by the Continuum of Care to be case managed by either JFCS or St. Vincent de Paul. So right now, my case managers, we have over 90 active clients, and that's just in Sarasota and Manatee. My teams cover all the way to Collier, so you can just imagine how many clients we have on staff right now. So what our case manager's job is to do is that housing stabilization plan, those key points that I talked about. They work with the client to build a plan that's going to best suit them. They work with the client, it's not the case manager building the plan. And they work with them to work each point of that housing stabilization plan, and then they connect them to the services that we cannot offer. We are not allowed to pay for health care. We are not allowed to pay for dental. We are not allowed to pay for any medical condition. There's lots of stipulations around what we can and can't do. So it's in a case manager's best interest to know who to properly connect those veterans to. We have healthcare navigators now. The VA sees the importance of healthcare navigation. So now I have 2 healthcare navigators that their job is to work with any of our clients that have any type of medical need, need connection to mainstream benefits or VA benefits if they're eligible. So that's a key piece, because at the end of the day, health care is a barrier for people experiencing homelessness, just as income is. They're both barriers. And the big asset that our clients have from us is the ability for us to temporarily assist them financially. So they're going to be assisted with their rent and any housing expenses anywhere from 6 months up to 12 months, depending on their eligibility. So again, we have outreach, we have case management, we have healthcare navigation. We can connect clients to life skills services, to anything that is needed to help sustain the veteran. It's really important for all of us to understand that agencies that have grants are limited to the stipulations of the grants that they are using. So when a client needs something extra, that's where coordination comes into the puzzle, right? So, I'm one person at one agency, and the amount of phone calls I get on a daily basis, because people see my title, they see homeless and Director of Homeless and Prevention Services, so they think that, I'm the person that they need to go to. And it's incredibly disheartening to talk to these people who have been directed to probably 6 other agencies prior to them getting to me. They're in crisis. It is a very difficult trauma to be enduring, and we need to help them immediately, not continue down the path of, oh, you need to talk to this person. Well, I can't help you. Talk to this person. That's where coordination is so important. Collaboration is a huge part of that puzzle, but it's not effective without the coordination piece of it. We have to have coordinated services so someone can see what type of services they are getting from the system. If you're not collaborative and coordinated in the system, no one knows you're homeless. How are we supposed to help you? And if we can shorten the time that someone is in that crisis, we have a much better shot of stabilizing them. The longer they stay in crisis, the more difficult it's going to be to end their homelessness. Now we're creating a chronic problem. So that's where coordination is so critical. So that is my ask of the board, is a position that knows all of the services in the community and is that to-go person that knows, oh, well, this is an unaccompanied youth, so they need to go here, and this is what you need to do. You have a family. Oh, well, Harvest House has a family shelter. Diversion. Those are all that's all a part of it. But if they're just one centralized person that's the hub, you're going to eliminate a lot of time and unneeded and unnecessary crisis that client is going through.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one commissioner on the board, Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much.
So this is not a live filming of a sitcom. It's a meeting of the county commission. So we're not going to have applause and comment unless it's actual public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Servia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for being here and your excellent presentation. Very good information.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion, please. I'd like that we hear from the Manatee County Sheriff's Office next. We are running very low on time, and we have some things that are central to this problem, and the Manatee County Sheriff's Office is certainly number one. So I would ask that we hear from Deputy Joy Jewett and Captain Gherkin. They are here in the audience. And I want you to know, and I want our board to know, that I have prepared 5 motions for your consideration. I would like the 5 that haven't been read because Whitmore took number 6. We've already done that.
Okay. So
I would like to be able to read those before the noon hour for your consideration as we move this matter forward.
Okay. So, Dr. Hopes, is there anything further with this presenter?
I had one question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Ms. Legarsky, in your work with your various veterans grants, what do you find the availability of transitional veterans housing for homeless?
We have very limited transitional housing. My team served Manatee down through Collier County. So, there's over 300 veterans that my agency is working with. So, unfortunately, in that huge catchment area, we only have 2 transitional housing units. We have the VOA, and that is it. That's it. There's nothing else that we have. And how are you going to, we need transitional housing so that we can prepare them to get them to long-term housing sustainability. There's only 20 beds in Manatee County. That's it. And they're full. We have a wait list. And we literally, our clients know that. So they move from one county to another trying to get shelter.
Which brings up a valid concern that Commissioner Servia has brought up a couple of times, and that's that oftentimes no good intention, kind of goes unpunished. And are we putting Manatee County taxpayers at risk by offering this abundance of services out of the kindness of our hearts when in actuality we'll act like a magnet for the homeless? And we don't want that to happen here in Manatee County. So what say you about that?
So homeless population, they're transient in general. So it doesn't matter if you put a transitional home in. People are coming into Manatee County regardless. This is paradise. We have people coming in. You are literally eliminating a whole sector of the homeless population that are ready to go and ready to get stabilized when we don't have housing for them, when we don't have shelter for them. It's really hard to stabilize on the streets.
Sure.
When you are in crisis, when you have co-occurring disabilities, how do you end the crisis on the streets? You need housing to do that. So it would be a concerted effort. Again, that's where the coordination and the collaboration comes into play. We need to be working with the housing authorities. We need to be working with hotels to have vouchers for these rooms. A lot of our veterans, that's all they want. They just want an efficiency. They don't want a lot to take care of. We need to get creative with the housing solution, but when there is a housing plan in place and they're properly moving through, that's key. It's not just one, I mean, it takes a village. It really does.
Okay. So before we move on to the next speaker, Commissioner Ball would like to make a statement.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You're talking about veterans. I know that we've got, I think it's 15 million put aside to do some veteran housing. But my question is, and maybe it's been said and maybe I just missed it, that could very well be, is there no state or federal programs in place to help with this? And so with the items that Manatee County is doing today, is it possible that we're just duplicating things that are out there? So it's our job locally, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so our funding from the VA is limited to rent. So that can be assisted, but we cannot. We don't
I'm just
build,
curious
we
as to
don't-
why the federal government would look at it that way. Maybe I know they do for veterans, so that's why I was asking too, but I'm talking about the population in general.
Yeah,
So the federal government doesn't do anything to help in this, and so I'm assuming you're saying the state doesn't either, and so it's just here locally, Manatee County government that needs to do
So
it.
for the VA funding, veterans in general, they have, because there is VA funding, and if they're eligible, that funding is used. There is state funding out there for civilians, non-veterans, sorry. However, that funding is not as great, so they don't have as many options as the veterans, but our veteran options are extremely
And
limited as well.
You are aware that we've put 15 million aside in our
Yes.
budget to
I am.
try to move forward for veterans?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You've cleared it up for me.
Commissioner Bob, maybe Mr. Washington, with his background in veteran services, can provide some insight to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that, when we started having this conversation about our transitional veterans housing program across the street, Dr. Hopes asked me to take a look at all the different funding sources, because I understand it's a concern for the board to just take this on our own. But many of the grants, when you take a look at them as it relates to veterans anyway, the federal government has hundreds of millions of dollars that are allocated for these types of programs, but it's for programs that are currently up and running. So in other words, we have to be able to show the federal government that we're taking an interest on our own to do something about veteran homeless before they're going to consider those particular applications for additional funding. So we have to start somewhere. And I think this is where we are now with that $15 million that you've approved to allow us to move forward on this program.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes?
Thank you. I really appreciate you being with us today. And I guess you had a commissioner that asked about another speaker.
And yeah, I think we should move into the Sheriff's Department. I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Well, can I, Mr.?
Yeah, because it's so
We actually had an order for a specific reason, Commissioner, but it's your meeting. So next would be the community paramedics. Sonia would go on to speak, and then we're going to give you the update on the hotbeds, but it's your meeting. So there's 3 remaining.
Mr. Chairman, I strongly suggest that we move to the Sheriff's
Yeah, let's go
Department.
MSO next, and then we'll go paramedics after that, because we need to get to MSO for sure.
Okay, well, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Servia then, I guess. I don't know who's here to speak.
Deputy Jewett?
The way we had planned it was it would lead into the partnership, but that's okay. We can take it out of order.
Let's go in your order, sir,
Okay.
and let's just be efficient and move along quickly.
Thank you.
And in fact, perhaps we should hold off on questions until all speakers have finished, and then we can go right into debate and action. We'll hold off
Thank
on
you, Mr.
questions
Chair.
until all speakers have spoken, and then we will go right into commissioner debate and action.
Thank you. Next, we will have Sonia Schuhart, the clinical supervisor from Community Paramedics, speak on their programs and their actions. Thank you.
Yeah. Morning. Oops. Oh, no. No, we're good. Okay. Yes. Okay. They are. Here we are. partnering.
So state your
My
name
na-
for the record, please.
My name is Sonia Schuhart. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a clinical supervisor for the community paramedicine program. The community paramedic program integrates specially trained pre-hospital professionals with an expanded role who will assist with closing the healthcare gaps and improve access with decreasing healthcare costs. We focus on 5 target populations: frequent fallers, diabetic patients, patients with congestive heart failure, chronic respiratory conditions, high system utilizers, and mental health substance abuse. I've served Manatee County for the past 2 years, and prior to January, I was the only social worker employed by the county. Now I supervise Latrice Washington, a social worker and our patient healthcare coordinator. Together, we provide supportive services for the most vulnerable population, the indigent. We educate the public of their benefits, their rights, the community resources. We refer our clients to transportation, food, housing, medical, employment, mental health, and substance abuse services. From my experience as your social worker, we have come a long way. We've identified that there are gaps in the services that hinder our indigent of Manatee County from getting housed. I know Deputy Jewett has worked tirelessly to identify the homeless in our county. And although we've participated in the Port and Time survey, we have yet to find good statistical data to identify how many people lack housing and other social needs. Per HUD, being literally homeless is defined as living in a place not meant for human habitation. This includes living on the street, in cars, emergency shelters, transitional housing, hotels and motels paid by organizations, or people exiting an institution that they temporarily reside in, such as a hospital or prison or jail. Being homeless is multifaceted. In addition to the organic risk factors of homelessness, our homeless population is aging, and with age comes increased health issues, including mental health and substance abuse issues. Through the Community Paramedics program, I've noted that over half of our homeless clients are considered elderly. Health problems create stress and anxiety, which can affect one's psychological functioning. The nature of homelessness, extreme poverty, social isolation, and lack of support networks suggest greater risk for poor health status. The homeless population endures psychological functioning deficits. They're constantly in this mentality of fight or flight. They're trying to survive every single day. The solution is more complex than just finding housing. There are years and sometimes even decades of trauma, psychological symptoms, and addictive behavior that will need to be addressed. We need a holistic approach to tackling this issue if we want to be successful. And this may sound like an impossible mission, but I just wanted to share a success case that we've had where all agencies in the county were able to help this individual. So Mr. Smith, I found Mr. Smith at the end of December of 2021. And prior to that, he was homeless, living out of his car. He was struggling to stay sober, and he was a high system utilizer. He was hit by a car. He had a broken arm. He couldn't walk very well because of the car accident, and he was referred to our community paramedics program. So I found him. He was ready for change. He wanted to go to detox. And he was just in so much pain that we had to take him back to the hospital for clearance. After that, he didn't get referred to detox from the hospital, so I met with him the next day. The next day, we did the whole thing over again. The only thing was that he needed transportation. So I asked the local police department to escort him, I guess, to Centerstone, but he had a warrant, so he ended up going to jail. Although I was very sad about that. That was probably the best thing for him at the time, because nothing would have changed, and it wouldn't start the kind of snowball effect of his success. So while he was in jail, I coordinated with his discharge planner, and we agreed for him to go to the HOT program at the Salvation Army. So he was released in the beginning of February. He got to the Salvation Army, got an access point done, which establishes his homelessness. We were able to coordinate with pharmacies and things like that to pick up meds and take care of his medical issues. We had him apply for the county health care program and had him hook up with services with the residency clinic to establish primary care. Other like random things that we did with him was his car was going to be impounded, and they kept threatening him every single day when he was out there. So I asked for them to not tow it just one extra day, just for Deputy Jewett to go out with him to pick out the important things of his car, like his birth certificate, his ID, all the things that people struggle to get once they lose it. And then, so after he got his primary care established, he ended up getting referred to Centerstone, which helped him find transitional housing and substance abuse services. And in the middle of February, he ended up transitioning over to a transitional house. And as of March 29th, he had a surgery on his arm. So that all happened in 91 days. That's a very, very short amount of time, but this was also somebody that was ready for change, and also someone that was super lucky that the stars just aligned perfectly for him. And but this story doesn't end here. You know, unfortunately, relapse is part of recovery. Right now, he's still sober, and I wish him well. But that was just something that I just wanted to share with you, that like all of our agencies, Turning Point Salvation Army, the Sheriff's Office, the community paramedics, and the county was able to help him efficiently. So as you see, there's multiple agencies assisting the homeless. Even the smallest nonprofits are very helpful. The problem is that these agencies don't talk to each other. They're all siloed, each with their own mission and roadmap for how to complete that mission. A social worker's job is to assist their clients in navigating this complicated system, and at the same time, improving communication between these agencies. This would allow for increased efficiency and diverting clients from inappropriately using resources that are essential for other county constituents. The good news is we're moving in the right direction, but I don't want to stay stagnant. We need more social workers to address social challenges we face as a community. We are able to collaborate with other county departments. We were able to collaborate with other county departments and community stakeholders to establish the HOT program, but we lack social workers and case managers to make that an effective and holistic program. We are a massive county, and we're only getting bigger. I'm very excited to see what the upcoming years brings for Manatee County. However, as we move forward, we must take a purposeful, coordinated, and proactive step forward, impactful change. This would not only meet the needs of our most vulnerable population, but demonstrate to others that tackling this complex social injustice is not only possible, but fruitful for the community at large. Thank you.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, hold on just a second. Mr. Chair, if I may, to keep you on schedule, the next presenter will quickly give you an update on the hotbeds, and then we'll end with Deputy Jewett, and then we'll bring all three of these folks up to answer any questions that you may have, if that works for you.
That sounds very efficient. Let's keep moving.
Thank you.
Do I have something up here? Arrow down. Oops. Oh. That's fine. No, I don't. Good morning. Thank you. Did it go off? Thank you so much for having me this morning. Just want to give you a quick update on the hotbeds and a quick story. So far in the program, we have had 13 women with 6 positive outcomes. That means not going back to homelessness. We've had 28 men with 11 positive outcomes of not going back on the streets or to homelessness. This grant was $165,000. We've spent $82,000 of the grant. As of yesterday, because remember this program only has 10 beds, so as of yesterday, 9 beds were being used, 5 by men, 3 by females, and 1 family, a family of 4. But when we have a family, it only counts as 1. So just want to share with you a quick story. We had a woman that had a 9-year-old autistic son with aggression, and she had bounced around for 9 years since her son was born. And while in the hotbed program, she was able to get mental health help. She was able to get her medication, and she was also able to get her son into a special school, a school that he loves, with a ratio of 1 to 3 that helps him with his autism and his aggression. due to being in the hotbed program, she was able to transition to our family shelter program. So she was in our family shelter program. She's able to get a job. So now she works, and her son now have their own housing and live together. And so that's a story to clap about. Thank you.
Ma'am, I do need you to state your first and last name for the record, please.
Julie Showers from the Salvation Army.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Deputy Jewett?
So I'm Deputy Joy Jewett. I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. Okay.
So the people at home can hear you.
Okay. And do we have slides with ours? I know I looked at them. No? Okay.
I think your slides, that's community paramedicine.
Okay. So my program started in July of 2020. It was just a pilot project to go out to the street, really assess the issues we have on the street, and what people need. So whenever I started the program, many of the commissioners, I think I had 4 ride with me on different occasions, and we had homeless camps everywhere. So since the program began, we don't see those anymore. We had camps, 15th Street from 57th to 63rd was a massive camp. Yellow Brick Road, it had its own name. We had camps out off of 301. We had camps off 14th Street. They were just out in the public for everyone to see. So I started going with other agencies. I met with Sarasota, Hillsborough, to figure out how they were tackling their issues, and tried to adapt those here. So coordinated with code enforcement, which has been my biggest ally in getting, clapping's not allowed. So code enforcement has been my biggest ally in tackling the big encampments. And what I really learned about being out there was that people did not want to change. There was a lot of complacency. But I also learned the issues behind that and why we have the complacency. So as this county, the size of it is comparable to Sarasota. We have one shelter, the Salvation Army. And trying to get anyone to come into that shelter from an encampment was impossible. To understand that, I would advise anyone to go to the Salvation Army, and it's a great place. Nothing against it, but you have to understand you're leaving everything behind. You're asking that person to leave all their personal belongings, everything behind but what they can put on their back. Go to the Salvation Army. You can get fed there. You can sleep maybe on a mat, maybe on a bed. If you don't get turned away because it's so small, and you're leaving everything is going to be when code comes in with me, we're gonna clear it out. It's gonna be cleared out, trash and debris. It's gonna be cleared, and then in the morning you're gonna pick up your bag and you're gonna go outside. And you're going to figure out what you're going to do with your day. So what you have to understand about the homeless problem is that other people have said it, but they're in crisis, and you have this little 24-hour window of what am I going to do today? How am I going to just survive today? So what we need as a community is to reach out and see what the surrounding agencies are doing. I've seen it. There's a lot of positives coming out of Sarasota. People keep asking about the numbers. The hotbed program in Sarasota has a 40% success rate. 40% is pretty good. The point in time count was in the 300s. Since my program started, I've identified 900 individuals When I go out with them, I talk to them about what services they need, get their next of kin information, because unfortunately I get the calls at 4 o'clock in the morning, have a dead transient, can you identify them, and can you give me what you have for next of kin? We want to get those notifications in place. So I get that information, and I try to follow up as much as possible. So it is a very nomadic world, and one day they're on 14th Street West, the next is 15th Street East, but they still are, I try to follow them and see what services we can help them with. So 3 people, and I'll try to be quick, that I wanted to talk about, and I have permission to speak about each so that you guys can understand the resources of this county. Christopher Constantino. I called his uncle last week. Christopher died on Valentine's Day this year. He was 30, he was born in 85, so 36, I think, at the time. So when I talked to his uncle, I asked him if I could speak about him, and he said, sure. Unfortunately, he never had much hope. So Christopher's younger brother has already died of an overdose years ago. There's 3 boys. The other brother is also suffering from addiction. Both Christopher's parents have died. He had family support that was stable, but it was hard for him to seek it out, and he was a long-term drug addict. So I received a complaint about the market, CJ's, which is at the 5000 block of 14th Street West. All the transients are hanging out there. They're drunk all day. Do something about them. So while I'm there speaking to others, Christopher walks up. And I had never met him before. This was September 22nd of last year. He wanted to know what options I was giving them, because I get that a lot. Well, what do you want us to do? Where can we go? So I said, listen, I will take you to detox. We can go to detox right now. Right now, I don't want to go to detox. No, that's all I can do for you. You can get in my car. I'll take you to Centerstone. So he was resistant to go to detox. So I started calling transitional houses and put him on the line for an interview. And when they heard that he had just used opiates, within a couple hours, they said, no, it's too much of a risk for us. You need to go to detox. And he said, okay, I do want the help. I don't want to sleep out here again. I'll go to detox. So I loaded him and 2 of the guys who I had gotten the complaints on into patrol vehicles. We took them to Centerstone. 1 individual stayed, and he's a success story. 2 days later, I saw Christopher walking. I said, Chris, what happened? We made all those phone calls to the houses, and you said you were willing to go to detox to save your spot. And he said, well, I got there. They told me they didn't have a bed, and I would have to sit here and wait. They didn't know when they would have a bed, and I just decided I was just going to leave. I started getting sick. So I went through, would you like to go to First Steps? We'll make those calls. No, excuse me. No, I'm done. I don't want to go. End of the story, February 14th, he dies. Heroin overdose. We don't have the resources in this community. We don't have the housing resources for our families, for people who do want to change. We don't have the resources for the drug addiction and mental health. And the bottom line is that's the majority of the people on the streets. We do have those families, and it's heartbreaking because there's nowhere to send them. But the drug addiction and the mental health, Centerstone is not enough. We need to bring in outside agencies. I work with a few case managers in Sarasota. They come up and screen for Castle. And Scott's here, he'll speak later. We have to start opening our eyes and seeing what's behind homelessness, and that's drug addiction and mental health most of the time. You guys talk about 2017 a lot. 2015, I started at the sheriff's office. I was going from one overdose to another, to another, to another. Addiction is huge in this county, and I don't know whose child's gonna die before somebody really cares, but we have to start bringing agencies to this county who are gonna take addiction seriously, not turn them away, and we need follow-up. We have horrible partnerships. I go down to Sarasota, and it breaks my heart to see how they have all these agencies working together, and I'm begging people, come help me. Because when I see them on the street and they need the help, I don't have anywhere to send them. I'm an outreach worker. What is outreach without the places to send these people? Secondly, case management. I need a case manager. Sarasota has 3 on their team. Hillsborough has like 6. It's insane. I've been doing this for a year, calling outside agencies, begging them to take people. And that's why it's important to me to have someone else to assist me with that case management piece. So the other 2 stories, I'll make them quick. Jess was living in the Yellow Brick Road. When I met her, I said, "Your belly looks big. What's going on?" She said, "I don't know, but I might be pregnant." Well, women know. So encouraged her to go to Centerstone. We had to get medical clearance. Took her, I called Centerstone. She's finally ready to go. I mean, it was months and months of working with this girl. She's finally ready to go. Can we get her? No, she's gonna have to be cleared. Take her to the hospital first. Take her to the hospital. She sits there, gets cleared at 1 o'clock in the morning. They call Centerstone. We don't know anything about her. We're not taking her. I had to have a deputy take her over there to get her to stay. And that turned into a huge mess. There's no communication at all. So we were able, with her wanting to go to detox, to find out that she was 7 months pregnant. And we got her in Centerstone once. She ended up walking away. It was during COVID. She couldn't stand having a mask, a lot of excuses and barriers. Went back to her and got her to First Steps in Sarasota. She did her 28 days there. She completed First Steps, graduated in August of last year. First Steps is also in Sarasota. And we transitioned her. I helped her do the applications. She got denied the first time. We wrote a letter explaining why she'd be a good candidate for Our Mother's House, also in Sarasota. She graduated First Steps, transitioned into Our Mother's House, and is living there now. Her baby had her first birthday in February. So I went down there and celebrated with her. Big success. But again, those agencies are in Sarasota. We need to get people up here to play ball and to have a chance with our people. Final person, her name was Stacy. I got a call from the charter school in Palmetto. I can't think, it's a theatrical school, the counselor.
MSA.
Yes. So they called me and said, "We have a student sleeping in someone's car. What can we do with her?" The youth center won't take her because her birthday was March 19th. She's already 18, so she can't go to the youth center. If we take her to Salvation, she's going to get kicked out. And that's not really a safe place you want to put an 18-year-old female anyways, who is, more naive and not mature. So what do we do with her? Our hotbed program had just started. This was actually the week before Thanksgiving. So we plugged her in there, and I just started calling all these agencies, what can we do with her? And found Harvest House, again in Sarasota. Harvest House has family shelter and youth shelter. We got her transitioned down there. She lives in a 3 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other girls her age. They have unaccompanied youth 19 to 24 in the program she's in. I'm sorry, 18 to 24. They helped her sign up for all her classes. She graduates in May. She is working. We've got her bike to ride places. She has her food stamps. She has case management to address the abandonment issues from being homeless and ending up on the streets when she was 18. So another success story, but again, I had to go out of county to seek that. So my request for the commissioners is for them to seriously consider what it takes to bring those agencies up here. Castle, Harvest House. I've sat down with them before. They want to come to this county. How can we get them to come up here and play ball? How do we get more detox? How do we get more mental and behavioral health? Sarasota has homeless court. They have CTC. We just started CTC. So that's great, but we need to think outside the box for those people who want to sit there and be complacent on the street. We have to make ordinances and rules to get them to move along. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
40
Thank you very
minutes.
much, Deputy Jewett. Thank you in general for all of your service to our community. My family knows the Constantino family quite well. They're a longtime West Bradenton established family. My brother graduated with Chris. I'm sorry?
No, we asked him to stay just in case the
Well, I
panel had
think,
questions.
Captain
Unless you have any
wanted-
questions on this portion.
Captain Gerken, do you have more to add to the presentation,
I would like
sir?
to, yes.
Okay, you have the floor.
First, I'd like to thank the commission, Dr. Hopes, for, again, addressing our homeless concerns. Thank you for funding Joy's position when you did, and we have a new one in the back, Deputy Becky Wilman. She's an addition to the team, and I've got a long list of things that I've requested from the sheriff. I don't know what he's going to present to you, but thank you for addressing this. Thank you for the motion to bring a coordinator, and I'm going to go ahead and preemptively thank Misty Servia for the ones that she's going to bring up as well. It's been about a year ago. I got to give kudos, compliments to this team between Deputy Joy, Sonia, and code enforcement. Unbelievable work that they do, and it's a team of 3 people because all the emails that you guys send through the chain always gets funneled back to them, and they go out and they actually produce results. And we could stand here and talk about more testimonies of the good things that they've done. The sad part is we've got to go to another county to achieve that and take away time that they could be spending reaching the next life. But the last time we were here meeting about this, Joy had already identified around 600 homeless, and you heard from her mouth she's up to 900, and that's a one person going out and looking. We haven't even gotten to the far throws, which now we'll be able to do a little bit better. But let me give you some other statistics. Since April 1st of last year, and I think we were here about that time, there's been 105 homeless overdoses and 11 more deaths. Now, what she didn't tell you is she did get Chris into a treatment center, but he had to sit in the lobby and wait and hope a bed came open the next morning. He walked away and went out and overdosed. So, I commend you for what you're doing, but I ask you to not kick this can down the road any further. Our staff needs the resources to be able to reach another life, to save another life in our community, because that's somebody's child, parent, sibling, and so on. It's just paramount, and grants, you can see by a very reputable agency, I hate acronyms, JFCS, got it? Okay. Their hands are still tied with grant funding, and I would ask you to look at how you do grant funding. There needs to be measure to what we give with tax dollars. We should expect results. We haven't always gotten results. We should look at the grants that we've given out and what are the true results of those and evaluate that. But I can tell you, and she spoke of operating in a silo. I think Sonia brought that up. A lot of smaller nonprofits operate in silos. Why is that? Are they worried about losing what funding they have? Do they not want other funding? Or are they worried about somebody stealing their thunder? We have an incredible community. You guys have been very instrumental in building why people want to move here. I would be proud of us to conquer this problem. And the comments over here, we can put policy on chronic homelessness. You have to be chronically homeless in Manatee County for a year or 2 years to receive the services that the county commission wants to provide. We can enact ordinances, and it's done in other places. It is, to receive services, because that's what happens. We get them from St. Pete because they'll tell them Manatee County's providing houses. They come down here, we said that's not true, and put them on a bus and send them back to St. Pete. We can enact ordinances of no public camping, and that's that firm backside. We provide the services to offer to you, but we can't do an ordinance for no camping if we don't have a place for them to go. A lot of the crimes that they're committing are associated directly related to their homelessness. And we talked about our jail population and the cost of housing them in the jail versus housing them in an emergency shelter, and then connecting them to services to help them repair their lives and see them succeed. So it's the revolving door needs to get welded shut right here. So, but thank you for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. So the order of the board is Van Ostenbridge, Servia, Whitmore, Baugh. I appreciate you addressing the anti-camping ordinance, but because there are some tents popping up in District 3, and there was one in Commissioner Baugh's district that I ended up receiving an email on. I emailed Joy. She went out, spoke with the person, came back to the sheriff and I with a reply email that was really well articulated, as she typically is, and sort of left me thinking she needs more tools in her tool belt, which I hope that we can give her today, and I think the anti-camping ordinance will provide that. But as you said, she still has to have somewhere to take folks, right? And so it's two-sided. And so I hope that today we can come out with some clear direction on, I like what you said about establishing someone as chronically homeless in Manatee County, because, or perhaps something that says, kind of, I guess, leave this to Dr. Hopes to come up with something that says that if you're a Manatee County resident, then you qualify for these services. Because as Commissioner Servia pointed out, we don't want to become a magnet, a homeless magnet. So we want to help the folks that are here. We want to help people who are in Manatee County get back on their feet. We also want to make it clear that you cannot just choose to live on the streets in Manatee County. We also need to make it clear that you need to seek help for your addiction. So, finding ways in which we can sort of create a firm line that, we're basically telling you have to get some kind of help or you're going to have to move on, I think is the fair way to do it for those that are homeless. I think it's the fair way to do it to the people in my district and all of your districts who go out every single day and make the right choices for their family and for themselves and work hard and pay taxes, because this is part of life and it's part of society, and it always has been and always will be. But we don't want a person to get stuck in this cycle. We want to help them out of it. It doesn't do anyone good when they get stuck in the cycle, and it's unfair to really everyone in the community. Okay, so the order of the board is Servia, Whitmore, Baugh. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for your great comments, and thank you to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and Code Enforcement and Sonia. You guys are the Star A team. And what Captain Gherkin didn't tell you is that what he does on his free time is he has a nonprofit called Nick Manassa Ministries, where he helps the homeless on his free time, okay? So there's a guy that's completely committed to solving this problem, and his wife is too, and I think she's in the audience. I'll tell you a quick little story. In 2015, I rescued my brother off the streets. He was homeless. He was living in a crack house. I walked into the crack house, and I escorted him out, and he was a broken man, and he was desperate, and he didn't know where to go. Just like the people that Joy sees every day on the streets. And so I had some basic knowledge of what the services were in the area, and I said, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to do that, okay? And he's like, anything, I just can't sleep on the street. But if I would have said to him, you got to do this and that and this and that, see you later, he would have stayed on the streets. So after getting clean and sober, he lived with me for 6 years until he passed away last year. So I tell you that story because I've seen it firsthand. I understand the homeless and drug addiction problem at a very personal level. As I sit here and have listened to everybody today, I've just written down a couple of things that we don't need a study for, and I think we can all agree today on these things, that homeless people are people who need help. They're human beings. Number two, our businesses are suffering because the homeless people are congregating outside of their doors, are chasing away business, and there is theft and property damage that's being done. So there's the business perspective. We need strong collaboration with our cities on this matter, just like Sarasota County did. And today's when we need to start that. We need a commitment from this board today that this is a crisis and we need to put our foot on the accelerator towards a solution. No more kicking the can down the road. And there is federal money to help solve this problem that we're leaving on the table. And that is not acceptable. We deserve that money just as much as everyone else. So I came prepared with 5 motions, and I'd like to go through those just for your consideration today. And I'll start with authorizing the county administrator to reach out to the city of Bradenton and the city of Palmetto, asking for their partnership to initiate a study with the Florida Housing Coalition to develop a housing crisis response system. Is there a second? That was my motion.
I thought you were going to read them all and let us think about it for a second.
Oh, would you like to hear all 5
I think
at
you
the
should read,
same time?
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner, I think you should read all 5 and let us sort of let it soak in for a second.
Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, authorize the county administrator and the CFO to move the funding from a competitive process to core funding for the 2022-2023 budget year and each year thereafter for the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. They shouldn't be in competition for that money. They need that money. We need those services, just like Sarasota County does. Number 3, authorize the county administrator to review our current county grant writers to ensure the capacity to seek available federal funding or create a grant writer position if needed to capture the federal dollars available to address homelessness. That is a position that will pay for itself. Number 4, initiate a homeless crisis task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council. You know, I've worked with this group that's up here and others. We've been to Pinellas County, we've toured different facilities, we've had meetings, and let me tell you something, we need constant attention on this. So I would like to see a homeless task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council to meet regularly and discuss what's working and what's not working. Initiate a homeless crisis task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council. And lastly, authorize either an existing position, because we have over 200 vacant positions, or an OPS position, or an existing FTE position, to assist Deputy Joy Jewett as a case manager, because she's spinning her wheels. She is out there in the field every single day. She's talking to people, just like I explained to you with my brother, and gives these people business cards and says, okay, I'm law enforcement. Please contact social services to get this help. And you know what? They don't do it. Or she takes them to jail, and then they're back on the streets again. So I say to you, we're in a crisis. I don't know that we need a full-time or 2 full-time or 3 or 10 or 12 positions for social workers in the future. But what I do know is right now, today, we need somebody to walk hand in hand with her and help those people that she's acting as law enforcement, and then somebody needs to hand it off to someone else. She needs to hand it off to someone else and say, go with this person. They'll help you get services. So those are my 5 ideas for today. I hope that you guys will support them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Whitmore.
Very quickly, the purpose of what we voted for today, I'm glad we did, because as you can see, it's going to pay for itself to coordinate all these services. And I'm glad you gave actual stories Joy, regarding what a severe lack of service Manatee County has. Hotbeds, I would ask the administrator, I don't think this needs a motion. I'd like to have a quarterly report on what the census is from Salvation Army, what are the outcomes, how much is left in our balance, so we know next year. We're paying for 10 beds. I wanted to know for our next budget year, do we need to have more? I don't know, but I would measure that by the outcomes, by how many empty beds you do have. That would help us make a decision at budget time. Homeless court was a fantastic idea. Unfortunately, I know it costs money. We have drug court. Homeless court, the people that we met out in the woods in Ellington that time, they lost their driver's license and stuff, and and all this legal stuff that you have to get them in the system. So if we had something like that, or even if, I don't know if you can have a transport where you could get them down to Sarasota at a homeless court. I don't know. All this stuff saves money in the long term. We're not going to have time to talk about what I prepared, transitional housing of Manatee County. If you look at this, a lot of these things that we're talking about today, the return on investment is well worth it because it's going to be a lot cheaper in the long run. We did not ask Turning Points to speak today, and I have no idea why, when they provide most of the homeless services in Manatee County. And I didn't have an answer when I was asked. And then I am going to have one motion later that we didn't include, and that's, I met with the mayor and their Chief Public Works Officer yesterday about the property on 17th Avenue, looking at that, working with them. And I'll talk about that later, but I am going to have one motion about us asking the county administrator to look into, hold on, I just wanted to get it real quick. Okay, to direct the county administrator to develop a comprehensive plan for facilities and programs for a program on county-owned property on 17th Avenue in Bradenton to include transitional housing and programs for the homeless. This would not be run by Manatee County. We already own the property. To me, that would be our only input, plus there's 2 buildings on it that are vacant. This would be run by a nonprofit, so that I'm not trying to say Manatee County is going to do this. We have a piece of property that nobody wants to live next to a sewer plant. So it's a piece of property that would maybe work well because it is right down the street from Turning Points. I've met with every city council person individually. I've told you all that, and I met with the mayor yesterday. But I think that I should get away from this and let staff talk to the city of Bradenton and, and see if this is something that we could all work out in the future. That's all I have.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Baugh.
Wow, I can't keep up with everything. That's a lot of information. First off, I want to start by thanking code enforcement and the sheriff's office. I knew that you guys were very involved because I've had a lot of conversation. I knew that y'all did work very closely together. And my first call is not to a different commissioner. It's always been to code enforcement. And you've worked together, and it's worked. The thing that I think most people probably don't know is that when code enforcement goes out there, they do try to help, and I know they get you guys involved, and that's always been good. Mr. County Administrator, what I would like to know, sir, and I don't know that you have the figure today. I mean, you can get it to all of us. I think you should send it to all commissioners. I don't think we've been kicking the can down the road, and I'm going to tell you why. Is there more we can do? I think there's a lot of changes and things we probably need to add from what I've heard today still. But I'd like to know how much money the county is paying that helps in this regard. I know the sheriff's office now has another person coming on board. We pay for that budget and so forth. So if you could figure that up and let us know exactly what the money's being spent on, that would help tremendously. And I was really so sad to hear that all of these organizations that we have in Manatee County still are not working together. Shame on all of you for that. It is not the county's business, nor is it, up to us to try to make sure that we're all working together to help the people that need help. And it sounds like, what, do we have to put our hammer down and say, you guys are going to work together or we're not even going to consider giving you any money? Well, had I known it was still going on, I'd have probably done that by now. I thought after when did we have our last meeting on this? Was it 2 years ago? Help me with that, guys. I don't remember exactly.
Spring
Was it last year? God, it seems longer. Were y'all on the board then? Oh, okay.
It was May.
All right,
It was May.
all right. I just can't believe that we're still doing the same thing over and over again, and they're not coordinating with you guys. I mean, that's so sad to even hear that. Mr. County Administrator, I think we need to set up a joint meeting with Sarasota County ASAP, because it is a regional environment, as we have heard from MSO, and I knew it was. We did talk about that before, and it is something that's going to have to continue. We're going to have to work together because we get along with the same patients. That being said, this is a double-edged sword. It's like we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. Our money comes from taxpayers, and not all taxpayers like this topic. I get it. But we do have a situation, and I get calls, I get complaints, and it gets down to the quality of life. Well, you know what? It does affect our residents, but man, our homeless are residents too. A lot of them are. So, it's a problem that we're going to have to try and figure out. The case manager, Mr. County Administrator, you have the authority to do whatever you need to do. It doesn't come necessarily from us in this regard. We've got a lot of openings, but I don't understand exactly on the homeless program coordinator that we've already voted on. I don't know how much that would cover quote unquote case manager. I don't know, but you can look into that. You have the authority. I don't want to leave out community paramedics. You guys, I didn't even know y'all were as involved as you are. Thank you for all you do. And, I was on the board when we first started the community paramedic program, and, Mr. Crutchfield was a young little guy then, and here he is today handling that. So good job. Good job, sir, as always. Couldn't do it without you. So I guess that covers kind of what we're looking at here. I just, again, yes, there's some things we need to do. I really wish that we had had a meeting with Sarasota County before coming forward, because I think a lot of what we're looking at, we're going to have to work with Sarasota County on this too, to get good results. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz, you're next.
Yeah, a couple of quick things. One, a lot of these services are in Sarasota, and I hear, but I also think Sarasota is a little ahead of us in terms of where their nonprofit and philanthropy money is. I mean, Sarasota has Community Foundation of Sarasota County, and the Shelby Foundation, and Patterson Foundation, and Gulf Coast Community Foundation. A lot of those programs you're mentioning are not being funded through the taxpayer dollars. They're being funded by a very philanthropic community down there, which I'd like us to be as well, but presently we are not, and we can't force anyone to create a $100 million foundation in Manatee County to support Harvest House Manatee, as much as I would love to see it. They do allocate some of their block grant funds and ESG funds towards these programs to some extent, and I'd be 100% open to looking at that, but I believe we probably already do, because that's what those funds are for. We may just pick and choose other aspects of it. But, there has to be some money spent, because I hear what you're saying. Not all taxpayers want us to spend money, but not all taxpayers are boat owners, and I think we have a higher budget for new boat slips than we do for housing this year. So, to say just because some people don't want us to spend money on something important isn't good use of funds. Just to clarify one thing, from a case manager, and I think I understand what you're coming, it is different than what we proposed in the first motion, right? 'Cause this is more an intermediary between the sheriff's office and the county, correct? You can just answer. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the motion.
Yes, that's correct, because the coordinator is going to ensure that there's no duplication of efforts, and the case manager is going to walk hand in hand with our deputy and get those people to services.
Gotcha. Okay, and that's what I thought. I just wanted to Okay, in that case, I mean, we do need, from a report standpoint, to work with the cities, because it's not just a county issue, and let's be honest, a disproportionate number of the homeless are within the city limits here. So we should work together, and as long as they're on board, I'm 100% okay with all 5 of those motions.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go to Dr. Hopes here, but I mean, just in the spirit of conserving time. well, let's hold one public comment based on all of these items, which the county attorney is okay with. So that will be one way to do it. And two, some of these, as Commissioner Cruz pointed out, we didn't need to vote on the program, the coordinator. So like case manager, grants, those two for sure, I don't think you can just do those, right? Okay, so we can eliminate a couple of these, and he can just take this as direction from the board. And I mean, I'm supportive of those. You clearly seem to have support of the board on those. Homeless task force and funding to become core funding. If Dr. Hopes, if you could just speak briefly on funding to become core, what the implications of that would be, just to make me a little more comfortable with that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm thank you, Mr. Chair, for asking me. I think that we may be be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves with regards to that funding mechanism. You have a process, and it is competitive, but I will tell you, last year, everyone that applied for funds received funds. And regarding the issue, so as we build the budget, regarding the issue of authority, you're right. I have the authority to do all of these things that are listed. This was a way through this special meeting to kind of collaborate with the board and administration around these areas, around the area of case management or care coordination or patient navigators. We currently have two primary departments that address the needs of the homeless, public safety and community and veteran services. The direction I believe I would like to take the administration is to identify one department to house a unit that is solely focused on the issues of homelessness. And in that, it would include either a combination of licensed clinical social workers who may be MSWs or may have a bachelor's degree. It could be patient navigators, but I would, as we build that, I certainly would anticipate building that into the upcoming budget, and during the interim, because of the caseload, to take a vacant position and probably reclassify it so we can provide these folks with some help. And regarding the Commissioner Whitmore's proposal, as you know, we have already gutted the building on 17th Avenue, so it is prepared should the commission approve a budget in the future for doing something with that space to accommodate an organization to have some of these shared services. In addition to that, we've talked about the opportunity to put little homes, half-dwelling units, or something on that property as transitional housing. That would come back to the board once we have a plan or a proposal for you. Regarding these joint meetings, absolutely, we will set those up as expeditiously as possible. What I would ask before you make a decision on core funding versus funding through the allocation process we have, let's take a look. As I mentioned, I do believe there is a role for the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County and Manatee County government to focus on the homeless problem in Manatee County. And I would prefer the opportunity to initiate that within the resources that we have, go through these assessments, the joint meetings as we had with the city of Bradenton, have one with your colleagues on the County Commission of Sarasota, and then look how we coordinated our approach, with their approach, because we do have transient populations. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia, I wasn't sure if you were waving your comment card or not earlier. Did you?
I'm not waving my comment card,
Okay.
but
I do have another commissioner on the board,
Okay.
but I wasn't sure if you waved it earlier. I was corner of my eye thing. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just to clarify, because I had said I was in support of all this, and that's inclusive of the core funding. The difference between core funding and the current process is an assurance of funding. You could say everyone gets funded every year, but I think history speaks for this board that as things change, things change. So there is some assurance through core funding that they can put the money, hire the people, and do the work. And this is not something that gets accomplished in 90 days. It's something that gets accomplished over 3, 5+ years. We need groups like this who have already proven themselves. This is a new group who just showed up. we pick them every year for a reason. We know they're the best we can go for. We need them to be focusing 5 years out with assurance of the funding, because that's what's going to get them to do the work for us. And if we're going to do it with Sarasota, and Sarasota's funding them that way, that's why I support that. Because I'm not saying do that with every group that we work with, but this is a specialty group that's a proof of concept that I would support funding rather than going through the process.
And they're the Continuum of Care. They're appointed by the federal government, right? Remember that.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we see in these motions, we see the organizations that are here today. Are we going to have part of this be, I guess maybe my point is that I feel like this board should express somehow in this, as far as when we're doing direction, that faith-based organizations be included in the conversations and not excluded from the conversations. So, and because when you go through Sarasota, when they start listing all the different wonderful organizations that are working together, they're a large portion of those are faith-based organizations, and there are plenty of faith-based organizations in Manatee County that would never, that don't want to have interactions with, that are staying away from this because they see it as a double-edged sword. Sure, can we get some funding? Yes, but at what cost? How much control? How much is the government therefore going to be calling the shots? Or is our goal the outcome that they're helping people that are in a crisis situation and their individual beliefs are not entered into the discussion? So that's the way I believe it should be, is that an organization that's getting good work done should be considered fully, regardless of their religious beliefs. And so maybe, we can pretend like I'm just making that issue up out of thin air, but it was about 1.5 years I was on this board before I decided that it was a real issue that was coming up continuously with our funding. And so I would like to see that whatever we pass, we say that, or at least that we express that we want everyone to be considered equally, and that we understand that rightfully so, organizations that are faith-based are a little gun-shy of having government become the ones that pull the levers and direct them on a rubber-meets-the-road basis versus outcomes. In other words, we helped this family, they were homeless, and now they have a place to live. I don't think that, most organizations are going to worry about working with the county if that's the story that we tell. But once you get to, to the specifics, where did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do the other? Can you show me this? Who are your donors? They become, I think, rightly so, gun shy, because governments are known to love to take over anything they can. And then it loses a lot of the effectiveness when government gets too involved in the day-to-day operations of organizations. So that's my only ask. And with that, I'd vote for for these, if we're just willing to say that that we expect faith-based organizations to be considered on an equal footing with other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. You were specifically asked a question. I do have Commissioner Servia on the board. Did you want to respond to the statement? Oh, you didn't ask a question.
I believe we have a number of, I don't.
I apologize. Maybe I misheard. I thought there was a question in there. Commissioner
Thank you,
Servia, you're next on
for
the
allowing
board.
me to dialogue with Commissioner Satcher.
Oh, dialogue.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Satcher, please understand, and yes, thank you. Please understand that the county has and does give money to faith-based organizations all the time. There is an application process. Remember, this is taxpayer money. When we use taxpayer money, there are requirements, okay? There are always going to be requirements. I think back to my college days when I got grants and Pell grants and different grants at FSU. I had requirements that I had to meet to get that money. So you're always going to have requirements about not discriminating against people, for example, and serving and showing how our dollars will be spent to accomplish a goal. The Salvation Army, I think, got $70,000 last year from Manatee County. I didn't understand your initial comment about they didn't get any money. I served on the Learn to Fish board, which is a completely faith-based organization, and they received Manatee County money before I even sat on this board. So I'm not sure I understand your comments, but please always know that, yes, there are strings attached, because when we're talking about taxpayer dollars, we have to make sure that those are spent in a way that have measurable outcomes and are used equally for anyone who needs that service, not cherry-picked. That's it.
Okay, I'm going to try and keep us, I'm going to, okay, Commissioner Satcher. And then
she
after,
did say dialogue,
and then after
so.
this, we want to move into public comment and stay focused on the agenda at hand.
So what I will choose to do at this point is I will choose to be a member of the cast of this play. And in this play, we pretend like we're equally considering organizations, and I will pretend like that's true, and I will ignore the things that I have seen in the past year and a half that have taken place, the conversations that have droned on for hours and hours, multiple meetings about helping people that we would normally not even put on an agenda. And yet we talked about it over and over and over again. And so, in the interest of not doing that, I will play my part and I will pretend like what you just said, that everything's always on the up and up. And the only thing we're doing is watching taxpayer money, which I am all in favor of watching taxpayer money. Anyone watching, anybody part of this conversation, I'm all for watching taxpayer money. In fact, that's why I think it's important to include faith-based organizations, because they get more done with less money generally than a government or a secular organization normally does. Not always, but generally that's going to be the situation. So I'm all for watching taxpayer money, and I am all for let's move forward and let's be a part of this play. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on any of the items that were debated and discussed during today's meeting? What we'll do is, as you step up to the microphone, we will give you 3 minutes to speak on items that were discussed during today's meeting. You'll need to state your first and your last name when you start, as well as your county of residence.
Good morning, Sean Wilson. I'm the president of Blue Sky Communities. I'm a resident of Hillsborough County. We're affordable housing developers, and we, in our communities, in our apartment complexes, we do coordinate with a lot of the homeless service organizations everywhere where we're active, including Sandpiper Place, which is in the unincorporated area of Manatee County. I want to thank the board for their support at Sandpiper Place, and also pledge my cooperation on any similar ventures that Blue Sky might undertake. I want to also thank Commissioner Servia for her leadership and some really powerful motions, and I hope that the board does approve those motions. I think it's great what you guys are doing, and this is the first step, and so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Scott Eller. I'm the founder and CEO of Castle. My county of residence is Sarasota, but our organization does have housing up in Manatee County. To give you a little history here, Castle works differently. We don't work as a silo. Our business plan is collaboration. For example, March 18th to 20, COVID hits. We opened Arbor Village in Sarasota, an 80-unit apartment building designed for people with homeless disability conditions. That lady right there, Shelley Legarsky, was our hero, along with this gentleman here behind me, Chris Johnson, from the Suncoast Partnership in Homelessness. All these agencies shut down. They helped us find all these people. They filled Arbor Village. But with our collaborations, one of which was Centerstone. Centerstone has been an incredible partner to Castle. Today, we're 2 years into Arbor Village's success. 92% of the people that moved in on day one are still there. And these are people that came in with chronic addiction, chronic mental illness. But because we had the services there and because we built beautiful housing in a good location, they were incentivized to keep their housing. I remember there's a comedian that once said, a new jail is better than an old project. There's a lot to be said for good quality housing, isn't there? So here is something I would like to ask. I do know that there's $15 million in ARPA money. Blue Sky and Castle, if we were able to get that $15 million, we propose developing 2 developments totaling 170 units of PSH. We further commit that we could do at least 40 of those units dedicated to our tenant selection plan for veterans. Okay? Now, we will be working with Centerstone. We will be working with JFCS. We work with Harvest House on a variety of things. We refer back and forth to each other. We are going to work with the Suncoast Partnership in homelessness. Okay? Castle will be here with the model that we produced in Sarasota. By the way, we also did this in Lee County. We just opened up 95 units last November, on November 1st. December 27th, we reached 100% capacity with 130 plus people, of which right now the place is running beautifully. We haven't had one person leave or have to leave because we have all these services in there. And once again, JFCS is in our building. So we don't believe in the silos because the silos mean failure. Collaboration means success, and we're doing it. So if we had these dollars, okay, we will leverage them with 4% tax credits to get the remaining funds needed to develop these communities that will put a dent in Manatee County with your housing. I appreciate your time.
Just for the record, my name is Chris Johnson, the CEO at Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. I wanted to just present a little bit of the data. I was crunching some numbers regarding the Florida Housing Coalition report to give you all some comparisons as you're discussing. And thank you very much, Commissioner Servia, for presenting that. From 2017 to 2018, we looked at reductions in homelessness. So once that report was done in Sarasota, from 2017 to 2018, Manatee County had a 6% decrease in homelessness. Sarasota during the same time, a 25% decrease in homelessness. When you look at the next year following, 2% decrease in Manatee County and a 7% decrease in Sarasota County, and on it goes. A couple of other things just to consider. That report was what created all of the hotbeds in Sarasota County, which moved our emergency shelters from a 2% outcome, positive outcomes, to 40% positive outcomes in those beds that Joy spoke about earlier. That's absolutely the case, and we've been monitoring that since the inception of them. Also, as part of that report, just so you all are aware, there is coordination of vouchers between the housing authorities, the COC. We actually work with the housing authority in Sarasota County all the time regarding vouchers, receiving EHV vouchers that were released during the ARPA funds that came loose, as well as funding collaboratives. And this one I thought would be beneficial. Again, when we look at how permanent supportive housing was funded through HUD, we look at, you went from about $200,000 that was all in Sarasota County to this last year over $600,000, which is still all in Sarasota County. And that's our highest acuity clients, those that are the hardest to serve, who need the longest term care. But because of the changes that we've made, we've been able to increase those funds and reallocate funds to be able to do that. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Laura Lukowski. I'm the founder of Facing Homelessness Bradenton. I've been working out on the streets with the homeless for the past 10 years. I'm not a nonprofit, Manatee County and Manatee County employee. I've been working out on the streets with the homeless for the past 10 years. I am not a nonprofit, but I have gotten more done with people in my friend circle than I can say probably for most people in this room. I have replaced over 100 birth certificates, Social Security cards, anything else that they might need, state ID cards. That goes in conjunction with the Sheriff Department and Turning Points. I am really appalled that Turning Points was not able to speak at this meeting. I find it very interesting, if this is a meeting about homelessness, that they weren't involved. This is where everyone should refer all their clients to. Salvation Army does their part, but I don't think you all realize there are not enough beds in this community. You cannot simply kick somebody out of Manatee County and tell them to move along because they don't have any business being on the street. There is nowhere for them to go. There is legalities involved in that Sarasota ran into several years back when Donald Gould became famous. You have to look at all the legal aspects, but what can you also do in the community yourself? Every single one of you should be going out to the street and sitting down and talking with somebody. And the question you should ask them is, why is this not good enough for you? Why is this good enough for you? And that's where you're going to get the answers. I met Sam over 6 years ago out on the streets. She became pregnant. She was on the streets the entire 9 months of her pregnancy. I finally convinced her 2 days before her son was born to get into the Salvation Army program. It took me a year. I do not have any background in mental health counseling, social work, or anything. I just have a big heart, and I want to make sure I make a difference in this community. I also do prescription eyeglasses with the Lions Club. I am just a regular resident, minding my own business, staying in my own lane, but I make a big, big impact in this community, and everyone in this room can do so. You have to get out on the streets. Stop bickering amongst yourselves. Vanessa is one that brought it up, that shame on all these nonprofits for not working together. She has a point, but shame on you all for not working together as well. There's so much bickering going on during these meetings, it's absolutely embarrassing to me. When these nonprofits don't want to work together, it's because it is a big part with ego involved in that, and you have to understand that. They are duplicating services. You're not shutting them down. All they're doing is doing a Band-Aid. You've got people out there on the streets for show, giving away food and clothing, and that's all they're doing. That is enabling the people to stay where they are because they're very comfortable there. You have to make them uncomfortable. Get in their heads, talk to them one-on-one, and keep demanding, why is this good enough for you? And call them out on their BS. A lot of them could not move forward because they didn't have driver's license or Social Security. That's where I came in. It was a big need. I worked with Turning Points in the sheriff's office, and we made that happen. So there's one excuse off the table right there. You have your IDs now. You can move forward. So it's just a matter of coming up with different solutions and stop pointing fingers at everybody in this community. The nonprofits definitely do not work together. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oswald Reed, and I live in Lakewood Ranch. I sit on the board of directors for Country Club East, but I'm also a member of STREAM, which is a spin-off from Manatee Justice Ministry. STREAM stands for Stronger Together, Reaching Equality Across Manatee. So having said that, there are a couple of points that I want to make, and I'll be brief. One is, it is just interesting for me to listen to a conversation that we're having about doing work similar to what Sarasota has accomplished. And we live so close together, 2 counties side by side, and we in Manatee County cannot, for the life of me, copy best practices that are exercised right in front of our own eyes. And we're having a big meeting about this. So I encourage you to really get that focus meeting going so that you can at least copy some best practices. It may not be identical, but at least we have a foundation, and we are to pursue that. The other thing is, living in Lakewood Ranch, some people don't quite understand what homelessness is or affordable housing is. And I get that. But I want to thank our commissioner for what she's doing here. The energy that she's putting into this conversation, okay? We at STREAM have asked in one of our rallies that you guys focus on trying to build 500 homes year over year for people who can afford to live under a roof and to help the homeless. I wish you would consider that as well. I also would like to suggest that in every new development project where you're building apartments, can you dedicate 10% of those apartments to affordable housing? If you can get the developer to dedicate that, that would be a big step, okay? And lastly, can we get copies of the presentations that were made here this morning, put on the website so at least we can have them as citizens of this community? I thank you.
Good morning. My name is Thad Jensen. I live in Bradenton here in Manatee County. I'm also an employee. I'm the outreach director with Drug Free Manatee here. And one of the projects that I've been tasked with Drug Free Manatee through a grant is developing an exploration process of a recovery community organization. It's called an RCO. And I've got a handout that hopefully will go around. And it talks about what a recovery organization is capable of doing. An RCO is an independent nonprofit organization led and governed by representatives of local communities of recovery. So it's peer-to-peer support services to individuals. As a person in long-term recovery myself, as a person coming from homelessness 7 years ago, I know the journey. I've been the journey. I've been there. Recovery is possible. And it's that message that we have the ability to share as a peer-to-peer, as people that are struggling, that are in the streets. I was just down yesterday, an RCO down in Miami-Dade County, South Florida Wellness Center. And they operate with 40 recovery navigators, not case managers. See, case managers operate in a clinical setting, clinical standpoint. Recovery navigators operate as a peer-to-peer support service, connecting services, collaborating with all organizations within there. You said, who do we call? You call me. That's what we're looking to start. We're looking to be the one-stop shop that can coordinate these services. See, I think sometimes we get in this and we're all competing. We all think we're competing for dollars. There's plenty out there. Not dollars, but people in recovery that need the assistance. We all can be part of it. So as I come to you today, I've established what is called Manatee Recovery Connection. And we're in the process of launching our 501c3. This is not through Drug Free Manatee. This is a separate organization that will run with 51% of the board in recovery is a requirement to be on the board for this. I've got a founding board of 5 members currently, and we're moving this process forward. My big ask, I need the county's help, okay? I need some unrestricted funds to go to the next step, not a year from now. Crisis, we need action now, and I need help now. And in what I've detailed out in that sheet, and hopefully Commissioner Servia will get that out to you. Okay, and it talks about that, and what I'm looking for, and what our mission and what our vision is, and what we hope to bring to this community in that. My final point is that it's a participatory process that we look at. One of the things that we're doing, and I have sent something out to you, is our community listening sessions. We're holding 3 of them. There's an opportunity to listen. There's not much of an agenda that's going to take place. It's a chance for citizens to come in and have their voice heard. So I will leave it at that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Christina Gherkin, and I live and am a resident of Manatee County. 2 things. Thank you, County Administrator. Thank you, Commissioners, for holding this meeting. Thank you, MSO. Thank you, paramedics. Thank you for those that serve those clientele in our, those that are homeless, displaced, transitional in nature, in finding homes, and needing recovery. I work with Align Consulting. We have an initiative called Hope Pathways of Manatee County. I want to encourage you and give you hope that there are currently 12 charter partnerships that have been established with nonprofits in our organization. And my ask is that to just listen and be on the lookout for Hope Pathways of Manatee County. We are coming together. We are gathering more data, and we are continuing to move forward to help and come alongside all of you to help the process of the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item, or these items, I should say? Okay. Is there anyone who is called in that would like to speak on these items?
Yes, we have one caller that would like to speak on this item. Caller with the number ending in 445. 445, you are now able to speak.
Mr. Gibolina, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on today's topics.
Ron Gibolina for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
All right, thank you. So one of the people that I don't see at the table today, we talk about money and what's it going to cost. Where's the hospital board? Where are the costs from the emergency room from these homeless folks? If we can curb the homeless folks from going there, we will save hundreds of thousands of dollars. But they're not at the table today. So that's a concern of mine. Does anybody have those numbers? Because at the end of the day, the taxpayers do contribute to Manatee Memorial for funding. So they should have been at the table saying, yeah, we get an average of so-and-so per month. It costs the taxpayers this. That's an important number. If we can back that number out of the overhead, we could probably hire 10 navigators. The second thing I want to talk about is the veterans. I think the jails are great, and it's going to take a few years. But I will tell you, there are no VASH vouchers left. Shelley did a great job, but I will tell you, there is none left. I don't get it. So I am going to hand deliver this letter to Vern Buchanan on Thursday at Tiger Bay. I will also send Greg Stubbe it. So that's the problem we have. We are stagnant position with the vouchers that are not out there. We need to increase the VASH vouchers to Manatee County. By the way, 37,000 vouchers went unused last month. I have attended stand down in Manatee County for years. This Saturday will be Sarasota stand down at Sarasota Fairgrounds. Currently, there are no VASH vouchers available to veterans. What would you like me to tell the homeless veterans this Saturday when they ask me about the VASH program that they are entitled to? Can you please help me here in Manatee reach out to Willie Calhoun from the Manatee County Horse Authority and see why he's refusing to handle the HUD VASH vouchers for our veterans here in Manatee County? We in Manatee County have our own circumstances with local veterans in Manatee County. Help me understand why we do not have a local connection for VASH. Our local HUD office does not offer HUD VASH vouchers here in Manatee County. Vern, I would encourage you to reach out to Willie Calhoun and ask him why he does not offer HUD VASH vouchers. According to your letter a few years ago, we in fact have 37. So 20 beds currently for veterans in Manatee County. That's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. We need to fast track this. We need to get the numbers from the hospital, and we need to encourage the VASH vouchers. So when I'm there Saturday, if I have any vets from Manatee County, I'm going to ask them what district they're in, and we're going to email the at-large commissioners
Thank you, sir.
each commissioner that they live in.
Thank you,
If
sir.
You can ask them.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Gibolina, I thought made an interesting comment. And since you're a former hospital administrator, maybe at a later date we should discuss a little more in depth on the way we can bring down the cost of emergency room visits among the indigent care. Yeah. But that's for another day. It is 12:12 at this point. I have Baugh, Hopes, and Servia on the board. It is again 12:12. We have several motions to attend to. Now Whitmore is on the board as well. Just for a motion. Okay. Briefly, Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I will be brief. I just wanted to mention that the reason Turning Points probably isn't on the agenda for today is because we are all very familiar with Turning Points and have supported them, well, I know way before I came on the board, and I've been on the board 10 years. So I've always said I didn't think they got enough money for what all they do, but that's another story for another day. The other thing, indigent care, yes, that is exactly what Glenn is talking about, and that is a subject for another day, but we do pay to the state money that is then reimbursed to Manatee Memorial here. So that is paid for. So, all right, that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Hopes, briefly?
Thank you quickly. And Commissioner Baugh mentioned Turning Points. Turning Points was not here because our attorney will tell you never say all and never say never. But I believe most of us are very familiar with Turning Points, and as you can see, it's 12:14. So I did an almost good job of identifying the content that we could handle for the public. The presentations today are on the website. They've been on the website. They're attached to the agenda. So if you just go to the commissioner's website for the agenda and click on it, you will see the presentation materials. And with that, I think it's up to the commission to make some decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think we're going to start moving forward with some motions. I have Servia and Whitmore on the board, followed by Satcher.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I've been asked by the county attorney if I could combine my motions into one. So I'd like to do that and read that, please. Authorize the county administrator to reach out to the city of Bradenton and the city of Palmetto, asking for their partnership to initiate a study with the Florida Housing Coalition to develop a housing crisis response system. And authorize the county administrator and CFO to move the funding for the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness from a competitive process to core funding for the 2022-2023 budget year and each year thereafter. And authorize the county administrator to review our current county grant writers to ensure the capacity to seek available federal funding, federal and state funding, or create a grant writer position if needed to capture these dollars available to address homelessness. And authorize the county administrator to initiate a homeless crisis task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council. And authorize the county administrator to approve either an existing FTE position or an OPS position to assist the Manatee County Sheriff's Office as a case manager.
Way too much. Really?
So we have a motion and a second. We are not going to hold public comment on this. The county attorney would like to weigh in.
Well, you could break that up into 5 votes if you want to, but it did not seem like it was something that had a lot of opposition from the board. So
I had one
it seemed
opposition.
like a more efficient thing to do to just
Yeah.
put them together.
I just want to know the money.
Commissioner Whitmore has a concern. I'm not a yes on all of these, so I'm going to be a no in the end.
Ew.
So I think individually is a much smarter way to go.
'Cause I wanna know the money
I
on the
suggest you withdraw your motion.
Okay, withdraw it. Let's go
Okay.
individually, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Floor is yours.
Authorize the county administrator to reach out to the city of Bradenton and the city of Palmetto, asking for their partnership to initiate a study with the Florida Housing Coalition to develop a housing crisis response system.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. We have held public comment on this item, so we will move directly into the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it carries unanimously. Commissioner Servia.
Thank you very much. Authorize the county administrator and CFO to move the funding for the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness from a competitive process to core funding for the 2022-2023 budget year and each year thereafter.
Second.
So a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Cruz.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, so
Money. I want to know money.
I want to know money. Commissioner Whitmore wants to know
May I
money.
explain a little bit? So basically, right now, what happens is every nonprofit that would like funding from Manatee County goes through an application process, is vetted, and then it comes to the board for a decision. What I'm asking is that this organization that has been appointed by our federal government to end homelessness and is our regional contact, that they don't have to go through that process because it is fundamental that they need to help us end homelessness. They've already been appointed.
Dr. Hope, would you like to weigh in?
I wish the CFO was here. I've got 2 concerns. One is, first of all, I'm not sure the federal government's done a great job at solving our homeless problem. That aside, the motion, I believe, binds future county commissions to making this funding recurring.
True, because it's federal.
You can always change it.
I just want to make sure that, I have no problem in my recommended budget this year, including this organization's funding. I am concerned about the statement that it be recurring and binding on future boards, because I think you and your future boards approve the budget every year, so I'm not sure about the wording of the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to amend my motion to remove that part, but we all know that each board can do whatever they like every budget season. I was just trying to avoid the discussion coming up each year. But sir, we can just do it for 22, 23.
Yeah, if you could
Sure,
restate
certainly.
that, please.
Authorize the county administrator and CFO to move the funding for the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness from a competitive process to core funding for the 2022-2023 budget year.
This is my second year preparing a budget, and I don't remember the term core funding, but I think I understand what she means.
I don't.
Commissioner Baud, did you want to make a statement?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't see him on the board. We'll move forward with the vote then. I think we should probably do a roll call vote to be sure. And Commissioner Whitmore, you went first last time, so we will start with District 7, which is Commissioner Cruz. District 7. District 1.
No.
2.
Yes.
3 is no. 4.
Yes.
5.
No.
And 6.
No. I don't
So,
understand.
Madam Clerk, it fails by a vote of 3 to 4. The motion fails. Commissioner Servia, the floor is yours.
Okay. Step number 3. Motion number 3. Authorize the county administrator to review our current county grant writers to ensure the capacity to seek available federal funding or create a grant writer position if needed to capture the federal and state dollars available to address homelessness.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Satcher is on the motion.
Would you be willing to say with an existing FTE, or do you want it to be created to be part of your
Oh, no,
motion?
absolutely. We have 200 vacant positions. It could be any of those, yes.
Good.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Commissioner Cruz.
I'll be quick. There are very specific people who do this for a living, and the difference between grabbing someone out of a hallway and hiring someone who does this professionally could pay back their salary in like 5 minutes.
$1,000.
Absolutely.
It needs to be somebody new who's very good at this because we can use them across all of our
You
grants.
got a point. They pay for themselves.
Yeah.
Any other discussion?
So what's the motion? Because I may go with the original
The motion is to create a grant writer position.
That's it? Okay.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Servia.
Authorize the county administrator to initiate a homeless crisis task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia. We have a second by Commissioner Whitmore.
That'd be under you.
I don't see anyone on the board for discussion, so I'll just make the comment that I think that this is moving a little too quickly, and I think that we're growing government a little too much here by adding a full task force in this meeting. I'm not saying I wouldn't be opposed to it at a later time, but I think that the 3 positions that we've added today are sufficient for today, and I think we should see how things go and
Chairman.
determine later if we want to move forward with a full task force. I have Satcher, Bellamy, and Bellamy, and Servia are on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
You said most of what I was thinking was of a task force, and we don't know who or what positions, et cetera. So that's the first time bringing it up, and then going ahead and having the vote on actually creating it all in one meeting seems too fast to me.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I don't think this is a paid position. I think as the director, as the chair of the Public Safety Council, the position would be to have those entities already part, and we have a task force within those entities to address and be an arm to be an arm to address homelessness. So I think, I don't know, I'm like Mr. Cruz, I don't know whether or not we needed a motion to do it. We just say, hey, can we do this from the public safety standpoint? So I'm in favor of it.
Commissioner Servia.
Thank you. Commissioner Bellamy said what I was going to say, which is this is not growing government. This is not a paid position. These are the people that are the center of addressing homelessness, meeting on a regular basis to move us forward.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Vote, let's go.
Okay. Well, then I don't fully understand the motion, so I will be voting no.
Wait, let me try to explain it then, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So from the Public Safety Council, all right, from what I understand, what she's asking for is that we take a task force within all of the entities, like the Sheriff Department, Suncoast Consortium, the Paramedic Police Department, all the entities that show up, the state attorney, everyone that's there, and we say, listen, how do we address homelessness? How do we support it? It's not taking and moving any dollars. It's becoming a line item on our agenda significantly so we can make sure we're moving forward on it, looking at data and going from that perspective. So I don't think it's hurting or anything. It's just giving us an understanding that from the commission's standpoint, we want to take a different approach from homelessness. I wish we had this same momentum for drug court, but let's move forward.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I can't figure out how this would be a no. It's free, other than maybe the cost of electricity in this room for 2 hours a month when that task force meets. We just heard from everyone talking about how our nonprofits don't work together and they're siloed. All this is a coordinated attempt by our county to get the turning points and everybody else into a room as a task force to discuss best practices on how they can all work together. It's basically the best version of a public-private partnership. We're getting free advice from the people who should be giving that advice. To me, it's a no-brainer.
Mr. County Attorney, let me ask you this. If we direct the administrator to form the task force, would this later come before this board to approve said task force? Because I would like to know, sort of the devil's in the details, right? And I want to know exactly what is, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do, and Mr. Chairman, it doesn't necessarily have to unless you say that in the motion. So if you want to see it again, you could ask that include in the motion for the county administrator to bring.
Would the
back
motion be willing to
details
amend it?
If that makes you feel more comfortable,
It would.
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Do you want to state the amendment, or should I? Do you want me to state it? and you
Authorize
approve
the
it?
county administrator to initiate a homeless crisis task force as an arm of the Public Safety Council with the final approval given by the Board of County Commissioners at a public meeting.
Okay, I'll agree to that. Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Commissioner Servia, you still have the floor.
Finally, and lastly, authorize the county administrator to approve either an existing FTE position or an OPS position to assist the Manatee County Sheriff's Office as a case manager as soon as possible.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, a second by Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Whitmore is on the board.
We just approved one in this last budget, so we do have, no, that's an officer. Okay, I'm sorry. The
Yeah,
case
that's
manager
MSO.
we don't have. I'm sorry, you're right.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Board. I appreciate your collaboration and your excellent work.
Thank you for your work on this, Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Bellamy, you have the
So we have a coordinator and a case manager is what we just approved, am I correct?
We have a.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good job. Good job, Commissioner Servia.
Commissioner Whitmore.
My motion is to direct the county administrator to develop a comprehensive plan for facilities and programs for a program on county-owned property on 17th Avenue in Bradenton to include transitional housing and programs with the homeless in conjunction with the city of Bradenton. No second?
Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
You have a second. We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner
The reason
Cruz.
I wanted a quick discussion.
Cruz and Servia is the order of the board.
The reason I want a quick discussion is we just voted in favor of working with the city of Bradenton, the city of Palmetto, to do a report to discuss things we should be doing, and now we're jumping the gun and starting to do the things that the report may or may not even recommend us do. And Chris said it was only 90 days to do the report, and I know this is a crisis and this is urgent, but if it truly is let's work with the cities, get this report done, and then have them tell us best practices for Manatee County, maybe that's something. I mean, if this is just literally have them start looking at it, sort of like what we did with the library, like let's think about what we can do, then that's perfect. Then I'm okay with that. But the word comprehensive plan, if that seems to be like hire Willis Smith to design buildings, then that's a whole different
No.
story.
This is just, I know it's going to take years to do this. This is the seed to start it.
Okay.
So to be clear, you're asking the administrator to bring us a plan that we would approve later.
Later on, with the city of Bradenton and everybody, kumbaya, housing, et
Kumbaya.
cetera.
Okay. The order of the board now is Servia, Baugh, Bellamy.
Yes, and I just want to say I agree with and echo Commissioner Cruz's comments that we don't yet know what we need. I do believe what Commissioner Whitmore is talking about in the end is going to help us, but I just don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse. So I'll support an investigation and more information, but that's where I am.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I agree. It's putting the cart before the horse, a little bit. So can you please read that motion again for me? I want to make sure I've got this correct because I think we're going too fast here.
Direct the county administrator to develop a comprehensive plan for facilities and programs for a program on county-owned property, which is located on 17th Avenue in Bradenton, to include transitional housing and programs for the homeless in conjunction with the city of Bradenton, period. And the reason why is because I've already been working with Bradenton, and this piece of property is literally next to their waste treatment plant. So it's really kind of unbuildable for any kind of development because they are going to expand. And they are going to use some of that property to expand the treatment plant. So that's why I met with Bradenton to see if they would still look into this, and they said yes yesterday. This is just the mayor, no city council, and the Public Works.
Commissioner Ball, you still have the floor?
I can't support the motion. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Bellamy has taken himself off the board, so Commissioner Satcher, the floor is yours.
Does this include the veterans that you talked about in our last meeting?
I never talked about veterans at our last meeting. That's the jail area. Yeah. Judicial Center. Yeah, never mentioned because this board said they needed to be separate, different needs.
I mean, okay.
This is, I won't, trust me, after I get elected, I probably won't be alive when this actually happens. It'll take a long time. Look how long it took to build Turning Points, like 10 years.
After you get elected?
After I get elected, honey.
Okay. I don't have anyone else on the board for discussion, so we'll move forward with the vote. It sounds like there could be differing opinions on this, so we will have a roll call, and now we're starting with District 1. Commissioner Satcher, District 1. District 2. District 3 is a yes. District 4.
Yes.
5.
No.
6.
Yes.
7. Yes. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5-2. Would anyone like to bring anything else related to homelessness to a vote during this session? All right. Seeing none. Commissioner Satcher is on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
So for our children's services, the tax there, the set-asides funds for that, in the 2022 to 2021 to 22 fiscal year, we did have an organization that was denied their grant, and it directly dealt with homeless. Is that correct?
Commissioner, I believe in the initial phase of the approval, there was one or more documents missing. They then submitted the documents and it was approved.
That's what happened.
And was that the first time that particular program had been approved?
I was not the county administrator at the time. I can find out for you.
So what I'm getting at, and I'll just put it this way
I only
for
recall
everyone.
I think there was one agency in the children's funds that initially was not included in the approval because there was one or more documents missing, and then they subsequently submitted it and it was approved.
And it was approved. Okay, so I'm going to just offline when we're not in session, I'm just going to confirm that and look into that, and just want to just ask a little bit of leeway with the board that if we find out that there was a grant that was denied that would specifically address this issue by an organization that's well established in this community addressing this issue, that I will bring it back. I'll just put it on a commissioner agenda, but I don't want you to say, why didn't you say it, during this meeting? I'll research it more, and if I'm wrong on that, I am glad to be wrong on it. So, thank you.
Are we done?
We're in recess until 1:45.
Make your mark by naming our park on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Commissioner Misty Servia, and I'm proud to represent District 4 in Manatee County. I'm standing on the future site of Manatee County's newest park. The only problem is, it doesn't have a name. That's why we need your help. Now, before we start throwing out names like Parky McParkface or Parkside of the Moon, I think it's important that you know what features and amenities this park will bring to our area. First, location. This new park will be located north of Canaan Elementary, just north of Talavast Road on the west side of Prospect Road. The first thing you'll notice as you pull into the ADA accessible parking lot is the effective use of space for Manatee County's first designated dog park in District 4. This dog park will have separate fenced-in areas for both your large and small four-legged friends, offering a safe space for off-leash exercise and socialization while you build a dog-friendly network with your neighbors. Shade structures will give you a break from the Florida sun, and doggy water fountains will keep your pup well hydrated. And your dog won't be the only one blowing off some steam. Work on your put-away shot on one of 2 new pickleball courts that will feature slip-resistant surfaces. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing, easy to learn, and low impact sports in the nation, and we're excited to offer these new facilities to you. After pickleball, cool down by taking a self-guided trip on our new fitness trail. This trail is over half a mile long, and it will be an excellent way to build stamina and add variation to your workout or offer a scenic and leisurely stroll. Preserving natural wetlands was an important part of the scope of this project, as was the addition of public restrooms and the creation of an open amenity lawn area for a variety of activities. Now that we're all familiar with what this park will bring to District 4, it's time for the fun part. Manatee County will be accepting suggestions for the name of our new park. If you have a name in mind, please make your suggestion at mymanatee.org/namethatpark. The top suggestions will be selected by District 4's own Citizens Coalition on Growth, and then I will bring them to an upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting to be voted on. The winner will be presented with a proclamation officially naming the new park and have their name written into the pages of Manatee County history. The newest park in Manatee County could have your name all over it. Visit mymanatee.org/namethatpark for rules and to make your submission today.
We have already impacted the North River community by adding sidewalks and safety lights to the underserved areas. We're in the process of transforming Washington Park into a community stomping ground. And now, we're reaching new heights at Lincoln Park. Let's dive into the deep end on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Commissioner Reggie Bellamy, and I'm proud to represent District 2 in Manatee County. By now, you've probably driven by, seen the slide, and had a few questions regarding improvements we're making at Lincoln Park. It all starts with the brand new competitive swimming pool, perfect for fitness, swimming meets, and cooling off during the heat of the summer. This project also features a separate zero-depth entry kiddie pool with aquatic playground, slide and plunge pool, parking expansion, picnic pavilions, and a locker and a restroom entry plaza that will also house a lifeguard station, small party prep area, and a pump house. And we're just scratching the surface. Right around the time we're wrapping up the pool project, we'll begin work on a 2-story press box that will stand tall over our additional bleacher upgrades on the home and away side of the football field. In addition to a new scoreboard and fencing, we'll also be adding restrooms to accommodate our athletes and spectators. Friday night lights at Lincoln Park will never look better. To make way for the aquatic center, we'll be constructing 2 brand new basketball courts near the football field. These slip-resistant surface courts will feature regulation lighting and fencing, and will also include little touches like benches and a chilled water fountain, trash cans, and more. With all the enhancements we're making at Lincoln Park, accessibility is paramount. That's why we're building a pedestrian bridge to connect Sylvan Oaks with Lincoln Park. And that's what this project is about, building bridges so future generations can enjoy the safety, accessibility, and recreation that this facility will bring to all Manatee County. I'm ready to go. Are you?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today is April 18th. My name is Misty Servia, and we are at the Manatee County Tourist Development Council meeting. Thank you all for being here. We're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation led by Vernon Desir. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Vernon? And please press your mic.
This one?
Yeah, good.
I guess they can hear me. Is that it? Gracious Heavenly Father, we're so grateful for the privilege to serve this community. We thank you for keeping us safe and healthy. We ask for your protection for those who would do harm and have motivation that would not be pleasing to you. Grant us wisdom and discernment during our deliberations, and help us to always remember to honor and glorify you in all that we say and do. In your precious name, amen.
Amen. All right. Thank you all for being here today. As we get started, let me explain that we have new microphones on the dais. So in order to speak, you need to press the button until the red light comes on. And then when you're finished speaking, please turn off by pressing the button again so the red light goes off. Okay? If you don't have your mic pressed, we won't be able to hear you. So please try to remember that. All right, let's start with TDC introductions, members. And Mr. Childs, take it away.
Ed Childs, Sandbar Beach House, Mar Vista.
Do you have a microphone?
No.
You don't? Okay, Ed Childs is at the end of the dais. I don't know why you don't have a microphone. I apologize. There we go.
Oh, there's an extra one here.
Yeah, it looks like.
Eric Cairns, Anna Maria Island, Cedar Cove Resort.
Sure. Yeah. Jitin Patel, Holiday Inn, Sarasota Bradenton Airport.
Shirley Griever Bryant, Mayor of the City of Palmetto.
Dean Brown, Mayor, City of Bradenton.
And I'm Misty Servia, Manatee County Commissioner and Chair of this board.
Vernon Desir, Manatee Memorial Foundation.
Rahul Patel, Red Roof in Allenton.
Jack Reinerson, long-term member.
Elliot Felchani, Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau.
All right, thank you all very much again for being here. And we're going to begin with approval of the meeting minutes from February 14th, 2022. Do we have a motion for approval?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Vernon Desir, seconded by Mayor Brown. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. All right, and we will start our morning with public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who has public comment to make? If so, please come to the microphone and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, not seeing anyone. We're going to close public comment and move on to the SRQ update. We have Mr. Mark Stuckey, Chief Operating Officer of the Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Good morning, Mark, and thank you for being here.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for having me, and I'll give you a quick update on what's happening at the airport. And I have a PowerPoint presentation that I'll be presenting that'll show lots of pictures and help guide us through this. So, recent updates. First of all, as some of you may have heard or may not have heard, TSA has extended the security directive and emergency amendment requiring mask use on public transportation through May 3rd of 2022. So we have a minimum of 2 more weeks, and then based on CDC guidance, they'll probably make another decision out, and probably in 10 days we'll know if it gets extended again. Second thing, we put out a press release last week, that we broke 1 million passengers in the first 3 months of 2022. For the month of March, we had 442,846 passengers that went through the airport. That's a new record by a long shot in a single month. It was almost a 60% increase over what we served last March, which was up quite a bit. And year to date, it's at 1,085,500 passengers. An increase compared to 564,000 year to date from last year at this time, so an increase in 92%. Very busy at the airport. All right. So I always like to start out with our airline destinations and growth and where we've come over the last 3 years. In 2018, we had 6 airlines and 12 nonstop destinations. You can see those here. And 3 years later, we sit with 11 airlines and 53 nonstop destinations. So we've come a long way. 6 of the carriers are signatory carriers with long-term lease agreements with us. Those carriers are Allegiant, American, Delta, JetBlue, Southwest, and United. So that's a good thing. It gives us stability. We know they're going to stick around for a while.
Can we ask you to back that slide up?
Yep, no problem.
To the first one you showed and then the second one?
Sure. There we go.
Thank you.
Welcome. So these are total passengers going back to 2018. When you go previous to 2018, for probably 2 decades, we were around that 1.1 to 1.3 million passengers. We didn't really change a lot. And then in 2019, we started seeing the growth. That's the first year we had Allegiant Air fly in. Allegiant Air came in March 2018. Shortly after that, we had some other carriers like Frontier and Sun Country add in. So 2019 was a good year. We were starting to see our numbers really rise. 2020, we had COVID hit, and that kept us down, but 2021 bounced back. And that's when Southwest Airlines started last year in February, and so we were over 3.1 million passengers last year. Like I mentioned, the growth is here to stay. We have long-term signatory lease agreements with 6 of the airlines, and those are the 6 carriers that provide the majority of our traffic. We're now more competitive with neighboring airports. I didn't put any slides in here about our financials, but I think some of you know we are a debt-free airport. Thank you, Mr. Reinerson, who was on our board at the time and guided us through that period to become debt-free. Very appreciative of that. And we've seen our costs per plane passenger go from being about twice as much as Tampa and Fort Myers to half the cost of Tampa and Fort Myers. So now we are a much more competitive airport. We're looking at doing a number of construction projects, all pay as you go, either with grant money or money that we get from passenger facility charges. So we do not expect to take out any bonds at this point, and that'll allow us to keep our rates and charges really low, and which will be beneficial for maintaining our flights and also getting more service. Every year, the local population we've been tracking, and this is between both Sarasota and Manatee County. I don't have the latest census figures because they haven't come out yet, but over the last 6-7 years, we've been growing at 20,000 people every year, which is the size of a small city in the Sarasota-Manatee County area. New service start dates for this year, we've added 2 new airlines, Avelo and Breeze. Avelo will be started service January 13th to New Haven, Connecticut. Legionnaire added 3 destinations, Akron, Canton on March 3rd, Appleton, Wisconsin on March 11th, and just last week, Austin, Texas started with year-round service twice weekly. And on June 4th, we'll add our second new carrier for the year, Breeze Airways. They're a fast-growing airline. We expect to get more flights out of them over the next few years. We're in talks with them right now, so things are looking good with Breeze. Construction projects, I think I've gone over some of these with you, but I've added some new stuff in here. We did expand our fuel farm last year to 3. We added 3 100,000-gallon fuel tanks. We were having to get 10,000-gallon tanker trucks a day just to keep up with traffic. And then these came online. We had them online by November. So that was a huge help. So we solved that problem. Parking lot, we solved this problem. We added at the back end of the lot an additional 140 spaces. We still fill up the lot usually Thursday or Friday, it's full, and we overflow into this second lot, which we call our shade lot. And then we have an area that we haven't provided the coverage yet. It's added another 204 paved parking spaces. So just for instance, this past weekend, by Friday, the entire long and short term were completely full. All the shade spaces were completely full, and we probably filled half of this parking lot over here with the additional paved spaces. So luckily, we got that in place. It's been a huge help. We do have additional remote lots that we use as well if we were to overflow those. Ramp expansion, this isn't real exciting for you guys, but we did add a number of parking spaces, a total of 7. You can see 4 of them here for aircraft that need to remain overnight that we don't have gate space for, and then additional 3. So those are that. We also acquired some ADA ramps and air stairs so that airlines can deplane if all the gates are full. We've only had to do that a couple times, but it has been very helpful. Security checkpoint expansion was something we ran into this past year. We were at 4 lanes. We added a 5th lane, and that's alleviated almost all the issues we've had. We did expand the checkpoint to 6 lanes, and we don't have the equipment in for the 6th lane because it's up to TSA to add that in. We expect that they'll probably add the equipment in next year. We recently changed out our screening checkpoint company that does the screening, and we've seen some things a little bit smoother since that's happened at the checkpoint, which is good. I still encourage everyone to get TSA pre-check if you don't have it. It almost guarantees you'll get through the checkpoint in 15 minutes or less, usually 5 minutes. But at any airport in the United States, it's a real huge difference in going through the regular line. Projects expected to break ground this year. We've got a number of projects. One big one is the Ground Transportation Center. Design's almost complete. It'll expand the taxi, limo, pickup area and the shuttle buses. Create an area for Uber Lyft to pick up. There'll be covered walkways that go from our terminal all the way out here to where the Uber Lyft pickup is. Also, Toro will have cars parked out in here. And then a new bus transfer station for MCAT SCAT where we can park as many as 4 buses. So that'll be a huge improvement, and we should break ground on that this year. Consolidated rental car facility, this one's not an exciting project, but it is a $40 million project that will combine all of the rental car facilities into one area for fueling, cleaning, and storage of vehicles. That'll free up some land and allow us to develop it for parking and other sources of revenue. a new cell lot. As we build this new consolidated rental car lot, we'll need to move our existing cell lot, which isn't a very nice. We get a lot of complaints, but this new cell lot will have bathrooms and display boards that tells you when the flights are going to arrive. It'll be much nicer, so we'll break ground on that this year. Added parking. This is kind of hard to see. We're going to add 2 park and ride lots over by Dolphin Aviation. And then we have a number of additional parking lots that will be remote lots. It seems to me that the need for those additional lots really comes around the Thanksgiving and Christmas time. There's about 2 weeks around Thanksgiving that we swell with parking, almost double what we normally do. And then also at Christmas, the same thing. It's about another 2 weeks. So a lot of these lots will be just paved and ready to handle so that we can ensure anybody that comes to the airport has a spot to park during those peak time periods. The other thing we see is in the summer, we have more locals using our airport. And so we have a lot more parking issues in the summertime than we do right now. Terminal concourse expansion. This is part of our project to add the new terminal as well. It's all lumped into one. But the terminal concourse expansion will have 2 bump outs. One will be so we can build an area for a full-service restaurant. And the other area will increase the hold room space so that we can move some of the gift shops and around. We're also going to be adding a new up and down escalator and increase the passenger seating on the concourse. It can get quite busy, especially this time of year. New general aviation customs facility. We have a customs facility that handles charter and scheduled large aircraft under gate B8, but we need to move our customs facility because it currently also clears what we call the general aviation customs flights, and we have about 2 a day. Those are flights that are typically 12 passengers or less. So we need, if we're doing over 300 or more a year of those flights, so we need to move those to the other side of the airfield. So we're going to build a new customs facility over there. The design plans are almost finished right now, so we should break ground on that hopefully this year. We have a new fixed base operator that's going to open up. Most of you have heard of Dolphin Aviation and Retrix, which is also called Ross Aviation. This will be a third fixed base operator called Sheltair. They won the contract for this, and they're going to be starting the building of this high-end facility this year. And they'll serve everything from the smaller GA aircraft to corporate aircraft and aircraft maintenance. And there'll probably be some maintenance repair operations as well built around that facility. New observation area. This is kind of important to you guys because this is really a partnership between Manatee County and the airport. We're each paying 50% for the cost of this enhancement. It'll be going to the Manatee County Board of County Commissioners for approval on April 26th. And then we'll start construction once that's approved, hopefully. And that'll be where we have the new Welcome to Manatee County sign. And we're going to have a covered seating area, history of Manatee County, aviation in Manatee County. We'll have an air traffic control radio that you can hear the tower talking on. So we'll have an audible radio out there. There'll be a playground. Should be a real nice enhancement. It's got the location has great views of the runway and the aircraft taking off and landing. So I know a lot of people, we've worked with Elliott and also a number of people within Manatee County to make this happen, and it's a long time coming. I think my emails go back to 2013 when we started working on this project, and it was always a funding issue, but we finally have funds designated for this, which is good. Inline bag system. Once again, this is a behind-the-scenes thing, but this is a $40 million project which will allow us to feed all the ticket counters through the explosive detection machines and then out to the slope plate belts where they'll be picked up and brought to the aircraft. It'll be much more efficient, and it's a project that will be partially TSA funded, so that'll start this year. Ground level boarding terminal. I only have one picture here. Our board will be, we have a board meeting next Monday with the Airport Authority where they'll have a more in-depth review of what the ground level boarding terminal will look like. So I didn't want to steal the thunder for that, so I just have the one picture here. But this will add 5 additional gates at our airport. And, oops, let me go back. And so that'll bring us up to 18 gates total. Is that right? Yep. And then eventually this terminal will have a concourse that'll go from this building here that's elevated. There'll be escalators that go up or down and connect over to the main checkpoint and add an additional 3 gates.
That's a big deal.
Air service, last few slides here. Just wanted to bring this up because Elliot and his team have been working very closely with the airport on ensuring the success of our existing air service, as well as we're out there meeting with carriers to bring in new air service. This is a picture of one of what I call the speed dating conferences that we go to. This one's Jumpstart. We'll be going in June to this conference. We have about 30 to 40 airlines that attend, and there's over 450 commercial service airports in the United States. All of these airports are trying to get more air service, so it's very competitive. I can go and talk about what the airport offers. Elliot does a great job of updating the network planners of each airline on what the community offers, both in Sarasota and Manatee County. It's been a huge help having Elliot with me at these meetings. We've been able to close deals, do all kinds of things to get air service, and it's been extremely successful. The networking conferences, there's 2 or 3 a year that we do these kind of speed dating conferences, but we also do a lot of headquarter meetings. So we'll go to the airline's headquarters. We'll be going in a couple weeks out to meet with Allegiant, to talk with them. And then we also do a number of special events throughout the year. These are very important to stay in front of the airlines, to find out what their needs are, propose new destinations, and make sure we're always at their forefront of their thoughts, and what they're looking to do is expand into different markets. Just quick route maps of the newest airlines, and I think these 2 new airlines I discussed are the ones that you're going to see a lot of growth with at our airport. Avelo is a new carrier, and it's currently serving our market from New Haven. The CVB has done a lot of work up in New Haven to help promote this route, which is, I think if they haven't already, they're increasing their flights from 2 times weekly to 4 times weekly, maybe this summer. So they're already committed to double their service, which we're excited about. And we know that they're going to be adding additional focus destinations other than New Haven in the future. And with our relationship with Avelo, we're pretty confident that we'll be on the top of the list to get any new destinations served that they add. The second carrier is Breeze Airways. Some of you may know the founder of this airline. It's David Nealman, who also founded JetBlue Airways, as well as 4 other airlines, all of them being successful. So he's got a lot of capital behind his market. I just wanted to point out this. With Breeze Airways, we have nonstop service to Hartford on the new A220 aircraft, which is a fantastic airplane. But if you notice on their map and the way they fly, they do a lot of westbound service, which currently there's nothing out of our airport, but we're working hard to see if we can try to make something happen with Breeze on a westbound flight. And I think that brings a lot of excitement to the community if we can get something that goes somewhere far out west nonstop, and then, whether it's going to California or Nevada or anywhere out in the, that you wouldn't normally get a nonstop to. So a lot of potential with Breeze, and we'll continue to meet with them. I know Elliot and I will be meeting with them in early June, not only out at Jumpstart, but then we're going to fly over to their headquarters just because there's the Super Copa soccer tournament that's going to be there at the same time, and we'll be meeting with them as well, and as well as our marketing team to go over the marketing efforts we're doing. So very exciting. I expect to see additional announcements with Breeze for our airport this year. So that's the update, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mark. It's a great presentation as always. Members, do we have anyone who has questions or comments? Yes, Mr. Renderson.
Well, in 2017, as Mark knows, I was chairman of the board there at the airport. And We paid off our $150 million debt for the construction of the airport. And since then, everything has gone well. Now it's gone exceedingly well. And some of the things that you're talking about, we never even thought about back at that time.
Yeah.
That's only 5 years ago. So it's really, really, really a great expansion.
Thank you.
Yes, Elliot.
Just a couple of tidbits. Great job, Mark. You talk about all the passengers deplanement coming into SRQ. There's an excitement part of it. Of course, there's a little bit of an anxious component is saying, are all these people coming to the region? The goal is let's get them to land here. Let's get the money to land here, and let's maintain the jobs in that corridor. We all know it from University Parkway to Cortez is the Southwest District that's going to go through extensive redevelopment through the TIF program. There's nothing better than to have a major, used to call it a seed, a watermelon, right there in the TIF that's going to create jobs and new dollars to help rebuild that corridor. That's a big part of our future, real big part of our future. We actually are on the cusp of buying some software that'll tell us where these people are going after they deplane. Are they all coming to Sarasota, Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, the beaches, or are a percentage of them driving down to Fort Myers, Naples, or up to Clearwater, St. Pete? Mark and I sell geography. We can't assume that all the network planners, they should, know geographically where we're at, okay? You never assume things. I've learned that. So once we sell geography, it makes a lot of sense to land that bird right dead center of the West Coast, because then they gain all the markets, okay? Really, really important. There was one more thing that I wanted to share, and it just fell out of my brain, Madam Chair. But one more thing, yes. Mark and I were at Routes in San Antonio, and just prior to that, some of the airlines suspended a few of the nonstop flights. So, me as a marketing guy saying, hey, what happened, and the network planners, when we asked the question, they said, has nothing to do with performance. It has to do with labor shortages. Mm-hmm. So they said, hey, once we get the labor back, we'll restore those flights. So all those additional flights basically have performed. Our marketing team is following the new flights, and we're coming over with digital and social media over and above the equity that we're giving the airlines. I know Dr. Hope's he was here and then he split, but tell you what, I really appreciate the support that he gives Mark and I. He's signing a lot of travel paperwork, but of course we have to perform and we have to get a return of our investment, and so the travel is paying off. The Salt Lake City trip after Reno is we're being awarded the Super Copa soccer event in June of 2023. So we're going there to be announced as the host for 2023. So June, great time for the mainland properties. Great time. It's a lot of fun. So I think that's all I have. Mark, great job.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Elliot. And thanks for the shout out to South County, because we are doing a lot of work on that corridor for redevelopment, especially US 41. And to have these two new airlines at our airport and the growth that we've seen, it really is all coming together. So thank you, Mark, for all that you do. And I love the partnership that you guys have when you work together, Elliot and Mark, because you really do bring home the money. So yeah, it's been very good. Yes, Mr. Childs.
Recognize the folks that made this happen over so many years. You look at this area and the great intrinsic resources we have, and we have so many, and the great base that we have here. And a lot of us here remember when the airport was a struggle, and we remember when the port was a struggle. And now those are two incredible linchpins in this community. I mean, nobody has the fastest growing airport, we do. Yeah. And the port and the situation out in the port and the work that the county did for so many years to support those when they were a drain, so that they could be such a great foundation for this community. So Jack Reinerson, who helped made all that happen, Dan McClure, all of those board members, all of those people, and all the people in the county The county commission is the board of the port, but they just do a great job, and it's just a tremendous assets to have in our community. We are very fortunate to have them run by such great professional teams as we have at the port and at the airport.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Childs. Excellent comments, and that's so true. And you got to keep your eye on the long game always, because that vision that was had when times were hard have now produced so much fruit. So couldn't agree more. All right. Without any other questions, no other questions, members, we're going to move on. But before we do so, I'd like to recognize our chairman of the board, Kevin Van Ostenbridge, is in the audience. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All right, and now we're going to go to the introduction of Rob Perry, City Administrator for the City of Bradenton. Mayor Jean?
Thank you, Chair Servia. Kind of where to start with Mr. Perry. Obviously, most of us in this community know that we had a long-term employee in Carl Callahan who retired last June. The council went through a search. We had 5 people come up, and I believe that although they were all good candidates, we got the best one, and the probably the most experienced, and coming from a government in Albuquerque that he was retired for a few years, but politics changes a lot of things over the years. But he was just sitting there waiting, and our job popped up, and he applied, and it's a heavy lift. I mean, he coming in from Albuquerque, which was $1.5 billion budget, to our $100 million budget, from the standpoint of government changing in a pandemic time period where, a lot of things are difficult to do. But Rob's come in and been here about 10 months now, and working great with our council, and really the fruits of the labor that the port and the airport have. The city of Bradenton over the years has had some great leadership, and even moving forward with the county, and as we go forward as collaborations, Rob's the man that I believe that will put us to that next level in the city of Bradenton and Manatee County. So welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Mayor.
So any comments you want to make about yourself? Or
Madam Chair,
to...
Mayor, distinguished members of the panel, from government officials to private business people, it's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm Rob Perry. I've been here about 10 months, and I can tell you that the place I was at was the 31st largest city in the country, and I guess it was about $1.5 billion on the budget, and it has nothing at all on Manatee County. We have just as much going on here, just as much activity, just as much economic development and the host as Albuquerque, New Mexico did. It's just in a different way. And it's an honor to be before you today. We have the Albuquerque Convention and Visitors Bureau out in New Mexico, so I'm pretty familiar with CVBs. Every major city has one, and ours does a great job. Elliot and his team do remarkable work. I've been around this kind of world for a little bit, and I'm very impressed what they do and what they've been able to do here. When it comes to the city and the area itself, I think we all know that's an incredibly diverse area, and in particular as it relates to convention or destination marketing. We have beaches, which is the chum. I think that's what you use as a term. It attracts people. We have these beautiful waterfront areas throughout, even with our neighbors to the south and our neighbors to the north in St. Petersburg, where I had formerly lived. I actually started my career in Florida about 30 years ago, working for Pinellas County at the time. But it's really diverse. We have sports, marketing, the Pirates, IMG. We have arts and culture with the Manatee Arts Center, the Performing Arts Center, and a whole host of other, the Bishop and the like. And so I guess the menu's pretty broad. And you say, well, how does Bradenton fit into this? Because that's why I'm here this morning. And when I look and talk with the mayor and gotten to meet many of you and many of other leaders from the community, Bradenton basically, had a significant role as the county seat, the major urban core of the area. What Manatee County has is incredible ability to expand with industrial parks, distribution centers, new manufacturers, residential, commercial subdivisions out east, some of the best in the country, and the like. And what we have here in Bradenton is a waterfront downtown, basically. It's 14.4 square miles. And if you've ever seen the borders of it, which I'm sure you're all aware, it's quite a checkerboard going every which way, and our neighbor being the county has all of those areas. And so we really have to do some identity and soul searching about what we want to be. And when you look at the capital history of Bradenton, particularly in more contemporary times, perhaps the last 10, 15, or 20 years, dating back to 1995 when the City Hall was initially proposed. The land was bought in 1957 for $106,000. It moved from Wares Creek over to the downtown waterfront in front of a yacht basin. Very controversial from what I understand at the time. About $8 million in cost, but probably only $5 million was related to City Hall at the time. In 1995, it gets built in 2000. Now what do we have? We have a City Hall with about 200 people in it downtown, police on one side, administrative services on the other. Think about what life could have been, what life can be. We have economists from Tallahassee that are looking at this. They're going to help us find the highest and best use for that facility. If you had a mixed-use facility on 4.4 acres, it would be an absolute game changer for this community. And what I mean by that is that you would have luxury residential, condos perhaps, high-end. You'd also be able to mix in there some affordable housing, and attainable housing at the same time for our teachers, our nurses, people that can't afford some of those expensive places. You could have lodging, and think about this board and the increase in the lodgers, the bed tax, if you had a luxury hotel with 200 rooms or more. Significant. Clearwater's a good example of that, the Hyatt that's in the middle of Clearwater, how it redeveloped that area. And then, of course, you could have 50,000 square feet or more of retail space combined with food, beverage, and entertainment, all on the Manatee River, looking across to our beautiful neighbors in Palmetto with a yacht basin there. What do we have now? A police station. The one thing I can tell you about the yacht basin is there isn't a lot of crime there. That police station should probably be relocated to a place that's closer to the peripheral of calls for service. And when you talk about money, as I sit down here and talk to you about that possibility, that potential, think about all the government revenue that could generate as it relates to ad valorem tax to start, gross receipts tax, franchise fee, lodgers tax, permitting fees, impact fees, probably on the order of about $8 to $10 million in new money every year, reoccurring. Then the economic impact to the businesses and the communities, probably in the hundreds of millions in direct and indirect economic spend. So what would you rather have? 200 city employees down there or an economic engine? And that's the policy decision that's going to be before our council ultimately. We're in a position where we're going to try to consider disposition. Mayors often ask, I'm often asked in the press, I'm sure you've probably been asked by people too, is the city selling City Hall? The city is considering the disposition for the highest and best use of City Hall for the betterment of this community. Just like the airport struggled for years and other components, we're at a precipice now where we're going into a very positive direction, and the future looks brighter than it ever did from all aspects. Our travelers. When we talked about data, and Mr. Stuckey was giving some of his data on the airport's development, we enlisted a group called FLAIR out of Miami, and they're looking at granular data. Where do people come from when they visit downtown? What do they do when they're here? Where do they go afterwards? I'm a data person, and I want to get that data so that I can go to my electeds and say, this is what the landscape looks like. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. Another thing that I just want to run over real quick, because Elliot told me I only have 5 minutes, and I've been talking for probably about 11 now, but is our capital plan. And so we have to get in the game. if you look at the history of Bradenton, I can tell you the last 4 or 5 projects we did, capital projects, the parking garage, $15 million, the judicial parking garage, 7 years before that, $4 million, Lecom Park, I don't know how many million there, and a few other things. That's not a strategic capital plan. A capital plan is thoughtful. It integrates in there what your inventory is, what your needs and opportunities are. When companies from corporate America make decisions about where they're going to expand in markets and new offerings and value propositions, they look at where the highest return on investment is. And that's what we need to be looking at it with data. But at the same time, we need a thoughtful capital plan that builds our core infrastructure. So we intend to get in the game in a more strategic manner. Our financials look good. We have good reserves. We don't carry a lot of long-term debt. I can tell you about the county's debt because I've looked at it. They do what everybody else does. They do a good job of financing core.
Responding of the people who normally respond to us, and preliminarily, March numbers are up by 64% in terms of 64% of the properties are reporting the same or higher occupancy than 2021. Everybody is higher than 2020, and 77% are higher than 2019 in terms of occupancy. And in terms of ADRs, we're seeing continued increases, and some of those increases as much as $100 over what they were this time last year. It's amazing. 43% of properties said that they had sporting-related occupancy in March. And looking ahead, it looks like April has booked up pretty nicely for properties, and that reservations are coming in at pace or above pace for May and June for properties who could share that information with us. And we're definitely hearing reiterated comments that they are seeing more visitors coming from out of the Midwest. So that's a really quick kind of thumbnail recap of what we're seeing going on. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Swatine. Any questions? Yes. Please press your button.
Yes.
If you go back to the occupancy barometer and see that, is that number relies to the Manatee County only, or is that
that's Manatee
strictly Manatee County?
Only,
okay.
Yes. Yes, and then it's a combination of hotels and rental management companies and smaller. These are the ones that are talking to us directly. So this is our occupancy gathering effort.
You're pulling 10, 12% from the short-term rental to gather these numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
I just want to share something. You may have seen it in the paper. I may have told some of you. It's really, really important because I asked Ann just to kind of manage expectations. So 2021, 3.4 million people came to Manatee County. That's everybody. Short-term rentals, Aunt Sally's in your house, people coming into the county for the day. Out of 3.4 million, 900,000 stayed in short-term rentals. Out of the 9,500 short-term rentals in Manatee County. Out of the 900,000, 400,000 stayed in short-term rentals on Anna Maria Island. Okay, divide that by 365, you got about almost 1,100, 1,200 a day in short-term rentals on Anna Maria Island. So the concern is, how do we manage traffic going on and off the island where we're targeting people staying in the short-term rentals, okay? Just gives you an interesting perspective, because a lot of times we think that a majority of that 3.4 million are staying at the beaches or on the island. So it's 400,000 in a year in short-term rentals, specifically on Anna Maria Island. That doesn't include Longboat Key, the Manatee side. So we're always digging into the data to try to mitigate challenges that we face. Thanks so much. Ann is, keep her in your prayers. She's going to Tulsa with Mark and I tomorrow morning early. We're doing a focus group with 3 Allegiant Airline execs. How fun is that to get not one, but 3 Allegiant Airline execs around the table with us? I told the Allegiant senior network planner, I said, you threw a curveball at me to announce Tulsa nonstop to SRQ. So we need to learn about that geographic area and basically central United States. So it'll be fun. Thanks so much. Go get some rest. You're going to need it, Ann.
Thank you, Ann. Yes, keep those guys in check. All right, we're going to move on to public comment again for the last part of the agenda. Is anyone in the audience here to make public comment? If so, please approach the mic. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, not seeing anyone. We're going to move on to new or old business. Yes, Mr. Childs.
Can't go a meeting without talking clams.
Good.
Every single thing that we've talked about and all of our successes today put more pressure on our coastal waters. Thanks to Senator Senator Boyd, Senator Will Robinson, who I will see at lunch today, we have a $2.5 million appropriation in the budget for bivalve and seagrass restoration in our 3 national estuaries. We're making a lot of progress on the federal end. We want to make sure the governor understands the importance of that line item. The best thing that we can do in this county, who has already put so much work into bivalves and seagrass and understands how important our environment and environmental land purchases and everything else, is to see that this $2.5 million happens, because then we've got local projects, Braden Beach, multiple, Manatee County, multiple, Gulf Coast coastal restoration and recycling. The fact that the GSI is here, projects at the Port of Manatee, and that $2.5 million ought to be a big deal in priming the pump for the $15 million to show the state and local support. So please go to All Clams on Deck. Our executive director is here. We need letters to the governor. If you know the governor, if you went to school with the governor's wife, if you've supported the governor, please let the governor know how important this is, because when this happens, and then when we get those federal dollars, this is going to be an international recognized project where we are taking the intrinsic resources in our area and working on one of the most important environmental projects in our time, while we work on wastewater treatment, while we work on point source and not point sources, and vaulted water systems and all. And I hope that all of this 13 acres is going to use native landscaping and the kind of things because they are on the water. And then this project is going to be very sticky. So please write the governor a letter of support. All Clams on Deck has the bullet points. We want letters, not just a form letter, not just an email. So thank you for the time.
Ed, thank you for bringing that up. And I would like to have those bullet points, or maybe you could share it with the whole TDC. Barbara?
We'll help facilitate that in front of you all.
Be happy to send a letter on your behalf. Okay, any other new or old business?
I just want to comment.
Yes.
I appreciate Mr. Child's comments on that so much. And just to mention something historically, the Manatee River used to be referred to as the Oyster River. And we'd really like to work towards taking it back in that direction. And we have some plans in the works to try and do exactly that. But what we've worked on is our reuse. We are now at like 96% of the city of Palmetto has access to reuse water. So we're hoping that that's going to be conserving potable water for years to come. So we did a $6 million project at our wastewater treatment plant. I believe we're the only facility that is advanced wastewater, which if you don't know what that is, it's one treatment step to drinking water. So thanks to one of our former mayors, you might remember Toby Holland, in bringing the type of system that the Bardenfo system from years ago, and we've just built on that. But I would also like to add that we also continue to push for some stronger legislation to get the derelict boats out of the river, because the ones that are just dropped anchor, they are not disposing of their wastewater correctly. They are contributing, and as hard as all the municipalities and the county work, to try and improve the water quality. We're not doing the whole job because we're not dealing with that. I've written letter after letter to our legislators, and I would like to see that as part of one of our pushes, because our water is our main commodity. It's our main source for drawing visitors here, and I think we've worked very hard for it. I think Brainton's working very hard for it, the islands. So let's finish the job, and let's see if we can get some legislation that's stronger to help get rid of that type of problem in our waterways.
Yeah, excellent comments. Thank you for
Thank
saying
you.
that. Anyone else, new or old business? Elliot?
We all good. Just a couple comments. Anna Maria concert series just wrapped up. Richard Marks, he did an unplugged concert series. Still looks good. The women were really happy to see him. The Rascals, what a neat crowd. I never saw so many people dance during a concert. It was pretty special. And then, of course, earlier in the year, it was Don Felder with the Eagles, Lou Graham with Foreigner, and the Whalers. Pretty neat partnership. Really appreciate Ed Childs and Eric Caron's ongoing sponsorships for the concert series, and it's raising money for the community center that has needed it for years. It is entertaining tourists and the residents, so stay tuned for going into the fourth year. So we're planning now, and going to try to keep making it better. FYI, USF, University of South Florida partnership that we've had with them called the Crosley Dinner Series. We just had our last one a few weeks ago. Really intimate, 50 to 100 people. It allows the students to do hands-on front of the house and back of the house training, and also raises, I think it ended up raising about $12,000 for the hospitality school. The great news is USF was struggling to recruit hospitality students, and now we're starting to see a spike in registration and recruitment, not only at Sarasota Manatee, but up in Tampa as well. I'm going to try to have Dr. Chobanoglu come and say hello in the June meeting, and we're going to do another dinner series next year as well. So I urge you all to come. Some of the local caterers, Paul Madison, Pier 22, have really stepped up, Milan Catering, to really put a lot of in-kind work and food into it. So finally, if I can just go behind the lectern here, I want to make a little special announcement here, and then we can wrap things up if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you.
Monica, I'm going to ask you to walk away from minutes to the meeting. She hates me right now. Come on over. Come on. Most of you know, a few of you probably don't know, Monica has decided to go and spend more time with her family after 33 years of working 34. She was 14, I think, when she started. I think, Commissioner Servia, you were probably 13 when you all started in the planning department. So Monica and I have worked together for about, 29 years. In the last 14, me as director, we actually had lunch with Larry White last week, and I think he gave you a hard time retiring, but he was happy for her. So I just wanted to acknowledge, gosh, one person that every time she picked up the phone, the smile went on her face. It's something that you want to teach young students, young individuals. Powerful, very, very powerful. It's tough working for Larry. It's tough working for Elliot, because we're all over the place running around and meetings and memos. And Monica, you hung in there, and you the best of the best. We're going to miss you. We thought you've given us a lot of these. You've helped us facilitate them, so we wanted something to take home with you. And I can't thank you enough. We're going to miss you. Thank you for serving our community and our hospitality industry, the epitome of a hospitality individual. So, but go be with your family, enjoy it, and come around every once in a while, because we're going to miss you.
I will.
Here you go. And the TDC would like you to say something. Please, the microphone.
No
Okay,
pressure,
I'm going to act
Monica.
like Elliot when I told him that I was putting in my notice. I'm speechless. I was not expecting this. I don't like to be the center of attention unless I'm out having drinks, and then I'm the center of attention. But thank you so much. It's been a pleasure serving this entire industry, working with the TDC members. Ed Childs, I've been here since day one when you started here, and it's just been great working with everyone, and I really appreciate it. Jack, I'm going to really miss our visits. You just pop in and see me every once in a while, and I'm going to miss it. Misty, I've been working with you since I started with the planning department, and
I know. I remember when you came to work for Manatee County. I had just gotten here.
yep.
So we are going to miss you. But what a great career you've had.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate working with the industry, our CVB members, and just everybody. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to miss everybody. I'm kind of anxious, nervous. It's going to be fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Monica.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I can give you a hug now.
My one and only hug I will ever get from Elliot until I retire.
Yes, thank you.
Oh,
Oh.
I'd like a picture with all of the TDC if I can.
Yes,
Oh,
well,
it would
Madam
be
Chair,
great. Can
why don't we adjourn, and then we can just do that in one
Yes,
swing.
let's do that. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Speechless.
So, I think
I did this without crying.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So here we are, Tuesday, April 19th, and we are in the afternoon session of our special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And the afternoon segment, really equally as important as the morning session. We started out discussing homelessness, and now we're moving into affordable and workforce housing. And clearly, the community feels it's important as the morning session. This morning, we actually, for the first time since I've had a meeting up here, we had people in the overflow room next door, so more people than we could even fit in the room. And the mayor was here, and I see now the president of the Chamber of Commerce is here, and some business leaders from the community as well. So I'm glad to see that the community is taking this so seriously. Dr. Hopes, you want to start walking us through the agenda, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And I will hand it over to Denise in just a second for our first speaker of the afternoon. What I would ask is that when the speaker from Tallahassee finishes her presentation, if you'd hold on questions until Courtney does her presentation, because they all fit together, and that will tee us up. So, Denise?
How many speakers do we have total to present this
Just
afternoon? Two? Okay, so we'll go ahead and let the speakers finish. Then we'll do then we'll do public comment, and then we'll have commissioner discussion after that. Try to make things run a little more fluidly this afternoon.
Perfect.
Ms. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Again, my name is Denise Thomas. I'm with the Community and Veteran Services. Thank you so much for allowing us to come before you to speak on affordable housing. As part of this meeting, we wanted to cover certain topics that were requested, which would be the community land trust, land banking, master leasing, opportunities and solutions, and affordable housing funding sources. I have the esteemed opportunity to introduce our speaker for today, which is Jamie Ross, whom I have known for a lot of years. She is the president and CEO of Florida Housing Coalition. She is also, from 1991 to 2015, was the Affordable Housing Director of 1,000 Friends of Florida. She is a lawyer specializing in land use and real property. In 1991, she initiated a broad-based coalition that advocated the passage of the William E. Sadowski Affordable Housing Act. She is also an author of planning and financing affordable housing articles and smart growth tools, and she is the producer of Creating Inclusive Communities. She is the founder of Florida Community Land Trust, which was established in January of 2000. She is the executive officer on the founding board of Grounded Solutions Network. She served on the board of the Innovative Housing Institute, the National Low Income Housing Coalition, and on advisory boards for several banks. She is nationally recognized as an expert in the NIMBY, Not in My Backyard syndrome. She is past chair of the Affordable Housing Committee of the Real Property and Trust Law Section of the Florida Bar, and former Fannie Mae Foundation James A. Johnson Community Fellow. I am going to switch over to her PowerPoint at this time and let Jamie come up and share some knowledge and expertise in affordable housing.
Thank you so much, Denise. It's true. Denise and I have known each other, I guess, did you start your job in the early 90s? Then that's how long we've known each other. So, original ship administrator. I'm Jamie Ross, and I am going to take my mask down for a second so you can see my big smile. And I want you to know that I am smiling this whole time, notwithstanding the fact that I have a really messed up immune system. So that's the reason I'm unfortunately wearing this uncomfortable mask. Okay, it's a smile. Just remember, I'm smiling. Okay, because I am. I'm really happy. I'm always happy when I'm asked to talk about affordable housing. It's my passion. I absolutely love it. And I want to tell you a little bit about the Florida Housing Coalition before we launch into this. We are a statewide provider of training and technical assistance. A lot of times people think we're an advocacy organization. We're really not. The advocacy that we do is limited to the Sadowski funding. But if you think of education as advocacy, then I guess we are. It's all about, for us, education and best practices. We are the sole source provider for the state of Florida on training and technical assistance. And you know, now that you've got an elected official on the AHAC, you know that we provide all the trainings for the Affordable Housing Advisory Committees through the state. And basically everything on affordable housing. I apologize for not being able to be here this morning, but from ending homelessness to first-time home ownership and all kinds of weird stuff in between, like repurposing buildings, right? Things like that. So anything that has to do with affordable housing, we're doing it. And I heard somebody say the president of the local chamber is here. Who's the president of the local chamber? That's fantastic. We recently were approached by the Florida Chamber and asked to be the housing goal leader for the Florida Chamber of Commerce's 2030 blueprint. That is a wonderful document with many pillars and goals, and one of them is affordable housing and a I would say very aspirational goal by the Chamber that by 2030, no more than 10% of Floridians will be spending more than 30% of their income for housing, which is basically our standard for what is affordable housing. And we're really honored to be their goal leader. And because this really does get to, Dr. Hopes and I talked before today about partnerships and how important partnerships are and collaborations. You can't do affordable housing by yourself as a local government. You have to do it in partnership with the private sector, and the Chamber is a wonderful partner. Especially, as Denise mentioned, NIMBYism is a specialty of mine. It's really great when you can get Chamber folks to come out and speak in favor of a development to help overcome the not in my backyard issue. So actually, okay, I know the original PowerPoint was narrowed down, and I was thinking we left this one out, but I'm going to go through this one. Okay, so I think that everybody is in the same place here, understanding that we need an adequate supply of affordable housing for the economy, right? And why is the Florida Chamber taking this so seriously? It's the economy. We need to attract businesses. We find this in not just for-profit businesses, but schools who are trying to hire people, trying to hire teachers. And they even get somebody under contract. They come down and look for housing, and then they say, I can't do it. Can't do it. So we need it for stability, getting to what you were talking about this morning, to avoid homelessness. Especially now, these are crazy times we're living in. We got people that are facing 30% increases in their rent, and they cannot continue to live in their apartment. And the question is, where do they go? And the answer is some of them fall into homelessness. You won't see it right away. They're not going to end up in the woods immediately, but they're going to go down that path. Yes, for the workforce, but not everybody's in the workforce. I always think, we should remember people who've already been in the workforce their whole life. They're the elderly, senior citizens, frail elderly. They need housing, special needs populations, people with disabilities, people who are living on SSI and SSD. So, and also lower income, historically marginalized households who really want to become homeowners. And that is really something I'm going to address in the two areas that I've been asked to focus on today, which are community land trusts and surplus lands, getting the lower income people into home ownership. So here are a few key concepts that I think are critical for the foundation to everything we're going to talk about. One is under Chapter 163, local government has a legal obligation to provide for housing the entire current and anticipated population. That doesn't mean that you're building affordable housing. That doesn't mean that we're in the business of having public housing. No, it means that you use your land use authority, you use your partnerships, everything that's available to you to be able to meet that requirement in Chapter 163. But it is a legal requirement. I think the most key concept to understand is the second one, that market rate housing is priced at whatever the market will bear. And I like to use myself as an example here. Everybody who knows me knows, like, I'm all about affordable housing, you know, with the exception of my beloved son, my family. That's it. I mean, I wake up in the morning, everything I do is about affordable housing. But I recently sold a house, my house. What do you think I asked the realtor? What's the highest price I can get? What's the highest price I can get? So if I sell my house for the highest price I can get, and that's my pet, right? So it's whatever the market will bear. And I don't think we should be critical of market rate developers or luxury developers or high-end developers because they want to make as much profit as they can. That's the business that they're in. And even us as individuals, it's not my business to make money off of real estate, but when I own it and I go to sell it, I try to make as much money as I can. So I really feel that that drives home the point that it is market rate is going to be whatever the market will bear. And you know what the biggest problem is in Florida? It's not the Florida market. The problem is that the market is people from up north. The market is people from Saudi Arabia. It's in corporate investors. That's the market, not the Florida workforce. So this is our biggest obstacle, I believe, to creating affordable housing, is that the only housing we're going to get that's affordable is affordable housing, meaning not that it's cheap or built to less quality standards, but that it's built so that it has restrictions on the income of the people who are going to live there and how much they're going to pay out of their income for that housing, and that it remains affordable long term. So we have two very different products. We have a market rate product and we have an affordable product. Local government is in the driver's seat. What we see way, way too often is that local government doesn't use their authority in the ways that they really can and should to meet that first key concept, to provide for the housing, because you can't do it yourself. You need the private sector. So let me give you an example. You've got property in your county that's zoned ag, or it's zoned 1 unit for 5 acres, let's say. And a developer wants to really develop it, right? So you, with your land use authority, whether you rezone, you do a master plan, you do a PUD, or you use the new statute, that HB 1339, that allows you to permit development even without a rezoning, which is an amazing law that I would love for you to take advantage of. Whatever way you do it, that's when you're in the driver's seat. You have just increased private property, the value of private property, with the stroke of a pen, with your vote, with your change of land use or your change in zoning or density. And when you did that, you increased the value of that property. That's your opportunity to meet that first requirement. What do we need to get for affordable housing? This is not really part of, I'm not going to have any slides on this, but in Florida, you need to fully offset the costs when you're requiring a developer to a market rate developer to include affordable housing, you have to fully offset the cost. Number one way you do that is with your land use authority, because you've increased the value of that property. So those are the key concepts that I think will tie in very nicely to what Dr. Hopes asked me to cover in more detail, which is community land trusts and surplus lands. So, and I know we'll have lots of times for questions afterwards, so I'm going to go on to community land trusts. And I want to start by telling you that the Florida Housing Coalition, and I know we have a lot of new commissioners, we did a study for you on community land trusts in 2019. And I just went back and looked at it yesterday in preparing for coming here today. And I have to say I was very impressed. I didn't work on it, so I can say that. There's a whole needs assessment section. It's like over 50 pages. And it was done in 2019 before all these, this escalation in prices. That doesn't really matter. It also gives you options to go forward with a community land trust. So we've already done that work, and so you have that 2019 report. So what is a community land trust? How is it different from other land trusts? So a community land trust is not, by the way, there's no statutory scheme for it in Florida. It is a vehicle for separating the land from the building. So you have one entity that owns the land and another that has the building. So when we talk about a community land trust, we're also talking about the 501c3 organization, like the such and such community land trust, right? Like the Jacksonville Community Land Trust, which we're just setting up now. The Hillsborough County Community Land Trust, we're also setting up now. So that's a CLT and 501c3, okay? So the community land trust is the owner of the land, and the community land trust will sell the improvement. And if we're talking about home ownership, we're going to sell the home to a family, and then the 501c3, the community land trust, in a home ownership situation will provide stewardship. And the reason I'm saying a home ownership situation is we are very much in favor of community land trusts doing rental housing. And we get into more details. One of the reasons for that is financial stability. One of the first things that local governments ask about, well, if we want to set up a CLT, how much money is it going to cost us? What do we have to, what's the ongoing way? How are they going to be financially sustainable, right? Because you don't make a lot of money selling homeowners, single-family homes, in a situation like this. But if a community land trust, for instance, gets a piece of surplus land or has property that a tax credit developer builds units on, they can get a developer fee from that, and that can really help them to be completely financially sufficient, self-sufficient. But we are talking in the home ownership more today. What a community land trust home ownership is an alternative to renting. This is really super, super important key concept. If we start talking about community land trust home ownership, and you, in your mind, are comparing it to fee simple home ownership, you're not going to like it. You're going to say, well, this isn't fair. Why are we limiting somebody's equity in their home? It is not an alternative to fee simple home ownership. If someone can afford to buy a house and get all the sticks, meaning they get the land too, then they should. What a CLT home is for is to help renters move up. Renting has a lot of problems. So, to the instability we talked about, when the rent goes up, very difficult for the family to save. It's just really not a way to build any kind of wealth to be a renter. CLT homeownership then is a much better tool for building wealth. Not as good as fee simple, but better than renting. So how is it good for you as a local government? Well, what we do with a community land trust is when you provide subsidy, let's say Denise's department is providing SHIP money to help somebody get into a community land trust home. Typically, SHIP money gets repaid, right? When you're getting someone into a home, you probably have a repayment, as opposed to, let's say, emergency repairs would be a grant, but you're getting someone into a home, it gets repaid. If it's a CLT home, it doesn't get repaid. The subsidy stays with the property. Why is that to your benefit as a local government? Because whenever the homeowner repays the SHIP subsidy, then Denise looks around and says, okay, I got $10,000 repaid to me. I'm just making these numbers up. I got $10,000 repaid to me. Can I get another family into a home for $10,000? Nah, I can't. I could have done it, 10 years ago when this family borrowed it, but now they're going to need $20,000. So with a community land trust home, the subsidy stays in the property and you don't have to put more subsidy in. So it saves you money as a local government. And of course, it's to your benefit that the people who live in your community are increasing their wealth. And it's a benefit to everyone in the economy. You have more money to spend, you have more money to take care of emergencies and so on. So that's, yes, it's to the homeowner, but it's also to the local government. It stabilizes neighborhoods. You might have neighborhoods that are all rental housing and maybe are, landlords that are not there. And when you start moving in, well, you know this with Habitat probably. We'll see when Habitat moves into a community that, let's say, was all rentals, and now you start having home ownership, it starts uplifting the community. Well, same thing with the CLT home ownership. And by the way, some habitats are doing the CLT model exclusively. Marion County Habitat is only doing community land trust home ownership. So it's a good way to transform your county-owned property into productive use. And that does tie into your surplus land. What I just mentioned about the subsidy remaining in the property, that's been approved by the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, which is the state agency that oversees the SHIP program, because they like everything to be repaid, but they understand the CLT model and approve of it staying in the property. So to the individual household, obviously the price is more affordable because they're not paying for the land. If you're not buying the land, you're not paying for the land. You get a return of equity when you sell. It's not the fee simple equity. There's 3 different types of resale formulas. I'm not going to go through them with you, but they each provide a piece of equity, let's say 25% of the increase in the value back to the homeowner. They're making those mortgage payments. When we started this, we would say, of course, those are deductible if you itemize. Nowadays, with the changes in the tax code, it's unlikely that they would be itemized. You get homestead exemption. So we have a Florida statute, 193.018. That's, I guess, where you'd say we were advocates. So we worked with a representative on getting that statute passed, which directs the property appraiser to assess the CLT home at the resale restricted value, because the home, if it wasn't resale restricted, might be $400,000. We don't want the homeowner getting a tax bill based on $400,000, even though they get their homestead exemption. It's still a lot of money, right? So the property appraiser is directed by this statute to appraise the property based on the resale restricted value. And you record a memorandum in the public records, so they're on notice of that. And also, you do have this stewardship. So to give you an example of how great the stewardship is, if you've got a well-run CLT, they've got some money in the bank. Let's say one of the homeowners is temporarily out of work. They've lost their job, but it's likely they're going to get reemployment in several months. The CLT as steward might go in and pay that mortgage payment because they know they're going to get it back, if not earlier, at the very latest, at resale. So an example of a CLT, actually it's now Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, they've expanded, was created by a county in 2006. You can see they're doing both home ownership, they're doing rental, and so on. And they have revenue from developer fees, and they're one of the best CLTs in Florida. I would like to tell you, though, that there are over 20 community land trusts now, either formed or in the process of being formed in the state of Florida. So it's really taken off. Denise mentioned that I started the Institute in 2000. It's really taken, the first 15 years, there was basically nothing. Now it's really taken, it takes time. These things take time. Surplus lands is a great tool, which started in 2006. And this, by the way, comes from your area. This was Senator Bennett. Senator Bennett, if anybody remembers Senator Bennett. This was his idea. This was his idea. And to be frank with you, I didn't think much of it when he first brought it to my attention. And I thought, I didn't know that it was such a great source of, whatever. But apparently it is. Apparently there's a lot of surplus land. So I was wrong about that. And in fact, we need to get the state to do the same thing with the state surplus lands. So with surplus lands, you've already got the system in place. I don't think I really need to explain the whole thing to you. But the statute isn't really clear on what's appropriate for affordable housing, so I'd like to talk about that. Our position at the Florida Housing Coalition is that if it's appropriate for any housing at all, it's appropriate for affordable housing. That doesn't mean you need to sell it for affordable housing. Let's say it has $1 million views, right? And so it could be sold by a market rate developer for a lot of money, right? They'll pay you a lot of money for it. You could sell it to them and put the money into your local housing trust fund. You don't have to use that parcel for affordable housing. But the important thing is that you put it on your inventory. So anything that's appropriate for housing, in other words, not a sliver that's left over from a transportation, right away. Anything that can be used for development, you should put on that inventory. And then if you can either donate it for affordable housing, if you do start a CLT, you can give it to the CLT. If you think, well, this is just too valuable, we'll sell it, but then you can give the money to support, let's say you had a CLT, or to put in a local trust fund, okay? So that's the key to surplus lands. We always, if you look at number 3, sell the property with a restriction that requires the property be developed for use as permanent affordable housing. And we would say not just permanent, but permanently. So when you're giving land that you own to affordable housing, you don't want it to be affordable for 10 or 15 or even 20 or 30 years. You want it to be affordable in perpetuity. That doesn't necessarily mean a community land trust. And part of our conversation was, you can have ground leases without a community land trust. You could in fact yourself have property that you just give a 99-year ground lease right to someone. So, whoops. So that is actually, did I use up my 30 minutes? I used up my 30 minutes. Okay. I did use it up. Okay, I forgot to look at my clock. No, we're good. We're good. I just, I think that's, probably better if I just answer questions during question time and let your next speaker go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We're going to move to the next speaker, and then we will do
Courtney.
public comment, and then we'll have commissioner discussion after that. But don't go anywhere, because you can sit, there you go. Oh, hello, ma'am. Please state your first and last name for the record.
Hi there, I'm Courtney DePaul. I am the Development Services Director, and then Rob Wenzel, my Development Services Manager, is going to join me for the presentation. Just get out here for a second. Okay. Okay, so we were requested to put together, we worked with Affordable Housing, the folks at Community and Veteran Services, to go through some of the properties that we had on the books that we thought about possibly looking into doing affordable housing on them, and so we wanted to share them with you. Some of this may be negated with the House Bill 1339 that you had spoken about, and some of these may have some options with the PowerPoint that you presented. So we can go through and maybe add some of those comments in here as we go through them, but I'm going to let Rob take it over.
How do you
Just
go
click
to
this
the
one.
next one? Okay. Oops, back. Okay, and I'm Rob Wenzel, Development Services Manager, and that was a great presentation, by the way. I actually learned a lot, so thank you for that. So we do have some properties. We have 5 here that we're going to show and some ideas that we have. And like Courtney said, you know, based on 1339, there might be some changes of what we were thinking, you know, things we didn't know about. So this first one is, I listened to you say, you know, a property might be worth more money and you might be able to sell that money and put it into the reserve. So this is an area called Palmetto Point, and we actually own 3 lots in a row in Palmetto Point. And we were originally thinking, I think it's out right now, 2 of the lots were out for bid, I think, for affordable housing, but this might be one of those where we could possibly sell it and, you know, put the money in the affordable housing bank or fund that we have. It's next to a lift station. The one that's outlined in yellow, that's 2 lots, but we also own the 2 lots to the west of that one. So that one is definitely a possibility of one of those properties that we could sell, is what I would think. So I'll move on to the next one. That's Palmetto Point property, and these are all of our surplus properties. This next one is actually owned by the Housing Authority, but I think we're working with the Housing Authority on this property. It was ours. We want it back. It was ours. We want, yeah, we're getting it back. There's a really nice piece of property. We actually had another project that went bankrupt, you know, back in 2008. I think it was called the Villages of Avignon, Loris, the Villages of Avignon, just to the east of it. And we still own 4 of those parcels that are outlined in blue, plus we're getting the parcel in red back. But what we'd like to do with this one, the future land use category is currently Res 3. We'd like to do a comprehensive plan amendment for this and bring it to a Res 6 and then rezone the property to a, you know, affordable housing designation where we can increase the density of the property. It's a great piece of property, and if we can include the piece to the east, it would be a home run. So the next slide is, this is a vacant lot that we own, and looking at the parcel, it is it's a little constrained. It has a ditch on the east side, and there's a house that's really close on the west side, but we still think that we could get a house in there. We can get another affordable unit on this lot. So we're going to have our survey team go out there and survey this lot and see if we can actually put a house out there. So that is that one. And then the next one, this is a piece of property that we own in North County. This is behind the racetrack gas station over near Lincoln Park and Lincoln Middle School. It's a LM piece of property, light manufacturing zoning district, with an industrial light future land use and a current zoning district of light manufacturing, I'm sorry. We would like to rezone this property as well. And you can see there's Res 6 all around it for future land use. We'd like to give that Res 6 designation, you know, try to take it through the process, give this Res 6 and rezone this as well to a higher class, maybe a RSF 9 or RSMH 12, and increase the density for affordable housing on that. We could consider trying to reach out to the neighbor to the north. That is a vacant lot to the north. Those are each 1 acre parcels, and if we could, you know, team up, we could have 2 acres. We do have to build a road, but that would give us 2 acres for affordable housing units on that lot. This last one is another thing we're exploring. This is currently, I think the zoning here is RSF 6, and with affordable housing, you can go down to a 3,500 square foot lot. And if we did a replat of this subdivision, this would have enough road frontage and square footage that we could replat the lot, split the lot in half and have 2 buildable lots. So we're considering, doing the replat and also rezoning this one to RSF 6 with the H designation for affordable housing. And that is it for the pieces of property that we were showing today. And I guess the action is motion to authorize staff to proceed with due diligence and research to advertise county-initiated comprehensive plan amendments and/or rezones appropriate for affordable housing designation. That's what we're looking for. I would defer to Dr. Hopes.
If you so desire, this is just the first tranche of the work that we've done around identifying county-owned properties in accordance with state statutes that can be used for affordable housing. And we are ready to move forward on what has just been presented.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Commissioner Cruz. Are those our 2 speakers? Okay. Well, I guess technically it's 3 speakers.
We left plenty of time for action items because
No,
I know these are hot
appreciate
topics.
that. I appreciate
And
that.
questions.
So on the board, we have Van Ostenbridge, Bellamy, Servia, but I said we were going to go to public comment first, so let's do that. We have a motion on the floor anyway. So public comment for the motion on the floor or anything that has been brought up by the speakers up to this point. So if you're in the audience and you would like to come forward to address the commission at this time on public comment regarding issues from today's meeting or the motion on the floor, please step up to the microphone. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. We ask that you state your first and your last name and your county of residence before you begin speaking. Go ahead, sir.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. So interesting on the Laura. Jamie, thank you. I didn't know that surplus property was supposed to be in perpetuity. We currently do not have that in our Laura agreements. So there's a major flaw that we have when we go into an Laura agreement, at least on the previous homes that have been built. And that's a serious flaw because right now you can get into a 12-year Laura or a 15-year Laura and say, you know what, in 5 years, I'm going to sell it. The market's up, I'm going to double my money. And the county's comeback is only pay us back our impact fees. We're happy campers will go away. That's a serious flaw. That needs to change because it's currently going on. None of the Lauras are in perpetuity. So I think that's a major change that we have to do. Getting back to the surplus lots, I'm glad we're moving forward in that direction. But as we had our discussion yesterday at the Affordable Housing Board, we can't build a home for $215,000. It just cannot be done. So we're restricted on what we can sell it for. And as a builder, we can't build it for that. So what do? Where do you make up the difference? I just don't see it. So great conversation. I think there's some serious flaws in our current Laura. That does need to be forever. I agree. I mean, you can't get out of it. Can't give it. You can give it to your kids, but you have to stay within the reasonable rent. And if you do sell it, like the land trust, you are restricted to what you can sell it for. Typically 5% over what you paid for. So those restrictions need to be rethought and instituted in our current Lauras. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, first and last name, county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Patricia Petroff, Manatee County resident since 1978. I am here in support of affordable and workforce housing. I am hearing a lot of information, a lot of pleas from people I do represent around the county where their workers cannot find housing, and that's going to have a snowball effect on all of us. Everything today that was said, great, good, let's move forward. In addition, I would like you to direct your staff to take a really hard look at the LM restrictions on units per acre. I think it's 1 unit per acre. It needs to be much higher than that. And I have had some conversations, very limited conversations with your staff with respect to what we can do to try to encourage affordable workplace housing close to where we're putting in all of our industrial, the Amazon warehouses, all of that light manufacturing, and how do we brainstorm that so it works? So it works long time. But I will tell you that 6 units per acre, 9 units per acre is not going to work. We need to be thinking a somewhat higher density for those areas. We need to talk about how we can have synergy between bus transportation to those areas. So that's a piece that Manatee County can address. We need to think about if those LM areas are near parks and other amenities, because the person who builds that housing won't be able to build more than the housing. So we're not going to see apartment complexes that have car washes and dog wash stations and pretty chessboards on the grass and all of that, which is what seems to be happening out in the area that I live in. So I'm here on behalf of the different people I represent. Basically, they have offered me up to your staff to brainstorm, to try to think outside of the box, to come back with some possible solutions that might work for our community. But I applaud that you are moving in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Belinda Ritchie, Women's Voices Southwest Florida. County residents, Manatee County District 2. I watched the presentation there, and I was just curious about all those pieces of land and how many actual doors is that. I'd hate to spend, lots and lots of money sending the staff in a circle to build 20 or 30 places for people to live. And then I'm also seeing that that's like, it's great that the chamber's working on it, but 2030 is a long time. There are people right now. Like, what are we going to do right this minute? Like, she mentioned somewhere that it was 30% of someone's income. So in order to afford a 2-bedroom in Bradenton, it's about $2,500. So someone has to make $90,000 a year to afford to live there. And I go back to the county having a job fair. And I looked at through the 200 and some 50 jobs are available, and not one of them pays enough for someone to afford a 2-bedroom within walking distance of their work if they can't afford a house. That's my 2 cents. I'm glad you guys are doing something. But you need to figure out what you can do today, not 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First and last name, county of residence.
Sarah Parker, and I am a Sarasota County resident. However, my group is based in Manatee County, just for clarification. With that being said, just recently we got contacted by a woman who had 2 children. We are not a 501c3. Women's Voices, we do all of this on our own. We pull our money together. We ask for donations. This lady and her 2 children were homeless, houseless, sleeping in a car. We were able to, with other organizations within Manatee County, other organizations get her into a hotel room. After we're doing that, shout out to Shannon, one of our other members, she helped her get into an actual house. That was us grabbing and funding the move-in. With that being said, 2030 is way too far out. That is a great idea for longevity, and that's like from what we understand and what we were like Googling and trying to get, we think that's a great idea for the future, but right now there's a problem. I'm not going to try to hit you with empathetic ideologies. Instead, I'm going to talk to you about something that you like, which is money. With houselessness, and I don't say homelessness because this is their home. They're not homeless, they're houseless. With houselessness comes higher crime rates, comes higher abortion rates, and there are tons of things, lower education. It's gonna cause a problem for Manatee County. We need affordable housing, workforce housing, affordable student housing, and we need housing for marginalized and lower income people. I'm gonna give you guys, I believe that you can call a public emergency. I know that you're saying this is not Miami, but we need to not let it get to Miami. That report that was shown to us that was shown to you guys was in 2019. It is 2022, and there's still not a solution for affordable housing. That's saying something. With that being said, there needs to be a grant for rental assistance, expectant parents, and I know that y'all are not going to go for this, but it's worth a try, an eviction moratorium. And we need to do something to stop the rental increase, over 30%. I know a lot of people my age that have children, I'm 29 years old, that have children, that they're getting those same pieces of paper saying that their rent's going to go up if they don't sign a year lease or 6-month lease. There's an issue, and we can't wait. There needs to be more help for rental assistance. There needs to be some kind of grant. We know that due to some organizations turning down money, you guys have the money available. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First and last name, county of
Afternoon.
residence.
Elisa Bennett. I'm a Sarasota County resident, but I'm a business owner in Manatee County. We've been here for 17 years. And to follow up with what Ms. Petroff was saying earlier, we are very interested in taking our light manufacturing 5 acres that we have and maybe building some transitional housing so that we can actually get some housing for our employees to get started and get off the ground, because I have guys who are making $15 an hour, $17 an hour, and they're having a hard time commuting all the way from Hillsborough County or different areas where housing is a little bit more affordable for them. So I'd offer myself up as an example, as well as being available to talk more about how that could happen for a property owner who has the ability and some room to build some smaller housing to get some young people into it. Thanks.
Thank you. I think you know the routine by now. First, last name, county of residence.
Steve Reinhardt, Manatee County resident. I'm an affordable housing builder, developer in the area. I'm also the chairman of the AHAC committee. I'm here wearing both hats, right? Just like what I'd like to do is present some actions and policies I'd like you guys to consider for helping our county to provide affordable housing. One of those was what she's talking about is for you to consider residential to apply to all zoning classifications. Right now, industrial, commercial, you can't do residential. So I think that will help alleviate employers that are having a hard time having their workers find housing. If they can provide the housing on site, that is a commercial, industrial. If residential can be applied to that, I think that would help. Another one, I have a couple properties. I've had a lot of interest from large, well-capitalized firms that are coming in here that want to do single-family single-family developments, but want to do the rentals. And right now, the livable Manatee for single-family homes doesn't include rental. So, for that it has a component for the multifamily, but for single-family, it is only homeownership. So, for you to consider through the livable Manatee incentives to have the single-family rental as well as homeownership, the incentives to be passed through. Right now, state statute allows jurisdictions to waive impact fees. Manatee County has not adopted a policy for that. Right now, they are replenished to the developer or builder through the livable Manatee. Problem from a private point of view, from a developer, is will livable Manatee be replenished year by year? To what extent? Will it be used by someone else? If I know as a builder or developer that it's automatic, that it's waived as part of me providing affordable housing with the project, I think that incentivizes it more. Right now, with one of the livable Manatee bonuses, density bonus, I don't have to tell you the fact that I'm a victim to suppliers. I'm a victim to supplier shortages. I'm a slave to my people right now, and it's a difficult position for general contractors right now. So where do we offset some costs? If we can look at maybe going from, right now you have 100% bump up. So if you have, let's say, Res 6, you can get, instead of 6 units an acre, you can get 12 units an acre, maybe a 1.5. And that additional half goes to all affordable housing. So instead of one bump up, maybe it's a 1.5, and that half goes to additional affordable housing units. Something to consider. Density would definitely help offset costs. Certified lot splits.
So, sir, your 3 minutes is up. If I give you a 1-minute extension, can you wrap it up in 1 minute?
Sure can.
Thank you.
Right now, certified lot splits, I don't understand that subdivision process because you have in there parent. If the certified lot split ends up in 2 conforming lots and you can split it again, it seems confusing. Minor plat, major plat, certified lot splits a lot faster. Time is money. So it seems like you've complicated the certified lot split process. And finally, I want you guys to consider straight rezone with exceptions. Right now, as you know, you can go PDR or straight rezone. Straight rezone, You have to conform it as is. And most developers want exceptions, reduce setbacks, so forth and so on. So a straight rezone with exceptions would save the developer 6 to 8 months in the platting and planning process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's some pretty good in the weeds information. 3 minutes, first and last name, county of residence, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Polton. I am a Manatee County resident. I also serve as the Vice President of Public Policy and Workforce Partnerships for the Manatee Chamber of Commerce. Jackie, as you saw, Jackie Dzelski, our President and CEO, she was here. Unfortunately, she did have to step out, so I'm speaking on her behalf. I just wanted to applaud you for having these conversations. This is a topic and a concern that we hear about regularly at the Chamber. Many of you in this room and here in the audience sit on our committees and task force, as well as serve on our board of directors. Chairman Van Ostenbridge, Dr. Scott Hopes, Mayor Jean Brown all serve on our board, so it's very, very important to us. And we value our relationship with you, with the city, with our elected officials in Tallahassee, and we certainly look forward to being a part of the solution. And we are certainly open to being a part of the conversation as well. So happy to be here, and certainly looking forward to seeing how this meeting continues. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this issue? All right, seeing none. Wait, seeing one. Went from none to one.
I won't even take up my full 3 minutes.
No, you're good. First and last name, county of residence, please.
Hi, my name is Shannon Keever, and I live in Manatee County. I live in Bradenton. I didn't want to speak at first because I don't really feel like I'm educated enough on all of the nuances that go along with affordable housing. But like Sarah was saying, I got a little bit of a crash course into it by being contacted by this woman, the single mother with the 2 kids, and her, what really put her out on the streets was that her rent, it was going to go up by $500 a month. There was a single mom, 2 kids. She's working. She was affected by the COVID. She was in the service industry. And so, but she was making it work. And then she got slammed with this, hey, we sold to a new company, and now we're going to raise your rent by $500 a month. And that immediately put her and her kids out on the streets. And so that was really scary for me to see this. I'm thinking, just as a person who lives in Manatee County, I bought my house in 2014 for $185,000. It's now, the last time I get my little Zillow estimates, it's now worth over $400,000. Which would, be super fun to sell. But seeing it, I mean, I couldn't afford to live in my house now. If I couldn't afford to live in my neighborhood, I get several offers a month on my house by brokers who are buying up the houses and then renting them out for just these exorbitant prices. And like Sarah was just saying, I mean, we need to see a solution right now for people to be able to afford to live, people who have been choked out by the COVID crisis. And I mean, it's just, I need to see something that, something that can give these people hope, because this is a really wonderful place to live. And I don't want to see these young families leaving Manatee County. I mean, these are our future. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, I don't really have much of a solution other than to say that I'm just seeing these real life situations, and it's pretty scary. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this specific issue? Seeing none, we'll go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phone who has called in for this issue?
We have no callers.
All right, seeing no callers, we will then go to the board. I'm first on the board, but I'll hold off. So we'll go Bellamy and Servia. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, great presentations. I actually wanted to go back to those 16 acres off Rob and Courtney. Can y'all help me?
Yeah, we can come up.
I can get it to him, trust me. I want to go back to those 16 acres off Canal, off 16th and 28th Street. Actually, I was this came up yesterday in a conversation. I spoke with one of the neighbors in that area, and I was actually talking to right there. So this is an example, in my opinion. This is an example, in my opinion, as far as what we should have the ability to move on real quick. Just listening to, I don't want to call the guy's name who I spoke with yesterday, but just listening to him, it probably takes 10 months to go through permitting, then another 14 months in order for you to actually get a project done. So we're probably 24, and that may or may not be, that may be his timing, right? But regardless of it, if we start right now today, we're still 12 months away. Is that realistic thinking? Right, or longer. Right, we control the permitting, and I honestly think we should do a better job of taking ownership of that and making sure when we're talking about affordable housing, the expediting that process to make sure we move forward on that. That's the first thing. Second thing, in this area right here, when we're talking about the word synergy came up, right? The word synergy came up, and that is probably less than a mile from a school, probably two elementary schools and one middle school, 2 or 3 miles from a high school. That's one thing. Walmart's right down the road. So is the great Detweilers. You all know how we feel about Detweilers. But what are our options to take a property like that and move on it immediately? Now, here's the reality of it. From the county's perspective, we have to have skin in the game in order for us to do that. And what I mean by skin in the game, I'm talking about our dollars in order for us to move on that. We have yet to say from affordable housing standpoint that we're going to take and put X amount of dollars into this. I talked to the county administrator, and I think we were close to $1 billion budget last year, and I was like, $10 million is not a lot of money when you're talking about the budget that we have, right? So my thought on this is, if we say that we have property and we see that this is something that we can move on and we know that we have a crisis, how can we take today and move on these 16 acres? Move on these 16 acres. Yes, sir, County Administrator.
Just to remind you of our conversation, we own the parcels next to it, and we're in discussions to acquire the land where the roads are, which would give us probably right around 30 acres. Mm-hmm. So the play here in that area is to end up with a 30-acre parcel that we could run the roads through to really have a substantive piece of property for the board to work with. And then what I would ask afterwards, we can turn to the Florida Housing Coalition representative to talk about the options for that property for your consideration.
Right, but I don't think us not having those roads, does that stop us from starting a plan for this property right now? I think we can put it separated.
Doesn't, but they do want to sell it to us, so we could have the roads.
Yeah, we may want to buy it. That's where all the board come into play. But if they don't want to sell it to us, we still have something that we can move on right now. And what are our options in order for us to get a plan and move forward? We have to move the needle on the crisis. And that's what the action steps should come with today. We should come up with it. So this was the property I was talking to you about. This is exactly it. And when it came up, I wanted to get back to it and see what can we do to move on it immediately.
Sure.
Just to let you know, when we get to my big sheet, number one, the thing that's called soon-to-be-owned county land is that property.
Right.
So it is something that we're talking about.
Right.
Like number 1 or 2, right?
Move on it.
Okay. Are the two of you finished?
It was nothing bad.
No, I get it. I'm all for efficiency. Then, Commissioner Bellamy, if you're done.
Yes, I am.
Okay, because you stood your microphone on, so I was waiting, but that's okay. So the order then is Servia is on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Okay, thank you very much. Another great topic. I really hope that at the end of this that we have action items and that George has presented some really good ones. So I hope that we move forward with those. I do have a little bit of knowledge about that property that used to be the Villages of Avignon and the Housing Authority and Manatee County's property because I worked on it. It's been a long time, though, and I don't remember exactly the issues with it, but I remember there might be wetland issues, soil issues, and things that prevented it from being developed. So just keep that in mind, that there's always a reason that property hasn't been developed. If in the urban core because it's probably very expensive to do so. So while I think we should look into that, I'm not sure it's like a piece of property that nobody's developed and we can go max it out.
Sure.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. The Palmetto Point lots that were shown, are those lots non-conforming or are they're all conforming? Thank goodness. So they don't have to be combined. Okay. Using light manufacturing property for housing. I would like to explore that, but here's my concern. I deal with people who live next door to light industrial property, and there are constant problems. And the reason that there are problems, in my opinion, is because I don't think that the industrial uses that are on the light manufacturing property are in fact light industrial. Okay, so all I'm saying is that I think before we allow housing on light industrial property, that we need to take a close look at our land development code and make sure that we don't have any compatibility problems. Because right now I've got people next to LM that have concrete dust being blown in their house, that have vibration so loud that it's knocking stuff off the walls, that have to look at huge piles of rock and stuff, concrete crushing. In my opinion, these things shouldn't be happening in light industrial property, but they are happening. And it's not just one spot. So I would say let's make sure that we correct the problems before we go forward and allow housing in light industrial property. Density. I agree with Patty Petroff. We have got to increase the density a lot more than where we are. If we want affordable housing, we need much more density in areas where it's appropriate, and that's along those urban corridors. So 6 units, 9 units, 12 units, that is not going to cut it if we really want affordable housing in perpetuity in those areas. What else did I write down? Oh, rezoning property ahead of time. So if we're going to go forward and process a comp plan amendment and a rezone in hopes of getting affordable housing, I see a couple little challenges there. I think we have a straight zoning district that allows us to put an H after it, that then it's only for affordable housing. Okay, that's fine, but someone is still going to have to, let's say they pick it up and they want to do affordable housing, they're still going to have to go through the LURA process, which, is that correct? Still going to have to go through the LURA process, I'm asking? Yes, okay. So it's not going to take away all of the processes that we have, but it may shorten it. The problem with going to a standard zoning district is just like Steve Reinhardt said, you often need some relief from code requirements. You're going to need smaller setbacks. You're going to need reduced buffers. You might need reduced open space. And you can't do those things right now in a standard zoning district. You could only do them in planned development. If we rezone to planned development, again, we're anticipating the market. If we stipulate it too much and say we want these 5 things, and I just don't see that as working either. So my hope is that we amend our code and allow straight zoning districts to have a concept plan of sorts that kind of shows the basics of what you can do on that property to try and shorten the processing time frame for affordable housing as we move forward. Last question. Sarasota County is using ARPA money for affordable housing. And I think that may be one way that we could move the needle today. Because all of these other things are great in the long term for planning for more density and more housing. But how do we get housing to the people that need it today, tomorrow, and next month? There's ARPA money available. Is that something that we in Manatee County would be willing to use for some units, just like Sarasota County did? And it's a question I'm throwing out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Hopes, would you and your staff like to address those questions?
Yeah, I couldn't even write that fast, but let me go back to the property up in Palmetto, the 16 acres plus the 14 or 15 acres. Apparently it's been a while because that property is ready to go. It's got the infrastructure to it. It's ready to be developed. And I'm trying to think of the one thing you, Commissioner Sir, you mentioned Allura. Keep in mind, these properties are owned by and controlled by this Board of County Commissioners. You can put whatever restrictions on that property you want to put it on. There are a number of different formats for you to do that, whether it's deed restrictions, whether it is in the term of a community land trust with restrictions. So you don't have to go through a lot of the processes others have to go through to get funding or the sort, because it's your property. You as a body corporate have the authority to structure it however you'd like to structure it. With regards to the issue of rezoning, this Board of County Commissioners has the authority to go through the process to rezone its own property for the use you would like to make it available for, and or to increase the value of that property with regards to how it's made available to the market or its contribution towards affordable housing. There was a couple other questions. Did I miss?
There was one about that I wanted to add to about light manufacturing and putting housing on light manufacturing. And we've had a pre-scoping meeting with an applicant that is actually looking to do something like that. And so we've already got our comprehensive planning staff, and they're probably going to ask for us to amend our text. So they're going to direct us, they're going to ask to do it and fund that. But I've already been talking to my comp planning staff about looking into different options for workforce housing specifically and what protections we can put in place in case that property ever gets sold later on and those things. So staff is looking into that already.
And that pre-scoping meeting is a large company that is already building in an area, and it's actually one area is heavy industrial. And they're basically saying, for our employees, we would like to build housing in this area on the campus. And so staff has been working on the various approaches to that.
And I think the other question that came up also is providing possibly like a daycare on the same property. And so these all are things that are coming up, and definitely something that we need to look into in these industrial areas as the housing market continues to increase.
Commissioner Serby, does that answer all of your questions?
We didn't touch on ARPA funding. ARPA?
There have been a couple of requests around it, and there are options for it to use it to subsidize and invest, and that would be up to the board. We actually were prepared on a project that had already been approved by the board, but the funding that was afforded them a little over a year ago was insufficient. And they had requested that if we could put like $2 million into ARPA funding, then they could move forward with the project and expand the number of units. Here's the problem. The market moves very fast. So in between that conversation and a couple of days ago, and Commissioner Bellamy had been working on it also, they got a higher market-based offer for the property, and so it's going to be taken off of the inventory. So we were prepared to make that investment. There's a difference between putting $2 million of ARPA funds into a project and putting, say, $15 million into an ARPA project, where the Board of County Commissioners through ARPA funding would be funding more than 50% of the project. So,
may I dialogue?
Yeah, you still have
Thank
the floor.
you very much. That's good information. I don't know if Blue Sky and Castle is still here, Castle, because I don't know the details, but I believe you guys are working on a few things that require some
Sir, I need you to step up to the podium. State
financial assistance. I'd love to hear
your
from you.
first and last name and your county of residence for the record.
Yes.
And then you can
Scott
dialogue.
Eller, CEO of Castle, and my county of residence is Sarasota. But we do have property amenity. So with the $15 million, we would be looking somewhere in the neighborhood of 170 units, and that would contribute about $75,000 per unit. We'd be raising the remaining funds, totally about $250,000 through 4% credit. So the $15 million for the 170 units would be about 30% of the funding is what we're looking at.
and the other proposal was 120 units for $2 million, just so you know.
Was it 9% credits?
4% credits.
They must have had an offset somewhere, or
They were probably putting more money into it.
I'm not sure how they were doing that, but like I said, usually with 4% credits, it's about 75. Oh, Jeff Harlan is here. He can help out with that.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Harlan. I live in Pasco County. I'm with Blue Sky Communities, and we just finished a 92-unit property here in Manatee County called Sandpiper Place. And the $15 million Scott's referring to is regarding probably two phases, a bigger deal. One of the deals that we just talked about with housing folks and the commissioner is for 80 units of new construction, garden, concrete units. About 31 bedrooms, 52 bedrooms. We're talking about supporting AMIs at 30% up to 80%. These are for small families with the working adult at risk of homeless or emerging from homeless, and elderly with the same conditions or circumstances. Castle would be our nonprofit partner, and they would be providing services along with other local service providers. We're looking at a total development cost of about $21 million. So development costs are going up substantially every single month. Somebody had just mentioned how the cost increases fairly rapidly. So the amount of money for that almost $21 million, we're talking about taking a private banking mortgage for about $5 million. We'd be getting about $9 million in tax credits. We would be taking a deferred developer fee of about $900,000. And the request from Manatee County through the Home ARPA or any other funds that were available would be a gap of about $6 million. So we're talking about trying to get units that can get in the ground ASAP, get moving, get going. We have a landowner that's been working with us. They're selling us the land for a very reasonable price, has the zoning in place. We've done a pre-app meeting. We know we can get the deal done through traditional funding sources for affordable housing. It can take a year, 2 years, 3 years. We've been at this particular one for a couple. With this ARPA money, Home ARPA money, it gives Manatee County a chance to use dollars they have now to fill gaps and get units going today. So are there other options? I'm sure there are. We wanted to make sure you guys know there's been a request to take action and get units going. This is a way that could happen.
So the way the timeline works, just so you know, if it got approved in month 1 by the Board of County Commissioners, months 2 to 4 months, we're doing architectural plans and engineering. Months 5 through 10 is permitting, and months 11 through 24 construction. But by month 23, we could be moving people in. So like if a decision was made conceptually in 23 months, we could be moving people in. So the numbers Mr. Harlan gave you are in a development that we're currently trying to put together, Cedar Cove here in Manatee County. When I spoke earlier, we were talking about doing a second deal on a larger piece of property, totaling about 170 units on the low side.
Commissioner Serbia?
I don't have anything else.
Okay.
We do have a motion on the table.
Do any other commissioners have questions for these gentlemen before we? Mr. Bellamy.
Right. I do not have a question.
Okay.
However, I met with Sean yesterday about this because this seems like an option. And I think it borders our district or either all the way in yours. Depends on where the new old district. They did a good job of confusing everybody on that. But the reality of it is when we start talking about the ARPA funds, I know we already have some ARPA funds allocated, right? And I was very candid on this yesterday. I'm going to be very candid on this today. It is not the intent to take away from the $15 million that we had already allocated to assist with the judicial facility. Where are we with ARPA funds after that? I'm sure we have some other allocations. Right.
Dr. Hopes?
At your last Board of County Commissioners meeting, you approved the allocation of the second and final tranche of ARPA funds. And so any of these projects, you would take away sewer extension in Parish or stormwater in District 4. We'll give you that combined list. You had a handout, but I can just refresh your memories because keep in mind, the decision is yours to make of what to not fund that has been approved by the board. I mean, it's a finite amount of money, so you set your priorities, but it's the board's discretion on how you reallocate those funds.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other questions for the gentleman? Great. So then the order of the board is Cruz, Baugh, Bellamy. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, it's kind of going back on some of the things said. Relative to the light manufacturing, I spoke with Patty. I also spoke to the Bennetts about their particular property where they want to build some units themselves and can't because of light manufacturing. We keep using this term crisis, but then everyone wants to find ways of not doing things. I mean, part of the problem with all of our arguments about building next to an interstate because it's too loud or building by light manufacturing because there may be dust is effectively like we're trying to protect people from ourselves because we know better than they do, and it's somewhat of a nanny state kind of thing. I don't care if it's loud or if it's dusty because you know what? The market will bear what the property can hold. If it's loud there, that landlord is going to keep lowering rent until somebody's willing to say, you know what? The noise and the dust is better than being homeless. And if the rent goes down because of that, all the better. And we keep talking about how the Tropicanas and the Bells and the Amazons and all these places need to look at building housing for their employees. Well, the best place to build that housing is on their own property. They own the land. It's walking distance from where employment is, but they can't because of the zoning. I think, and flat out, we should effectively, and maybe if there's one or two massive exceptions of just crazy port level zoning, we should just flat out say any zoning in Manatee County is residential as of right. Because if they want to build 6 to 8 units next to their own property on their land to put their employees in because it's cost prohibitive to come here, why are we saying no to somebody willing to put their own money on their own land to provide housing for their employees? It's ridiculous. And what we try to do is we try to come up with the most extreme example. Like somebody's crushing concrete illegally and therefore nobody in this zoning in all of Manatee County should possibly be able to put housing there because here's a case study in why that could be wrong. But the reality is 99% of the rest of that zoning isn't doing that. And I don't see why we're prohibiting building any residential here, much less affordable residential, much less people building housing for their own employees. We should just say, Manatee County's open for business. If you want to build residential, go build it wherever you want to put that, because that makes it cheaper, it makes it faster, and it starts getting units out of the ground. And if we want to keep talking about we need to fix something now, why do we drag everything on forever? Like, I don't get it. All these light manufacturing and light industrial and, retail, so you can't put residential over it. We talked about the self-storage and all the excess air over it. Open it up. Put an R next to every zoning thing we have in Manatee County, and let's start fixing this problem by making more land available. So that's my view on that right there. And as for rezones, that's my number 8, actually, is land banking and rezoning things. So we could talk about that when it gets the time. And as for ARPA, it's a good idea. Sarasota, I think, was 25 million. We were 15. They are putting more in. They got a little more, not 10 million more, but they got a little more. And they are putting it in. But as we just heard, that's not a let's fix a problem tomorrow. Right. That's 24 months later that unit's going to come. Not saying those aren't important units, but it's not a fix the problem this afternoon and move somebody in by the weekend. That's 2 years out before that gets solved. I mean, I'd be okay with reviewing some of and tiering some of the previous discussions on ARPA. Maybe there's an extra $5-10 million in there. We can do something as a short-term Band-Aid. I think the bigger thing is, and I think that's my number 6, is coming up with more long-term solutions to funding, whether it be through the in lieu payments I mentioned or through just taking a portion of our existing millage and dedicating it like we do with some of our others, because then you can bond it and have a bigger fund in the long run. But so some portion of ARPA, yeah, but I know people are coming to us saying, spend $75 million. It's the highest cost of building ever. Like, this is not the best time to be coming out of the ground. Unfortunately, we do need to come out of the ground because we need the housing, but it's a terrible time to be coming out of the ground right now. If there's ways of doing it without dropping all $75 million and to the extent of your stormwater and District 1's sewer system, I'd prefer not to and look at more of a long-term viability of funding into the future.
So
thank you, sir. It's actually really well said. I don't believe there was a question in there, though, correct?
It was just answering stuff about the
Right. Okay.
I liked it.
No, and that's fine.
I think he spoke in favor of the motion so that we can do the things he wants us to do.
Well, so I still have Baugh and Servia on the board, and Commissioner Satcher is fondling his comment card there, so I don't know if he's going to waive it or not, but he's thinking on it. So we'll go with Baugh and then Servia. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. Impact fees was mentioned by Steve when he was speaking, and I think, isn't it still, Dr. Hopes, that affordable housing, Manatee County does pay the impact fees? I know you mentioned, though, a Florida statute where it might be changing. Can you kind of give us a heads up on that? Because I don't, somebody.
I've got Nicole in the overflow room, so she's going to keep me honest. But I believe that they're deferred, or they're working on, or we are deferring them, correct? They're
Right.
deferred. So they
that's
defer
not
them
what
until
we
the.
used to do. We used
no,
to
well,
pay them.
They defer them to the end, and then they waive them as long as they end
We
up
have our
being for
impact fee
affordable
expert
units.
at the microphone.
Is that correct,
There
Nicole?
she is.
Good afternoon, Nicole Knapp, Impact Fee Administrator and Comp Plan Manager. I didn't hear the question because I was across the hall.
With regards to affordable housing and impact fees, are we paying them? Are we deferring them?
What are we doing?
Are we offsetting them?
We currently pay for them through the Livable Manatee program,
Thank
but
you. That's
we
what I
have
thought.
new new language in the LDC that allows the board to waive or reduce by right. So the language is there because now the new statute allows you. The former statute didn't allow you to waive or reduce for any one class. You had to, basically, the new statute allows you to do that.
Yeah, and Nicole, thank you for that, because I remember going before the Florida Association of Counties, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago, trying to get them to support getting rid of impact fees on affordable housing, and it was contested. I think Commissioner Whitmore was there at the time, and it was contested very heavily, but now it is done and we can do that. Is that
So
correct?
I think we're bringing it to you before the recess.
Okay,
for
good.
approval.
I think
Good.
we already went to the first hearing, didn't we? And that was part of that, Nicole?
Yeah, the first hearing.
The new impact fee study, when we actually have that adopted and it comes before you, we'll have recommendations for what other jurisdictions within Florida are doing as far as policies with reducing or waiving.
Okay, all right, that's good news. Okay. All right, and then I have another question, and it's about homestead exemptions. And in Florida, seniors with low income can actually go to $50,000 on their, what they're allowed on their tax
An
exemption.
additional 50,000, I think.
Are we here in Manatee County, are we doing the 50,000 or are we holding to 25? I mean, I think some counties stay at 25, but I know they can go up to 50. What are we doing? Do we know? Somebody help me here. Well, that's what I was thinking too, but
Mr. Chairman, I think
Attorney Clegg.
that is controlled by state law. That is not controlled by county ordinance. So I don't believe there's any step that the county needs to take in order to implement.
so they're low-income seniors,
Yeah, if it's available.
65 or
under
over,
state law,
are getting 50,000,
Yeah,
correct?
They're getting the maximum. And that's why it's important, as we heard, our expert, to look at home ownership options
Yeah.
as affordable housing, because, it's also, an inflation hedge. I mean, because if you bought a home in 2014, 2015 at the recession, and then you refinanced at 2%, 2.5% interest, you've got a pretty low mortgage payment. And if you were renting that same house, you are subject to some of those stories that we've heard. And so that's why, as we looked at some of the options with regards to the property, it's to provide those ownership options so that people can get in at affordable prices with relatively low interest rates and the assistance that we have for first home buyers and things like that.
And the only, thank
They
you.
get a homestead exemption.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Scott. Now I'm doing it, Carol.
Scott's fine.
Dr. Hopes.
I like Dr. Scott.
And then just the last thing that I would say is that I've heard several commissioners say it, we really need to increase our density. I mean, that's inevitable. We have to do that. All right, thank you.
Okay, good comments. Getting a lot of chatter behind me. I'm starting to lose commissioners here, so judging the room, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back. Yeah, and I can recess while we have a motion on the table, and I'm going to recess, and we'll be back here at 5:19, or excuse me, at 3:19. So the question has been called, and there has been a second. We will vote on the calling of the question. The question is on, I believe, your motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, the question has been called. We're calling the vote. All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed? And the motion passes, Madam Clerk, 7-0. Commissioner
You have to
Servia?
vote on the motion.
Oh, call the question.
Yes.
Now we got to
Yes.
vote on the motion.
Okay, and I'm getting a lot of chatter in the back of the room. Okay, so we'll get a little order
Chairman?
here. Ma'am,
Clerk, who made the motion to call the question?
Commissioner
And
Cruz made the
seconded?
motion to call the question. The second was
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Bellamy.
Thank
So the
you.
question has been called, so if we could hear the motion read back, please.
Mr. Chair, the motion is to authorize staff to proceed with due diligence and research and advertise a county-initiated comprehensive plan amendment and/or rezones appropriate for affordable housing designation.
Okay. So we've heard the motion. We will start with District 2. It'll be a roll call vote. District 2.
Yes.
District 3 is a yes. 4.
Can I say yes, but? Yes,
No,
and?
ma'am. No, ma'am. You get a yes or a no.
Yes.
District 5. 6. Is
Yay.
that a yes?
Yay.
Yay. Okay. 7. 1. Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. We're in a 10-minute recess.
Oh, I feel like I'm at
Okay, welcome back. We do have 3 commissioners on the board. If they would still like to speak, and they are Servia, Satcher, and Whitmore. After which we do have Courtney DePaul, who is ready to present the next item for us. But we'll start with Commissioner Servia. She's on the board.
Thank you very much. And so I'd like to respond just a little bit more about the light industrial property. So I think we heard at the beginning of this presentation from our presenter about what Florida statutes requires in Chapter 163. And one of the things that's in there is that you don't want to put people in a situation where they're next to toxic or, any sort of environmental problem that's going to jeopardize their health, okay? And I think that's somehow stated in the law, although I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to verify that, but I wish someone would. This is not just a what if. We have light manufacturing properties right now, and it's not just one, and it's not just illegal activity, where we have got things that I think could be, may be, in my opinion, are toxic. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to put housing where people are going to live, albeit poor people, in an area that might jeopardize their health. So I think that is why we need to consider what is allowed in the light manufacturing zoning district. Make sure that what's allowed there is safe there for anyone who may live there in the future. Because right now, I would say that it's not, okay? So I do think we need to do that. I would like, good, our speaker is here from this morning. I would like to hear from her about what other communities are doing throughout the state of Florida. Are they using ARPA money to get housing in the ground? Because when I think about, let's talk about ARPA money. $10 million of that we used to pay for sheriff radios, okay, just as an example. Sheriff radios are very important, but we already had a plan to finance those over a couple of years, but instead we went to pay for them right away, $10 million. With that $10 million, we could have taken $6 million and gotten with these people who are experts in providing affordable housing, and we could have 80 units in 23 months. I don't know a faster way to get units in the ground than using ARPA money. In my opinion, I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't know why we're not considering it. I know that there are lots of important things that we need to pay for with that ARPA money. Believe me, a lot of it is very important to me. All of it is important. But affordable housing may be a little bit more important than some of those things on there, like the radios. Just my 2 cents. Thank you. And I'd like to really hear from our expert. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The order of the board is Van Ostenbridge, Satcher, Cruz, Baugh. I would just sort of disagree. If there's obvious illegal activity on property, light manufacturing property, that should be dealt with. But to say that there might be something that could be harmful to someone's health, we're not forcing people to live anywhere. People are making choices where to live. I make choices every single day that could be, an issue for my health. I should drive slower. I should eat better. I should exercise more. Maybe I shouldn't spend as much time with fireworks and guns, but I do. But these are choices that I make, and it just brings a little nanny state to me. So Satcher, Cruz, Baugh, Commissioner Satcher. Again, we have public comment during specific public comment times. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Scott is yours today. So, Dr. Obes, looking at some of the surrounding counties, specifically we referred to Sarasota, but we have a portion of our ARPA funds that we've set aside already for veterans, the homeless veterans housing. What number is that?
15 million. It was 2 million for planning and design, and then 13 million for actual renovations.
And so Sarasota, I imagine, is not doing a project of that scope of veterans homeless with their ARPA funds, right? So, I mean, I could see it's kind of like a lot of it's already committed, and because we have a specific situation, we have a great resource right here that we're trying to take advantage of, and because we care about our veterans. So I did speak to a guy during the break, Jeff Harlan. And he did mention, because I kind of was explaining to him, I said, we've already committed a large portion of things to veterans, and he mentioned that they actually do veterans projects. They already have one. And so perhaps if this is becoming more of a, if we bit off more than we could chew, as far as, getting that facility renovated, if we're not going to be able to do that for the money that we were hoping, might be worth at least looking into having a conversation if we could maybe kill, it's not two birds with one stone, but accomplish both goals with one action. And not that I am backing off at all on the goal of helping our veterans. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I'll be quick. It's just an immediate response. I mean, again, like I said before, it's like we're trying to find a reason not to do something. Yes. Is there theoretically environmental concerns on some sites? Yes, there's environmental concerns on some sites zoned residential right now. I mean, you can go, or there could be wetlands on a site zoned residential right now. So you don't get to build there. I mean, just because it's as of right residential on any zoning doesn't mean by definition you can just go slap a 20-story residential building there. You still have to get your permits. You still have to get your environmental reports. You still have to make sure there's no wetlands there. So all I'm saying is if you have light manufacturing, if you have industrial, you can, in theory, put residential there. It's certainly still contingent upon the property itself affording itself for the ability to do that development. So saying some light manufacturing may be toxic, so we can't put anybody there, then you're not going to put people there. You're right, because they're not going to get their permits to build there. But if it's a clean site, then they will get it and not have to jump through hoops of rezoning or worse with all these different businesses having to bifurcate their parcels and get one part rezoned and keep the other part industrial so they can keep doing their ongoing concern. So I hear what you're saying, but I think that's a little bit misguided, and we're looking for reasons not to do something. And when the time does come for my big list of stuff, one of the things that I want to ask to direct staff to do is work on changing our comp plan to make residential as of right on all of our parcels.
So on this quick subject, I'm going to intervene here on your long list of stuff. Just what is next on our agenda, Dr.
So
Hopes?
to complete staff's presentation, we'd like Ms. Ross to come up and just give you a quick description of 1339 because it was amended this year. That provides a lot of flexibility for what Commissioner Cruz has on his list and some of the motions, and then followed by the half dwelling units. You've spoken about it before. Now staff is prepared to lay out next steps for you and hopefully get one of Commissioner Cruz's motions around the half dwelling units, and then we would turn it back to you for some action.
Okay, so I currently have Baugh, Whitmore, and Servia on the board, but it feels like the discussion is sort of sidetracking from today's agenda. So it's obviously the will of the board what we want to do here. Do we want to continue on with this discussion, or are we ready to go to the next agenda item?
I just want to bring up what I want to bring up at the end when George does his deal.
When George does his deal, so I can take Whitmore off.
I just want to tell you, I'm going to add fast-tracking homeless housing in our building department, that's all.
Okay.
That's good.
Mr. Chairman,
Servia?
I just want to make sure, that, as I requested, that our speaker answer the question that I asked.
Can I?
Oh,
Please.
certainly.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you. Am I next?
You
can't
you're on
keep
the
up.
floor. You're on the board. It's up to you.
I just wanted to say, in reference to what Commissioner Servia said about the $10 million that the sheriff had requested, you're cutting a fine line there because you're talking about keeping our citizens safe. And so it's tough to say which one would be more important at this point. And I can't see going against something that the sheriff is asking
Commissioner
for.
Van Ostenbridge, please may I dialogue with her?
course.
Because
Sure, if the two of you just keep it as quick as possible.
Commissioner
Go ahead.
Baugh, please, let me remind you of what really happened. So we had $10 million. We had $10 million set aside for the sheriff's radios to be paid over a period of time. Okay, they were funded. Public safety was not going to be jeopardized. But what happened is there was a motion made by another commissioner to pay for it immediately instead of funding it over the period of time as our CFO had organized. And so we did, and we used ARPA money for it. So please don't mischaracterize what I said, because nothing's more important than public safety to me. So please,
Commissioner
tell the
Bott,
truth.
you were referenced, and I see you have your card waved.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Servia, I in no way am changing the facts. You are correct. A commissioner did make that motion, and it was supported and voted on by this board, and I'm not so sure that you didn't vote for it. I'm not sure. The point is that it is important, and the sheriff wanted it immediately. He didn't want to have to wait little by little. So I'm just saying, I don't think that we should be using that in a position of what we're talking about
Commissioner
today.
Baugh, facts are important.
Facts
and that
are
is-
important.
That is not true.
Did you not vote for it?
That is, what you are saying is not true, and I want to correct the record. The sheriff was very happy with the program that we put forth to phase in his radios, and he said it on the record. So please don't rewrite history.
I'm not
Thank you.
rewriting it, and he did want it sooner.
Okay.
So we were able to do that.
I'm
for
going to
him.
move this into our staff presentation for our next item, please. Ma'am? I'm moving us on, sir.
Ms. Ross, I think if you could answer the question that Commissioner Servia, which I think was around what other counties might be doing with ARPA funds and affordable housing.
So when all these big monies came down, and there's a number of pots, like I know we were talking about ARPA Home in relation to the request from Blue Sky and Castle. That's one pot of money. There's also the coronavirus relief funds, right? State and local. So you would be talking about local. So there's a tremendous amount of money. I think, it is a once in a lifetime, once in a generation opportunity. What a lot of local governments did was they budgeted the money pretty quickly when the Treasury had not really provided the guidance that local governments really needed. So I would say most local governments, maybe not that we did an actual survey, took really safe harbor roads. Not everybody. I mean, Palm Beach Gardens is probably looking at having their plan not approved because they're doing a golf course. But it's supposed to be related to COVID, okay? So there wasn't any real guidance on housing. That changed. The Treasury came out with very clear guidance on housing. And basically, if I could summarize it, if it's housing, it qualifies. I don't care what it is. It could be vouchers to buying property. Anything related to housing is going to qualify. So a number of local governments who had already budgeted went back and revisited their budgets in answer to your question. So for instance, Lake County, I was talking with a nonprofit that does homeless permanent housing in Lake County, who, by the way, has done projects with Blue Skies as well. And they were like, well, they've already budgeted all the money. Well, then they went back and they reallocated their funds. From my standpoint, being a housing advocate, St. Petersburg, the city of St. Petersburg is top of the line. 76% of their funds are currently allocated for housing. And I heard they may even be going up from that. So it is a matter of now with the guidance, maybe looking back and seeing if you have other pots of money that can pay for the things that you budgeted with your ARPA funds. There may be infrastructure of sewer. We have the septic to sewer trust funds. We have other places that you could draw funds. So what you might want to do is just relook at what you committed to and see if there are other funding sources for that you could use. And it's not too late. You have time to finalize your budgets. It's not a huge rush. So that's all I would say on that. I do think I should talk to House Bill 1339 because that seems to be the really big issue here. Because I'm definitely hearing that this board wants to move forward and approve affordable housing as quickly as possible. In 2020, the Omnibus Housing Bill was House Bill 1339. It did a whole bunch of things. And one of the things it did was it created a statute in Florida that you could look at as like a super waiver statute that basically says local governments have the option, it's not like it's mandatory, you have the option to permit any affordable housing development that's on residential, commercial, or industrial land for affordable housing. You can permit any development on residential, commercial, or industrial land if it's for affordable housing. Didn't really give any further guidance than that, okay? And I think because it didn't really give all that much guidance, I think local governments have been loath to implement it in a way that I would really like them to, because I think this is huge. And so, for instance, Jacksonville did permit a development. It was affordable apartments that was going to use the sale funding, make a sale application to the state. And it was on property that, I can't remember what it was on, but it wasn't for that. And they just approved it, and it's in the funding. St. Petersburg, again, this just came out. I mean, I like yesterday saw this news article. A big piece of property that was owned by Cox Lumber, so it's industrial, is going to have something like 264 units of housing that's going to be mixed income. So part of it will be market rate, moderate, low, and very low. And as far as I can tell, there's no tax credits. It's just going to be a mix of housing. It's all housing, but a mix of incomes, okay? Now, 1339 was amended, the statute, not 1339. The statute was amended this legislative session, the one that just finished. And the way it was amended was to open that authority up to mixed use developments in residential, commercial, or industrial land, provided there's a minimum of 10% affordable housing. Now, that is, again, an option for local governments. 10% is an awfully low amount. So you as a local government, again, you're in the driver's seat. So if somebody wants your approval of a development, you negotiate. You say, yeah, we'll do that, but we want it to be 40% affordable housing or whatever that is. You are always in the driver's seat. This is not a mandatory, it's your option. It is self-executing. You don't have to have an ordinance in order to use this statute. St. Petersburg did adopt an ordinance, and they, by the way, this is kind of related to Commissioner Cruz's saying everything's residential. They did not want to approve it in commercial. They didn't want affordable housing on the commercial corridor because they wanted to protect the commercial corridor for commerce, for businesses. So when you were talking about, everything residential, it just made me think about that, So, they allow it in residential, they allow it in industrial, obviously, since they just permitted this one that was on that industrial site. But they didn't want to approve it in the commercial corridor because they have a plan for their businesses in the commercial corridor. You're in the driver's seat. This is the state saying you don't have to be consistent with your future land use map, your comprehensive plan, your LDRs, anything. You have the authority to override all of that.
Courtney? Half dwelling units.
So I think me getting here, Commissioner Cruz had directed staff to look into half-dwelling units. Is that correct? Before me. So in any case, staff did that. And so we have some presentation that we put together that I'm going to have Bill, our principal planner, present. He's put his blood, sweat, and tears into this. And so it'll be a background and then emotions at the end so that you can direct us to put this into motion. So let me slideshow. Here you are.
Is this the clicker? This is it?
No, just to sign it around.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Bill O'Shea for the record. So in December, the board had asked that we come back to you with a report on what we could find out about half-dwelling units and possibly use those in part for affordable housing developments, but also in order to get some lower costing apartments that would organically happen because of the sizes. Did not find a lot of information on Muni Code from jurisdictions that did have half-dwelling units. A lot of them call their ADUs a half-dwelling unit. But I did find 3 jurisdictions. One was the city of Fort Myers, one was Oakland Park, and one was Sarasota County. And Commissioner Cruz had taken a liking to what Sarasota County did, so I did want to include that information in this presentation so you could see what they did. So the city of Fort Myers allows half and three-quarter dwelling units in density calculations for multifamily projects only. A studio unit or one bedroom with 750 square feet or less is a half, and then 2 bedrooms with 1,200 square feet or less is 3/4. They also can request alternative multifamily unit density equivalencies, and that would be based on wastewater flows, the household size, or favorable findings by city staff. The city of Oakland Park, again, allows half-dwelling units and density calculations for multifamily projects in what they're calling their planned redevelopment district. And those are defined as studio and efficiency units under 500 square feet, and those would be considered a half. And I believe it's over the last year, Sarasota County adopted half-dwelling units. It's, again, for multifamily projects within the urban service area. There are 750 square feet of less of habitable space. That would be your half-dwelling unit. They must be located in the urban service area. They cannot be located on a barrier island, and the unit cannot be used as transient accommodation. So with those in mind, we kind of went to staff to see what kind of issues we would have from the reviewers. It appears that comprehensive planning, public works, and public safety didn't really have major concerns with the half-dwelling unit. There were some concerns with utilities, impact fees, and school district. All 3 of those are currently undergoing one form of study to kind of look at these smaller units and determine whether or not there can be a reduced fee associated with those. And those fee reductions would not require any kind of amendment to our LDC. But certainly, if the idea is to get a cheaper unit, then that piece of the puzzle would need to be worked through in order to get the biggest bang for our buck. So there are, like I said, rate consultants are currently looking at the existing rate and fee schedule for utilities. They're determining those impacts, and they might have to establish a new rate if we go in this direction for the half-dwelling unit. Impact fees, the county's currently performing a partial amendment to the impact fee study. The study will look at the smaller dwelling units, ADUs, or other types of dwellings to help mitigate affordable housing. Current impact fee ordinance fee schedule does not define a half ADU, and because of such, we're not assessing a fee on those at this time. Proportional reduction is not a solution to determination of fee. So the studies and the student generation data will help to define or determine the smaller square footage tiers. School district is also going through their impact fee analysis, and they had said that it is possible that a half-dwelling unit could, in fact, generate fewer students, but they do have very limited data at this time, that they cannot fully assess the impact of a half-dwelling unit on school impact fees. So the only thing that they have determined at this time is the consultant is recommending calculating the impact based on dwelling unit size, not necessarily bedroom. So I think that in order to make a change at the county, I don't believe that there's anything in the comp plan that needs to be changed. I believe what we would have to do is add a definition of half-dwelling unit, and it could look similar to this. Half-dwelling unit shall mean a multifamily residential unit, 750 square feet or less in size. We would add subsection H under 531.47, which is the residential use specific use criteria, and say multifamily residential uses within the urban service area. And then for the purposes of calculating multifamily residential density in the urban service area, a half-dwelling unit may be utilized. And then finally, the other piece of it is the parking. So we would, basically what I had seen is most of the jurisdictions that did have half-dwelling units were only requiring one parking space. The county is kind of currently reviewing an overall parking reduction for multifamily down to about 1.8. That seems to be close to where the individual parking studies are indicating would be adequate. So we may be looking at reducing parking in general for multifamily uses and require only one for the half-dwelling unit, plus the guest parking. So today we're asking for a motion to authorize staff to advertise and proceed with county-initiated land development code text amendment for the half-dwelling unit.
We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Servia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Great presentation, and I like the direction we're moving in because it helps almost immediately, but I do have a question, and I see our impact fee coordinator in the back. And so I'm not an expert on impact fees, but I do understand that when a study is done for impact fees, that the company doing the analysis is going to look at the community as a whole and how services are provided and through what fees, and all of those things are taken into account when a new impact fee is created. Is that correct so far? Okay. So if my question is, if we go to a half-dwelling unit for impact fees, a half-dwelling unit, is that going to increase the impact fees on the full dwelling units? Because it's like having a 10-pound sack and you still can only fit 10 pounds in there. Is that right? Is it just readjusting? Is someone else going to have to pay the impact fee that is being cut in half here?
Mr. Chair, we have engaged the consultant to both update last year's impact fee study because the market has changed, and in addition, they are incorporating the half-dwelling unit, and we'll be coming back with that updated report to go to the board with regards to their recommendation on adjusting impact fees, taking all that into consideration.
Yeah, exactly. It's taken into consideration. So when you squeeze on one end, the other end gets bigger. I just want everyone to kind of understand that, because there's going to be pressure when I think the other people, not in the half-dwelling unit, are paying higher fees. So that's how I understand it. When we approve the IST, for example, that has to be taken into consideration as a revenue source for building infrastructure. So therefore, it affects the impact fees.
Well,
Any early conversations we've had with the consultant, that's not been the indication that other fees would be increased to offset the decrease for smaller dwelling units, whether that be tiny homes, ADUs, or half-dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board, so we'll move forward with the vote. We've held public comment. Dr. Hope, should I make a quick statement?
just going to say public comment.
Oh, you're, okay. No, we've held public comment that is sufficient to cover all this. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously.
Thank you. And I'd just like to thank staff because I know this was a priority and they put a tremendous amount of effort into it in bringing all these items to you today.
Yeah, I wanted to thank our guest as well. I think she disappeared already. Probably trying to beat traffic. She was fantastic. I had a lot of whoever invited her, it was a good move. She brought a lot of good information. Did you have anything else from a staff end that you wanted to present, or should we move to Commissioner Cruz's items? Commissioner Cruz, do you want them to present your items?
I thought everything was done.
We'll go through just one other one that our staff's been working on that was actually mentioned, I think, by someone in the back was like a standard limited type zoning. So giving the board the ability to put restrictions on different types of zoning. And so I've got Charlie Andrews up here who will present that, and we'll go through that one pretty quickly as well. So let me get that one open right now. Okay. Charlie Andrews, another one of our principal planners.
All right, Charlie Andrews, who turns out is my neighbor.
Planner, but almost principal planner.
Oh, is this the guy?
Hey, he's right around the corner from me. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Hi, Charles Andrews, Senior Planner with staff. Real quick, this is a report that we did per County Commissioners for a standard zoning limited. Real quick, we were instructed to research standard zoning limited option for the county and then to report back to the board with our findings for next steps and direction. In a nutshell, standard zoning district, it would be a standard zoning or Euclidean district that would be allowed in residential RSF1, for example, or commercial GC or industrial HM. And this would have conditions placed upon it which would amend certain characteristics of the site that would otherwise generate potential adverse impacts to adjacent property owners. A few examples of this, as you can see on the slide, would include, but aren't limited to, land uses, hours of operation, vehicular access, buffering, and screening. The benefits of a standard zoning limited district is that it's not site plan controlled. So with our plan developments, we have a site plan that would control basically the layout and everything. This would not have that. It would be more cost feasible as an alternative than rezoning to PD. I'd have a faster review turnaround, and you can get it scheduled for public hearing at a quicker rate. It also provides assurances, and it's a more predictable result than rezoning to a standard zoning district without those limitations. One thing here in our research, a great example here that we're using is Hillsborough County, just to the north of us. They have an added option here. They've had this for about 17 years now. They've been using it throughout the county to have a standard zoning restrictive district. And as a note, the reason we decided to go with a standard zoning limited district is that for with our reviews and whatnot, when we have an R, we don't want it to be misconstrued with a revision or a revised review. So we're just keeping it the L for right now. Hillsborough County, they did say in discussions with them that it provided a more affordable, faster, and predictable alternative for applicants than rezoning to a PD. A few examples here from Hillsborough County regarding it just discusses the restrictions on uses, has a prohibition on certain uses for this example here, additional enhanced buffering and screening, orientation of certain uses such as service bays for this project, setbacks and whatnot, and then hours of operation, it actually spells them out as on number 6 there, and then outdoor speaker use, that kind of thing, just to help kind of mitigate for any adverse impacts to adjacent property owners. Second example real quick, it actually just has the use limited to one specific type of use, and then has a cap on the maximum square footage, just to kind of have that reassurance for adjacent property owners. One example here that the commission would probably know is the Fidelity Bank rezoning, and that was from PRM to NCM. It was 6-1 at the March 3rd BOCC land use hearing. This is a perfect example of where a standard zoning limited district could have been utilized to fully address concerns from adjacent property owners, such as a limitation on use for pharmacy-only use, restriction on hours of operation, enhanced buffering and screening to existing residences to the north, and then that amenity center to the east, and then a restriction on vehicular access, such as 52nd Ave Terrace West, a few things like that. So here's an example of a few things regarding that specific project, regarding some restrictions you could have placed on it. So the action item here is for a motion to authorize staff to advertise and proceed with a county-initiated land development code text amendment.
So moved.
More, it doesn't say what it's for. Text amendment, I mean, it just said that in your motion.
Sure, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I
Yes.
want complete.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Servia, and we have a second by Commissioner Bellamy. And so now
Commissioners-
we'll open things for discussion. Commissioner Whitmore, you have the floor.
Probably make it as presented.
Clarify what the motion is and what a text amendment is. It just said text amendment, doesn't say for what.
So it'd be a text amendment for a standard zoning limited district option.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to any other commissioners make a comment? Okay. I'm not sure I fully understand exactly what I'm voting on here. So as of now, I'm a no due to a lack of understanding.
Explain it.
I would need more.
Go to the one slide.
So what this is, and I'm going to go back to this one. So this was the Fidelity Bank where we talked about it at a couple land use meetings ago, where there was a gentleman that wanted to convert a bank into a pharmacy, and he was a private pharmacy. It was a small-scale, privately owned pharmacy.
I recall.
And there were a lot of issues with the community because they're like, we don't want you using this street. We don't want this to become a big box pharmacy. We don't want you to be able to open a liquor store. You know, Commissioner Servia had talked about the issue with rezoning it to this commercial use is that you can actually sell beer and wine here and do outdoor dining.
Okay.
And so the restrictions that you could have put on there would be the examples that Charlie presented, which would be you could restrict it to only a pharmacy. You could restrict it to only certain hours, or no use of outdoor speakers, or no outdoor dining. And
This
so
gives us a little more flexibility.
it gives you a lot more flexibility.
Gives you flexibility.
So there don't need to be as many. It's not just one or the other. And actually, Charlie had brought this from Hillsborough County, I believe. And so when he was there, it was very successful. And so that's why he brought it to us when he came here.
No,
So-
yeah.
So the motion was just to to authorize us to continue with the text amendment, and then we would bring it to you, advertise, and take to public hearing.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz, are you up to speed? You just came back in the room. So you're good. Okay. Any other discussion? All right, we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, passes unanimously.
That completes all of staff's presentations and recommendations for you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz, the floor is yours. Oh, the county attorney would like to make a statement.
You should probably take public comment on that motion.
Okay, we'll take public comment on the previous motion
That's a text
under
amendment for
the advice of counsel.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who would like to come forward from the public
All
to
right.
speak
I'm-
on this
I'm gonna
specific
finally
issue? You'll have, you know the routine, first and last and county of residence.
Rachel Layton, Manatee County resident. I do think the limited straight zoning district has endless possibilities for us, especially where we have existing buildings and existing properties, to give us a little bit more flexibility to keep those in the manner that they're constructed now, and to help us identify some of the compatibility concerns where these are in the existing neighborhoods. So I would encourage the commission to continue forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phones. I'm sorry, seeing one.
Steve
First-
Reinhardt, Manatee County.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you for your vote.
Oh, God, I didn't.
It's a long day, huh? I brought a community called the Cottages at Avignon, tried the straight rezone, had NIMBYs galore come out. The problem with, from a residential point of view, to educate you, is a straight rezone. I can't present a site plan for you to vet and understand. All I'm asking for is a density. So you can, with the restrictions, and if staff can, work on this, it's a great way for you to put restrictions not only for, I know you're using the example of commercial, but also residential. Because in the LDC, we did The AHAC did make presentation, LDC was changed. So with affordable housing, you have not only the size of the lot, 3,500 square foot, but we have also a table on widths and lengths and setbacks. So with the straight rezone, that will help, with restrictions, that will help affordable housing, for sure. Thank you.
Great point.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone to speak on this item?
No calls.
Okay, thank you. We'll close public comment, and I would just sort of close by thanking Mr. Andrews for bringing that to us. That's a great example of staff understanding the direction the board wishes to go and, you know, using their skills and knowledge to bring us something, a tool that can help us. So with that, we will go to Commissioner Cruz.
We can call that the Pharmacy Act of 2022. Yeah, this sheet you guys all got when we got here, this wasn't really intended to be a bullet point thing. When I think I just misunderstood the direction when Dr. Scott over there sent an email about actionable items. I wrote this more as a narrative with the intention of discussing it and formulating.
I was hoping your aides would have helped you with the language.
But so it was a little bit more narrative written than bullet point actionable item for further discussion, but I kind of highlighted things and tried to create my own bullet points here. But the reality is I was just trying to come up with things that we need to do that I've mentioned in the past, and now we're in a voting situation. A lot of this is more directing staff, and yes, we have a urgent problem, so it would be great in a perfect world to have actionable, like vote on it and they do it tomorrow, but that's just not reality in affordable housing. A lot of this is preparation and policy and set up to move bigger programs forward. So a few of these are a little bit more actionable. But, you know, like number one, I'll just kind of, I think we've talked about a lot of these, so let's just bang through this. The first one is to, you know, make a motion to direct staff to create a BOCC-owned and operated land trust overseen by this board. We need to create the land trust so we can start putting stuff into the land trust. We talk about it over and over. I think this is the third or fourth work session we've had on it since I got here. So, but we've never actually directed them to actually create it.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Cruz, and we have a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Mr. Clegg, would you like us to open each of these items up to public comment?
Well, Mr. Chair, if you want to just let them go through them all first and then let people talk before you
Okay.
vote
Why don't
on
I
them, that's
run
the
through
easiest
everything
way to
I'm
do
going
it.
to say, and then we can
I
have
think
a
that-
public comment, and then we can discuss them one by one here after they're done with public comment.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. Do you want to withdraw that, go through these?
I think that one's pretty straightforward, though.
It is, but we can't have more than one on the floor at a time, so.
I get you.
We could do this one.
Can we just
This is
table
a
it
big
while you
one.
go through your issues?
Yeah, I don't
I'd
have
like
to call
you to
them a
take this
motion.
one
I
up.
can
Yeah,
just give you a
just-
list
just
of things
table
I
it.
intend
That's fine.
to move.
Okay, so we'll table this motion for now.
Perfect.
And
I'd like to clarify, Commissioner Cruz, if I could, you were talking about a land trust over the land that was described earlier in
No, that's
North
separate.
County?
That's
Or
a
is
whole
that
different- that's a whole different
separate?
number. Yes.
So do you have a specific parcel in mind for that land trust, or you just want us to create the?
The first one's just to create it, because we got to create the framework. The second one was going to be to work with Bright Communities, who came here last year, and we were originally going to hire them to set up a pilot program on a soon-to-be-owned county parcel of land in North County, which we discussed earlier.
My suggestion would be that we go through, in fact, you know, the Florida Housing Coalition assists other counties with setting up these trusts, is to set up the trust, and then the board can deposit parcels into the
Correct,
trust.
and that's why it's in that order, because we do have other surplus land, and
Right.
land in a community land trust does not need to be contiguous.
Correct.
And adjacent to each other, so we can still set up the trust first, and even if villages takes a little while to get done, or we have to assess it for developability based on some issues with,
At least we started.
then at least we have the framework and trust on if we want to put that little 2-unit parcel in and some other parcels in, because I think honestly, what we need to be doing is taking all of our surplus land and putting it in there, because that will effectively make it permanently affordable and cheaper for the development, and we have a little bit more control over it, so we're not just stuck handing out surplus land to people, and then 3 years later, people showing up at public comment saying, hey, when are you going to take that land back? No one built it.
So once again, the devil tends to be in the details. Are we directing staff, just so I understand the motion, are we directing staff to establish the framework and then bring it back to us for approval?
It has to come back.
Yes, it has to come back to us.
Perfect. Just wanted to understand. Okay.
And there'll be some dirt that'll have to go into it when we create it, but it could just be one lot.
Correct.
We can add to it later.
So the third thing I want to bring up, and I brought this up, I don't remember, a month or so ago, is we keep talking about needing to do something immediately. I still think, and I know there's a lot of pieces that need to be worked out. That's why it's more coordinating it, and I'll happily work with staff to figure out how to make this work. But I still think that the best option we have today, not 23 months from now, 24 months from now, and something like that, is to figure out a master lease program where this county can use our triple net rating to go out and open it up to anyone who owns from a duplex to 100 units someplace and have them lease the entirety of their property to us. It'll cost us virtually nothing from a taxpayer standpoint because everyone needs housing. We'll be able to make sure those things are 100% occupied for the duration of our master lease. And if we can figure out a way, because like I said previously, investors and landlords care about their bottom line. They care about their net income, which is revenue minus expenses. If we can find a way to help minimize their expenses, meaning find a way to cap, or if we can't cap, then work on a reimbursement based on a set base at the time they lease it to us, so their real estate taxes aren't going up 10% a year because that's what they're capped at because they don't get homestead exemptions and things like that. If we can guarantee them the 100% occupancy so they have no lease-up cost, they have no vacancy cost, we're limiting their expenses, which allow them to be more generous in terms of our master lease from them, which I would initially propose. We structure master lease with annual bumps of the greater of 5% or CPI over a 3 to 5 year lease. We take control of this. We third party out the management of it. We've got great groups in here like NDC and others who have vast amounts of experience dealing with this. And that's how we take this property, because I can master lease a property by the end of the month. We can't build a property for 2 years. So this is a way of getting a core group of units to us that we can then basically pass our capped rents off to other people without it being quote unquote, rent control, because we're owning it. We're not telling landlords what to do. It's a voluntary program. It's a way of us getting control of units. I just think that's one of the only ways I can come up with that give us immediate access to units that people need.
Can I ask a question on that?
Do you want to go issue by issue, or do we want to complete your list and then have comments?
You could do whatever you want.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Just real quick, I'm thinking of liability. Like if we do this and then we rent it out, what if there's a fire? What is the liability for a county doing this? Does anybody have any examples? I think it's a great idea. I would prefer, George, if there's a way that you could say investigate that it's
Oh, I am saying that. Like I said, these are all set up policies. This is coordinate a program to begin a master lease.
Just when you word it, make sure, because I'm always worried about, I was a renter till 97, and I loved it because I just called my landlord and they fixed everything. But, I'm always worried about a fire or something like that, or the elevator doesn't work, something. I just want to make sure because we have sovereign immunity. I don't know if we would have sovereign immunity on this as a government. So that's the kind of stuff I want somebody to
part of
look
that
at.
has to do with where the legal is going to go in terms of the
Right,
master lease.
that's
Because
what
we're
I mean.
not buying these units. We're
No,
not
but
buying
we
these
are-
properties. We're just leasing these properties and essentially subleasing them back
Right,
out.
but there is
So-
some exposure to us. I just want to make sure legally that we're protected, or does sovereign immunity fall under that or whatever? That's all.
You want me to answer that now? Or, I can address we would recommend carrying separate insurance for that kind of use. That's typically the cost of doing business.
Yeah, and I would assume we would ensure that any landlord we're actually doing this program with carries umbrella insurance and minimum general liability insurance on their own, right?
Well, we could assert sovereign immunity, but we would still recommend carrying excess insurance because of the nature of the activity. There is a lot of potential liability in owning property, and we all know that, but that's part of the world. That's just how things work, yeah.
Thank you, sir. The order of the board is Bellamy, Servia. Commissioner Bellamy?
I want to ask Commissioner Cruz a couple questions. I
You
want
can
to
dialogue with Commissioner Cruz.
fully understand the master lease program as far as we'll be leasing somebody else's land and subleasing it.
Here's where it came up, because I haven't really seen this utilized a whole lot. But that doesn't mean, we can't just sit around and wait for 10 other people to do something. Someone at some point has to be the first or the
Yeah, we could be a novice. I don't know.
where you see this is, and this is where I kind of got the idea, is there are a lot of schools, for instance, like Ringling. They don't have a whole lot of their own dorms. They have more people than they have dorms. It's cost prohibitive for them to come out and build new dorms. So what they've been going around doing is leasing up the apartment complexes in full on Tamiami. They've been leasing up all of the units, and then they turn around and lease them back to their students and put them in there. It creates dorms for them without having to put up the upfront capital or the time to build them. So this is a similar process.
So that's what my question was. All right, so where does the money go as far as they're leasing and basically they rent it out? Where does the money go
If
back
there's
to?
100 units and, we're renting all 100 units, then effectively we're paying that landlord whatever the rent is on that particular year for all 100 units, and then we're leasing them back out to somebody else. We can lease them out for whatever we want. If we're leasing them for $1,000 a unit per month, we can lease them out for $2,000 in theory. That's not the intent of the plan. The plan is if we're doing 5% or CPI bumps every year, we're effectively just passing it as a pass-through rent to people, and we can structure it where someone has to be in this program, they had to have been a resident of Manatee County for 24 months, or they have to have worked for the school board or first responders or whatever the structure we want to put in, so we can focus these units to people who need it most and they're Manatee County
Right,
residents.
in support of what I'm saying, who handles the money at the end of the day, who banks the money?
That's above my pay grade.
Right, which is what I was basically getting ready to ask him.
I think that's above.
And
I think
apologize,
that's
sir.
going to be a product of what we're asking them to formulate and put together, whether that's coming through
we'd have to
Jan
work
or from the
through
clerk or that may be one step removed.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, so I really like the concept, but as you keep saying, Kevin, the devil's in the details. So I want to know, do we have enough staff to administer a program like this? Will we be seeing a pro forma before we actually initiate it? I just don't understand enough about it, but I love the concept. I love the concept of doing the master lease right now because we need units right now. Okay, but I just don't have enough information.
I get you, and neither do I, and neither does anyone else at this table. Because again, if we could have found, even half dwelling units, we at least found 3 other municipalities. I couldn't find any that did this, but that doesn't mean it's not viable. Because I know private sector does this, I know companies do this, I know schools do this. Why couldn't a government do this? I'm just trying to take something I know from the private sector and implement it here. But you're right, we don't have that information, and maybe it's not even feasible, and maybe that's why 50 other communities have thought about this and all said, forget it, this is a bad idea. All we're doing is directing our staff who know what they're doing to put together basic information. Have our attorneys say, hey, is the liability worth this risk? The staff say, does this make logical sense? And by extension, for all we know, we put this out and 3 people with crummy duplexes, the only ones who show up on our doorstep to do the master lease, that there should be some at least preliminary discussion with some people in the community and say, hey, would you be interested in this program so we can get, so I don't have the answers, but I don't think anyone has the answers. We're just directing them to try to put something together to see if this makes sense, ideally sooner rather than later.
And do we have the staff to put something together and bring it back to us? Because we are so short on staff, like who would do that, Dr. Hopes?
Well, it'd probably be community services, and their smiling faces are kind of here. I believe it'd be worth the effort to explore it, and if we think it's feasible to bring it back to the board, run it through the county attorney. Mr. Cruz is correct. Commissioner Cruz is correct. Universities and colleges do it. It works very effectively for them, and it is an innovative approach to see how we can, put some units, affordable units to availability quickly.
Mr. Chair, I thought I recalled a school district in the South Florida did something like this for workforce housing a few years ago, but I don't remember the details.
Well, I know Broward County.
Maybe it's
Broward County is doing it with old motels.
Okay, so it's not unprecedented. It's a legally allowable public purpose. I know that. There are definitely some details to work through to make it work, but it's something we could do.
We have employees that probably like to lease the units.
I'm sure we would. So let me throw a hypothetical at you. My cousin manages Colonial Grand, which is over by IMG. It's probably 300-unit apartment complex over there. Used to be in my district. Now it's in Commissioner Servia's district. So let's say we enter into an agreement with that property. What happens? We have a housing shortage, right? So what happens to the 300, not just 300 residents, it's many more residents than that, but what happens to the residents of those 300 units when we enter into that deal?
The intent would be to go into these deals at properties that are reasonably priced from a rental standpoint in the first place. I think the most likely tenants are going to be the people who are currently tenants. All we're doing is basically restricting their rent increases on a year-over-year basis because we're passing through our rent increases on a year-by-year basis, which is retaining them in their units more so that we're not displacing them to create available units per se. That's a fallacy. It doesn't work because to your point.
That's my first concern. Because that's exactly what a college or university does, and that was given to me as an example. So that's where my mind went.
But that's not necessarily the intent here. The intent here is just to try to stem the 20, 30, 50% increases, in part by decreasing people's expenses so they don't need it. Because right now, all this talk about rent control, things like that, make no logical sense because I can't cap someone's insurance, their real estate taxes, their utility costs.
Right.
Their rents are increasing in large part because their bottom line expenses are increasing. If we can control some of those bottom line expenses by not having a unit empty for a month without paying rent, not having a leasing team in place, not having their taxes go up 10% a year, that allows them to minimize the amount of increase they need year over year to cover the rest of their expenses because we're controlling some of them. So it doesn't necessarily negatively impact their bottom line. It just impacts their revenue on the top.
Sure. But ultimately, they're not going to be paying market rate, but the landlord is going to want market rate. So then the difference between market rate and what they're paying.
That's not true.
That's not true.
It's not true. When you're master leasing anything, just like if you're the anchor tenant in a center instead of a little inline cell phone store, when you're buying in bulk, you're getting a discount. That's why people go to Costco.
Okay.
If you give somebody, if you show up with a AAA bond rating and you tell that landlord, I'm going to guarantee you rent from a guaranteed funding source for 100%. No one's going to skip out in the middle of the night.
10 years or whatever, right.
I would say more like 3 to 5 years while we start getting the other stuff. But whatever it is, I can have that discussion. Now, I don't want to go too far into the weeds. But if you're guaranteeing someone 100% occupancy from a AAA rated, first off, they can go out to a bank and probably improve their mortgage right now because now all of a sudden they've got AAA bonded, fully master lease tenant on the hook. And second, they don't have to factor in the vacancy factors. They don't have to factor in the lease-up cost, the people skipping out in the middle of the night. We're dealing with all of that. So inherently, you do end up getting some of a discount based on leasing in bulk.
Right. I see what you're saying. It does put us in the landlord business, which is not a direction that personally that I want to go. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I'm not totally knocking the idea, but it just crosses some sort of philosophical lines for me. It puts us in the landlord business, 1, 2. Ultimately, long term, it is going to take tax dollars from one individual in Manatee County and ultimately give it to another individual in Manatee County or subsidize their essentially their daily needs on a long-term basis. That's concerning to me. And then we end up picking winners or losers, right? Who gets to live in this place or in these places. So these are some philosophical challenges and barriers for me that I'm going to have to think more on. Commissioner Baugh, you're next on the board. Unless you were swatting a fly, you did wave that card a minute ago.
That's a lot to even, the first thing that comes to mind is, we're not into rent control. We're into free market. I realize we're having an issue, but at the same time, I don't know that it's, government that should be, quote unquote, deciding who gets bailed out and who doesn't. That's tough. I mean, it's hard to comprehend. And it's going to take a lot of work on staff's part to come up with some solutions on how this could even be considered. Because I got to tell you, I'm not in favor of rent control. If I wanted rent control, I'd be in New York or Connecticut or somewhere else. I wouldn't be here. This is a free state. I don't know. It's hard, George. I mean, I love everything you've said, but now this one is like over the top.
You're using a term that doesn't even apply here. Rent control it has the word control in it. Rent control is me going to tell a landlord, you are not permitted to increase your rent more than 5%. A landlord voluntarily, whether that landlord be a county or a private citizen, a landlord voluntarily renting a unit for less money is not rent control, because they can do whatever they want with it. That's two different things. This is an open discussion with the landlords to say, we'll give you an advantage on your expenses. I want this 10-year lease. That just because my lease is less than where they could maybe rent it for somebody else, it's not rent control, it's voluntary.
But you did mention the term rent control because we are helping to control the rent.
I said it in the context of this not being rent control. You can pull the two words out of my sentence, but you have to include the rest of the words.
I understand, but it is. It's basically the same thing. You know, no matter how you look at it, it's basically the same thing.
I'll agree to disagree.
I would love to hear from staff because right now it's like, that's tough. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. Well, it's good discussion on that item. Do you want to go on to the next item? We'll move on to the next item.
The next one's a little more actual. I think our and this is almost going to be a two-part thing because the first part's going to sound counterintuitive. I think our definition of workforce is kind of screwy. We have workforce defined as 120% of AMI. That's not providing affordable housing for anybody. 120% AMI is $92,000 of income, and it's over $2,000 a month in rent. That's not affordable rent. And we also, like we discussed earlier, I think we said our LORA's too short. I think our LORA's need to be longer term if we're going to provide real benefits, and that's where I'll get to next. I think we just need to readjust our platform. I think if we're going to push for affordable housing, we need to have real affordable housing for a meaningful period of time. If we're going to give all of these density bonuses and paying impact fees and all of these incentives to people, and I know people are going to say, because I say it all the time, nobody uses these density bonuses incentives, so if you're just going to make it more difficult by setting it at 80 instead of 120, even less people are going to use it. But I think we need to kind of start insisting people use it, because at the end of the day, people come to us all the time and say, you have to give me this R3 or this UF3 or this R6 because that's what your future land map says. But then on the flip side, they're like, well, can I have R20 now? I'm like, that's not what the future land map says. I'm like, so what? It's like, why can't I have more? Like, you can, but there's a value to that. And I think we need to be holding people to that value. And to our point, I think density and height are things we need to be focused on and encouraging, but I also think we need to be making sure we're utilizing the incentive programs in exchange for that. So if we had a real affordable housing incentive program at a real AMI rate for a real period of time, and then basically said, okay, whatever this land map says, I have to give you. And we say it all the time. Legally, we have to give it to you. And we have Bert Harris and everything else under the sun. But anything as much as one shed in your backyard, more than that, we technically don't have to. You're asking us to. And there should be a trade-off to that. And I think we need to force that, which goes into the number 5, because they all kind of flow together. So let me just finish the flow together. Because a lot of counties, we talk about affordable housing trusts and saying we don't have one. Well, you got to find a way of funding that. And a lot of counties say, because we hear developers come to us and say, I can't build you that additional affordable housing. It just, even with the density bonus that I want, it doesn't make economic sense for me to build you the affordable housing, or it's going to be detrimental to the rest of my project. That's fine. I don't disagree with that. But a lot of counties, Orange County, Hillsborough County, a bunch of counties up in the Panhandle, this is good, probably double digits in the state of Florida, they just set an in lieu payment. They basically say, you can build me this affordable housing unit, or you can pay in X number of dollars. And I've seen as low as like 15, 20 grand in some counties to, I think Palm Beach is like $75,000 or some ridiculous number. And then those in lieu payments basically buy up the density. The developers can build the stuff market rate without building the affordable housing, but they're still paying into an affordable housing fund, and then that fund can be utilized for other needs to accomplish the same goal. So I think that's a multi-step process here where we need to realign our incentives properly. We need to hold people to the incentives while simultaneously encouraging them to take it because we want the density and the height, and giving them an out to it by allowing them to buy out of it instead of forcing them to build it on an inclusionary basis so that we can fund a trust to use those funds elsewhere.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Really good information. It makes me really uncomfortable to vote on something like this without more dialogue. Denise Thomas is our expert, been doing this many, 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 many years. I would feel more comfortable with Commissioner Cruz and staff, including Denise and others, come back to us with a plan. I want to make sure that from 120% to 80% is legal, et cetera, stuff like that. I would rather just ask you to, when we do this, to direct you and staff to get together and make sure all this is tightened up and explained a little bit better, and maybe staff meeting with us before we vote on this, because I support it, but I don't know enough about it to really solidify it today, if that's okay with you. In lieu of payments, I have, this has never been my world. This has been your world, George. So I would rather just know a little bit more about these 4 and 5 before I voted on it. And I really want to hear from people like Denise that knows this stuff like the back of her hand for years. So I would ask, when you do a motion, if you would consider coming back to us at another meeting and ask us to vote this on a regular meeting in the future, because we've already discussed it. But I just want a little more information, and I want to make sure, this is a lot of information. I want to make sure we're not going to mess up, much like the master lease program. That's something that's not been done. That may take a little longer. But the other stuff, I just want to make sure 120% to 80%. I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure we can do that with all of our federal grants, state grants, and all that stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else on the board for comment or discussion on this item? Okay, Commissioner Cruz?
All right. Yeah, I will just say about that thing, and then I'll move on. It is win-win for everyone, because you're basically telling the developers, yes, we want density, we want you to build us more, especially on the multifamily side, and we're giving them a way basically just to effectively, for lack of a better term, buy density from us. We're giving them an opportunity to take advantage of an incentive program without providing the incentive by just basically paying into it. And if it makes economic sense from a profitability standpoint to do so, they will. It provides us with a housing trust fund. It provides them with the additional density. It's win-win for everybody in the county just by formalizing something as opposed to arbitrarily approving density increases for no reason. The next one we had already talked about. I just said I would bring it up for motion, which was turning everything residential as of right. The rest of it was more just informal discussion stuff I was going to have with Dr. Scott. That's why it's on here. And he had said they're working on a comp plan stuff. So all of this, like we talked about with City of Bradenton, about better aligning our zoning in the areas, adjacent to or in line with City of Bradenton. So we talked about that during our joint meeting. Things along those lines, which is more of a discussion with him. That's why it's on this sheet. And then the last thing is, we've said it before, and I know that we have a huge alignment of agreement on this, is we should be instructing the administrator and staff to create an aggressive program to allow for bondable land banking for future affordable workforce mixed-use development by third-party developers.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Commissioner Whitmore?
I would ask that when we vote on these items, that I would like the commission to consider directing the administrator to look at possibly a fast-track system for housing projects that include transitional housing and low-income or affordable housing. Because right now we have a fast-track system at the EDC for projects, as you know, we've been doing that for years. And they can get projects through much faster. We say this is an emergency, so for maybe 2 years, we should put this in a fast-track system, at least 2 years. That's just a thought I had that we could, because I talked to somebody during break, and they just can't get through all the red tape to get things moving. And I'm thinking, we do this for special projects that come for economic development. Why not this? Because this is bottom line economic development. We have to get people homes to live in so they can work.
Well timed, Commissioner. Anyone else for comment or discussion? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion that has been tabled. We can untable that motion. You want to take public comment before we move forward? So of the items that have just been presented, there were 8 of them, we're going to take public comment now. So if anyone from the public would like to come forward to speak on any of the 8 items that were presented by Commissioner Cruz, now is the appropriate time for that. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on those items, sir.
Chair, point of order, what about my 9th, so they don't have to come up for public comment again?
And that would include your 9 with the item that Commissioner Whitmore added as well. Commissioner Bellamy, do you need to make a statement first?
After.
Okay. First and last name, county of residence, 3 minutes.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County. So I agree with a lot of stuff that George has brought up. I think the developer should pay for the difference. I've been hearing for 20 years, oh, let's make the free market take care of it. They haven't taken care of it. They haven't done it in 20 years. Our developers, most of the developers, have not built 1 square foot of affordable housing, nor will they ever. There's not enough money in it for them. They're not going to do it. And that's their business model, and they're entitled to that, and that's fine. But they have to pay the difference. You don't get a density bonus and not do a trade-off of something. It's done all around the country. Someplace you pay the difference between the $215 and the market rate. So if you want to build a $400,000 townhouse, your density bonus is $185,000 per unit, and I don't know if they gladly pay it, but they pay it just to keep the affordable housing out of their walled community. So why would we not want to get that money and say, fine, we'll take that money and we'll go buy land and we'll do our own density and we'll make the numbers work? Developers will never come to the table. There are a few, but for the most part, that's not their business model. They're entitled to that. I like everything that George is saying. Impact fees should make it as easy as possible for the developer. But I didn't hear too much about the smaller developers. I heard $15 million for 200 units or 180. That comes out to $50,000 or $60,000 a unit offset. Why isn't a small developer that wants to put the duplex or triplex entitled to those same amount of funds? So I'm a little confused in that direction. But, George, I like everything you say. Let the developers pay. We have never asked them before. And if we do the ask, they're going to pay it or they won't build it. One of the two. But I guarantee you, they've been laughing all the way to the bank for 20 years. It's time to pay the piper so we can make the numbers work for our workforce housing. Thank you, George.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, first and last name and county of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Erin Campfire. I live in Manatee County, and I'm part of STREAM, the Stronger Together Reaching Equality Across Manatee group. And I just wanted to stress, like you've heard before today, the urgency that every month there are people who can't make their rent and they don't have anywhere to go. So I'm so glad you've had this meeting today, but I'd like you to, move forward quickly and take action for those people and the most vulnerable among us, like Commissioner Cruz said, to make it 80% AMI rather than people who are earning $92,000 who are in need, of course, but the people earning less are in more need and it's more urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you know the routine, ma'am.
Patricia Petroff. I'm a resident of Manatee County. Commissioner Cruz put a lot of issues on the table, a lot to think about. I will tell you that I am confused, and I don't know that the direction that he's trying to get you to vote on to give direction to staff. Affordable housing right now is different in Manatee County than workforce housing. My clients, workforce housing, yes, residential density in different districts where it's currently not allowed with some restrictions, whatever the staff might recommend, great. But I've heard no discussion about, or unless you want your staff just to come back with a number, what the density should be, because we're not talking about density bonuses at this point. If we put a certain amount of residential density allowed in an LM district, for instance. Right now it's 1 unit per acre in your comp plan, and that was to discourage residential zoning. But I haven't heard whether we're at between 1 and 35 or 1 and 28. So if you want that to be on your staff's discretion, that's fine with me. But I don't want to leave this meeting and come back and say, oh, gosh, I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about that. Residential density in all districts, great, but there's need to be some discussion about limits and what those limits might or should be. And I think we need to be very clear that you're giving your staff instruction about workforce housing, which right now in Manatee County is slightly different than affordable housing. I agree with Commissioner Cruz about the 120% versus the 80%, but that's like a little side issue on it. We need to deal with the school teachers, the police officers, the new hires. There's a lot of people to deal with, not just the people who are, the service industry people, the restaurant workers. Yes, they need everything, but then there's that other segment that also needs help.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on these items? Sir, first and last name, county of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
I don't need 3 minutes. John Colon, Manatee County resident, 22 years. I know a little bit about affordable housing and a little bit about workforce housing. And I just want to tell you, Commissioner Cruz is on the right track. It's about time somebody on the board really stepped forward with different ideas and ideas that are actionable. I've talked to Commissioner Bellamy about a few of these things. He's very supportive as well. I've talked to a few of the other commissioners. I think it's imperative that right now you do something. If you want to make people pay for density, that's one thing, but that's not going to change a lot. What you need to do is require them to put a certain amount of units in any development they do if they want increased density. And if you don't do that, it's not going to change a lot. And if it's not using any HUD money or any government money, you should require them to reserve a certain amount of units for our first responders. We're building a project in Sarasota with our hometown heroes. 52 of the units are reserved for firefighters, nurses, doctors, teachers. These are the critical people who don't make 120% of AMI. It's very important right now. We're losing people like crazy. Manatee County can't even keep bus drivers. Sarasota can't even keep bus drivers. They're advertising on TV for them. That tells you everything. All of them have open spots for teachers, both counties. And by the way, Manatee County is catching up with Sarasota income-wise. Very, very close. So you're going to have all the same problems they have there. And I applaud Dr. Hopes for at least getting on board the train and starting to help move it forward. And Commissioner Cruz, thank you very much for your ideas. At least they're new. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward? All right, seeing none, we will go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on these items?
No calls.
Okay, no calls. Commissioner Servia or Bellamy, did you have your card raised
Yes.
earlier? Okay, so Bellamy, Servia.
I did, and it's a very blanket statement as far as if you want something different, you got to do something different. And one of my basketball coaching analogies, I always tell, in order for that diamond to really shine, it has to go through the pressure, right? And as great as we are here in Manatee County, and we have an opportunity to shine, we're in a rough moment right now, and affordable housing is creating a lot of pressure to our community. So we have to do something different. And we have an individual who has done a unique, has taken advantage of a unique opportunity to say, well, these are some of the options we need to look into. And I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I see some can kicking. And I don't think we're here today to kick the can. I think we're here to say, okay, we have to do something different in order for us to say we're going to move the needle on this. We have some action items, and I think we need to look at, at least 3 or 4 of these to see what we can move on also. So it's just a little blanket statement. Hopefully we can change our focus lens and support what some of the things that Commissioner Cruz has brought forward. That's my intent.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, I also want to thank Commissioner Cruz for the work that he's done, and I totally agree. We have got to do something different, and this is as much of a crisis as the homelessness is, okay? So what are we going to do? I think today's been a very good start. It's 4:38. I don't know if how much longer we're going to go and what we're going to accomplish. So my question is, when is our next meeting to continue this discussion and get work done?
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other discussion, or Commissioner Cruz, are you ready to move forward with the motion that we have on the?
I'm ready, and I think in my mind, the answer to when's the next meeting is as quickly as possible on a motion by motion basis, because I don't think this makes, a lot of these are different things, and all of these seem to be more just directing staff to look into something, because even the ones that are a little more direct actionable, like the 120 to 80, seem like people wanted a little more info on. So I wouldn't want to say, let's wait until X date, and then they're sitting on developer incentives for 3 months while they work on, a land trust. Like, I think we just need to let staff know, and then the administration certainly knows this is a time-sensitive thing, and let's try to get some stuff in front of us when we have enough information to move on. So, I mean, the easiest thing is just, I could just run through these one by one, we could vote on them.
That's what I was going
And
to say.
I'll try to keep them broad and set more towards directing staff.
I think it's a good idea. I do have a question, well, before we leave discussion, on number one, work with Bright Communities. Is there, I don't know who Bright Communities is there a reason we're specifically working just with them?
They were the ones who literally showed up twice last year and gave full presentations to us. They've set up pilot programs in, I think, 3 other counties outside of Pinellas County, so they have experience in doing that. Frank Wells came and gave a full presentation to us last April,
I remember him.
I think.
Okay.
So that's the only reason I put him in here, is because prior to that, Jerry and Denise had said they had worked with Frank about looking at a community land trust before. I did a half-day seminar on community land trust with Frank Wells at a Florida Housing Coalition annual conference. That's the only reason. I can leave that out and just set up a pilot program. I just use him because he's been involved in various stages of this, so it seemed like the right person. But I don't want to muddy the waters by specifically saying this one group, and then he says, I'm too busy right now, and then all of a sudden.
Right. I don't have an issue with them. I was just wondering.
No, that's why, because he came twice last year, once, and then we bumped him, and then once we gave them.
Right, and you have a relationship, and staff has a relationship with him, so
Yeah.
I'm comfortable knowing that.
That's the only reason I put him in there.
That's what I was looking
Yeah.
for.
Do you need a RFP,
Let's just set
though,
up
to
the
do
trust.
that?
Let's set up the trust
Well, this
first.
would have to come back before us. It sounds like pretty much any of these would have to come back before
Yeah,
us.
all of these are going to have to come back.
Commissioner Servia, you had picked up your card, but no. Okay. Commissioner Ball, you were shuffling your card. Okay. So then I think we're ready to move forward. If you would like to read the motion again, sir.
Yeah, the first one was just make a motion to direct the administration and staff to create a land trust to be overseen by this board.
Second. We already did this.
Well, we already had the
didn't
motion.
vote on that one, though. We tabled it.
No, I know.
Right.
You just have
But
to
they were
reread it.
seconding. I was
Okay,
telling them
okay,
that
okay.
we've already done that part. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously. And that was actually number 2, correct?
Correct. No, that was number 2 because
Yeah.
it just flowed better that way.
Sure.
Because then the second was going to be work with Bright Communities or another land trust manager to set up a pilot program on soon-to-be-owned county land in North County.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Satcher. There'll be discussion. Commissioner Servia, you
Thank
waved
you.
your card.
I just don't understand the language soon-to-be-owned property by Manatee County. I think it's too vague. I'd rather it be specific.
It was too
or-
vague because I didn't know if it was public knowledge until we put it up on a slideshow, and this was written ahead.
Everybody know?
Would the county attorney want to weigh in on
It's
this?
the
Well,
known as
no,
or
well-
formerly known as Villages of Avion property in Palmetto.
So while she's pulling that up, I did get some information from Denise Greer, who is a professional engineer.
Yep.
And I used to work with her, and we worked together on that property. And the reason it wasn't developed then was because there is a lot of hard pan in the soils, which makes it very expensive to do infrastructure. So just keep that in mind, that is the problem.
May not go anywhere. Right.
Okay.
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 I have the county attorney and then Dr. Hopes.
All right, I do have a suggestion for maybe a modified motion, Commissioner Cruz, which would be to direct the county administrator to work with potential managers to set up a pilot program for a land trust in North County.
Sure.
Without specifying.
Right.
So moved. I'll accept that.
In North County. Dr. Hopes, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah.
That's broad enough, and it
Yeah,
encompasses
it's
this.
broad
It
enough.
encompasses
My
this
suggestion was
property,
going to
too.
be, let's establish the BOCC-owned land trust and then move forward with that. But we can.
I just
that
prefer
works.
to somewhat dual track it, because if we know we're establishing the land trust, then we
Yeah,
know we have to
yeah.
establish a pilot, so why wait for one
No, you're
before we
right.
start the
You're
other?
right. You're right.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been read and seconded.
I agreed, and he agreed.
Public comment is covered. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, that item also passes unanimously. Commissioner Cruz.
All right, third one is just to direct staff to look into a program to expeditiously begin master leasing multi-unit housing properties and to look at public-private partnerships for management and compliance. And that's just staff looking into it, coming back to us with all the information people want on it.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, motion by Commissioner Cruz, second by Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Whitmore, the floor is yours.
I can't support it right now just because of what the rest of your list, what we're giving the staff. And I want to know a little bit more about it. And I know it'll require a motion if it's over 2 hours. I get that. But right now, I'm not ready to support it because we're putting a lot on staff. And as you know, we're hundreds of employees short. So I would rather wait on that because we're going into uncharted territories. I understand what Mr. Cologne said. And it sounded really good, and I probably would support it, but I'm not ready today.
Commissioner Satcher, would you like to speak?
Yeah, just before we vote, I'll just say that I think I'm going to vote no most likely, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't be willing to consider it in the future, but.
Yeah.
Commissioner Serbia.
I'm just going to remind the board that we're voting on getting more information. That's all. And we need more information to get more affordable housing units in this county. So please don't close any doors. Keep all the doors open.
Please don't.
Yeah, I respect what you're saying.
Staff
There are just too
can't
many
handle this.
philosophical barriers for me to move forward with this one.
Me too.
Do you want one more comment, Commissioner Cruz, to close?
No, it was the only actual potential solution I came up with that was in the near term. So if we want to kick it down the road and no longer make it near term and talk about it 12 months from now, then we can do whatever we want. This is a board decision. I'm just throwing out options here and ideas, and some of them are long term, some are near term. If someone else has a near term solution, I am all ears and I will vote for it right now. But since I couldn't come up with another near term solution and no one else has proposed another one, I thought it at least warranted somebody looking into it. But if we disagree, that's perfectly fine. I'll just keep moving.
And I totally respect you bringing us ideas. And I appreciate the time you put into it. Commissioner Satcher and Bellamy are on the board. Commissioner Satcher.
Looks like, I could be wrong, but looks like you might be looking for a fourth vote.
I'm not trading you land in Terracea for a vote.
I'm just thinking if you could, because this got pretty actionable, like coordinate, expeditiously, begin master leasing. That's a little bit more than like bring back information.
That's not the wording I used. This was a discussion between me and Scott that he printed up my email. My actual motion was to direct staff to look into a program, not to coordinate and construct. This was an email that was printed as.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I hear the motion read back? Or would you like to restate it, just so I can hear it one more time?
Commissioner Cruz can state his motion.
I'll just restate it. I just wanted to direct staff to look into a program to expeditiously begin master leasing multi-unit housing properties in Manatee County and to look at public-private partnerships for management and compliance.
Commissioner Satcher, is that sufficient? I understand. Okay. Bellamy Whitmore. Commissioner Bellamy.
My thing is, we're only trying to get staff to look into this so we can move forward with this. And I really feel that this is an opportunity for us to really gauge what our next steps can be. But if we don't move on this, or we don't ask staff to move on this, 3 to 6 months from now, we're going to have to ask them again. Eventually, we're still going to have to ask them to move forward to get this information so we can see where we are. So I just don't want us to kick the can on this one. So I'm still supporting it.
Okay. Whitmore and Baugh.
I philosophically can't be in the landlord business with government. Jan Brewer's back there probably having a stroke because of our credit rating. We're taking a risk with other people's money. So I don't feel good enough until I know more about it. And it's going to take research from others that have done this to know more about it. But I don't want to be in the landlord business. We got so much to do right now.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh, you're last on the board.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, to what Commissioner Bellamy was saying, I totally understand where you're coming from. It's just a difference again in philosophy.
I get it.
And
Story
so
of my life.
that is the only concern that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, ma'am. no other commissioners on the board, should I move forward with the vote? It'll be a roll call vote. 3 starts this time, so District 3 votes no. 4,
Yes.
5,
No.
6,
No.
7,
Yes.
1.
I'll be a no for now.
2. 2.
Oh, yes, I'm here, but I'm looking at something.
Okay, that's all right. Madam Clerk, the motion fails 3 to 4. Commissioner Cruz, do you want to introduce the next item?
Sure. I want to make a motion to direct staff to present, I don't know how to word this one really because there's multiple pieces. Yeah, because it wasn't a vote to do it. You guys wanted more information. So make a motion to direct staff to present revisions to our development incentives regarding workforce density bonuses, inclusive of adjustment of the qualifying AMI as well as the minimum term of our LoRa agreements.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz and a second by Commissioner Satcher. Commissioner Whitmore, you're on the board.
Can you please make a commitment that you'll work with staff? I mean, you yourself also will work with Denise and regarding this, because I still don't know if I feel comfortable we're doing this. Do you know that this is complies with all the grants we have now, that this is going to affect anything that we have now? We haven't let Denise say anything.
Right now, I'm about 50-50 on approval of my motion, so I haven't done detailed research yet. I'm just
Okay.
directing staff to look into some things.
Well, can I just ask, Mr. Chair, can I ask Denise Thomas? You've been here a long time. We have grants that tied, we have applications that tied to 120%, not 80%.
Typically, it's no more than 120, so theoretically, any of those grants would qualify still under the 80%.
Well, I'd like to hear from somebody that does the work. I'm asking Denise to say something if it's okay. I think she's afraid to.
No. For clarification, under our CDBG grants, the maximum AMI is 80% under all the federal grants. SHIP allows us to go up to 120%, but we have to ensure 30% of our funds serve very low at 50%, and 30% of our funds serve low income at 80%. So it's the state program, it's the only one that go up to 120%.
They allow us to go, but don't require us. If we changed 120 to 80 in our plan right now, that wouldn't affect anything we do.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, we will meet our statutory requirements easier.
Understood.
Can we go back to the other vote?
Well, Commissioner Bellamy, you're on the board next.
No, I wanted to get through this one. I want to make us. What bottom line is, and someone sent this to me, and I kind of understand it better based on the terminology they sent. Commissioner Cruz, and what we're just asking for is the board support for a feasibility approach on this, so we can see what we can and cannot do. It's nothing that we're. And none of this that he's doing, nothing that we're saying we're going to do this and we're going to move forward on it and we're going to start using taxpayers' dollars. We're just pushing staff to get some information for us. Am I correct, Commissioner Cruz?
Correct.
So all of this is basically just asking staff for a feasibility study. Regardless of our philosophical differences, we can't make a decision unless we have that study and we get the information back. So this was from the last one, and for this one right here that we're coming up on. It's just the way I'm looking at it. And thanks for that wording, so maybe they'll understand a little bit better.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Serbia.
Can we repeat the motion, please? Or
Commissioner
Cruz, can you? I'm sorry, I don't fully understand a part of
I
it.
was making words up.
I don't. You're just making words up.
No, I'm saying I was piecing together two sentences. I don't remember the exact.
Well, I'm sorry.
motion.
That's why I don't understand. I don't understand some parts of it, and that's why I'm not going to support it. But I want to support it. I just don't understand it.
Perhaps the clerk can read it back.
I've been in your shoes about 3 times today, Commissioner Serbia.
Post it with your motion.
I think I want to support it, but I don't fully understand. Madam Clerk, are you able to read back?
I'm going to have to rewind and listen to it because it was off your cuff, and you're going a mile a minute. So,
Commissioner Cruz, are you able to summarize?
I can try to summarize it. I wanted to make a motion to direct staff to bring back to this board ideas behind the revision of our development incentives relating to workforce density bonuses, in particular, a look into lowering the qualifying AMI from 120% to 80% and increasing the minimum term of our LoRa agreements.
Okay, thank you. I can support that.
Yeah,
I understand it better. Thank you.
I think I can support that as well. I've kind of come around on that one as well. Do I have anyone on the board for discussion? No. Okay, we'll move forward with the vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, that one passes unanimously. Commissioner Cruz.
All right, I'm going to skip a couple of these because they're not really up for discussion yet. But the next one is I want to direct staff to research and present to this board options for a in lieu payment buyout schedule for our affordable and workforce density units based on a per unit basis. I know that's worded terribly. I'm trying to come up with the wording. Basically, it's just, like I said, most counties have in lieu payments where a developer can get the density they want without having to build the affordability that they want. I know, like John said, no, you just got to force them to build it, but we know they're not. And yes, my preference is that they would just build the 25% of the units, but we don't have mandatory inclusionary zoning. We never will have it. It's a bad policy, but we still have density bonuses, and they're not building or taking advantage of density bonus because they don't want the affordable housing there. Most counties and municipalities have a way where they can just pay for that density and say, I'm not building the affordable housing, but here's 50 grand per unit you were going to make me charge. You go build it or do something with it. That's how that's how Hillsborough has such a big housing trust fund. I mean, think about it. You get some of these projects come in and they're supposed to build us 100 affordable housing units. If you're getting $50,000 per, you know how fast we can build up a housing trust fund to start working with the castles and the people of the world. That's meaningful dollars, and they're getting meaningful dollars because all those units that we're giving them now as market rate are getting way more than $50,000 in profit.
Mr. Chair, I think on this one, I think we understand.
Yeah,
so
it's okay.
We're happy to come back with something around a buyout for
Because that doesn't have to
density
be
bonus.
a motion per se. You understand where I'm going with
I
that.
do.
All right.
It's fine. This
Okay.
isn't.
Unless there's an
He
objection
said we
by
don't need to
anybody
make a
on the
motion. They
board.
understand.
I have questions.
His motion was fine, but if you don't need it, that's fine.
I don't.
I
need
think
it.
you should
I
hear
mean, I
some
think
discussion.
We've looked at.
Servia wanted to say something, and my question also is, if we're up here discussing an affordable housing issue, does adding this to to the cost of development, does that not exacerbate
No,
the
it
cost
doesn't.
of housing?
No,
'Cause
it
that's
does
my
not.
concern.
It-
$50,000 a unit, and you're saying no, it'll be fine.
It does not, because you're not paying, this isn't an addition to the impact fee. This is when a developer comes in and says, I can build 100 units as of right. I can build that right now. I don't have to ask you any permission. That's what the future land use code says. I can build 100, but you have a affordable housing density bonus here, which allows me to go up to 150 units, so an extra 50 units, but you're now going to make me build 25% of these units affordable. I don't want those affordable housing units on my property. It's cost prohibitive for me to do so, but I still want the 50 units, and you guys are looking for more density, especially if this is a multifamily with some extra height. You want me to build the 50 units, I just don't want to build you affordable housing. Now you take the 25%, and you charge them X number of dollars per unit, and now they get to build all those market rate. They get to build the whole 150, which is the more density we all keep talking about we want, and they get to get the density increase, which improves their profitability in places we want them to build more density, but now we get some money that we can use towards affordable housing elsewhere. It's win-win for everyone. It basically allows somebody the option to buy density. And we're encouraging density here and talking about higher density. This is basically just a way of let's stop pretending.
And you monetize
Let's just
it.
basically monetize the density bonuses instead of just giving it away for free, and then we get the money we can use elsewhere.
Okay, Servia, and then Dr. Hopes.
Yeah, I'm glad that you explained that, because I've heard the term density bonus thrown around a lot, and it means different things to different people. So what you're saying, though, is the term density bonus is how we use it for affordable housing. So if someone comes in on Res 6 property and wants the density bonus, they can bump up to Res 9.
Res 12. They can double it to Res 12,
Res
and then they have to
12.
build 3 of those as affordable for 25%. That's where that's how it is now. But nobody wants to build the 3, so instead they just stay at the 6, which doesn't get us the density we want. But they can basically go all the way up to 12, and instead of building those 3, let's make up a number. Say it's 50,000 a unit. I don't think it needs to be that high, but they'll basically hand us $150,000 for those 3. Still get to build all 12 of the market rate, gets us more density where we want it. Now we have 150 grand in a trust that we can go towards down payment assistance or any other affordable need, or once it's a big enough pool, start pairing it up with 4% credits.
Okay.
And creating a fund.
Okay. So it's not when somebody comes in and says, I want a comp plan amendment from a UF3 to Res 6. That's not the density bonus you're talking about, because I hear Mr. Gibolina talk about that a lot. You're not talking about a standard future land use map amendment. You're talking about when someone comes in and wants a density bonus as defined in our code.
Well, I guess defined by the English language, going from R3 to R6 is a density bonus, just in terms of we're just giving. But I'm just saying, is that not? Are you telling me that they have as of right R6?
Well, we have criteria. I guess where I'm coming from is we have criteria for evaluating comp plan amendments. And it's separate and apart from what you're saying. I'm getting a little confused about that. And my question is it legal the way that we're talking about it? I say to the attorney.
That's a good question as well.
Dr. Hopes.
May I speak?
Dr. Hopes, you've been waving your hand
It's
for a
late
while.
in the day. I think it will be more understandable if staff works on this, brings back some examples for your consideration. That's always asking it, and I think in this situation, it's a reasonable request. I think the reason why we're going through this effort is some of these requests are pretty time intensive, and I believe it is appropriate for the board to direct me to have staff do it. On this issue, it's something that's been brought up before. I'm okay with working with staff and working with Mr. Cruz to bring back something that you can discuss and have examples of what the effect would be, rather than you get into a big debate now about what is and what may be. I think it will be a better discussion if we come back with some examples of how we could implement something should you approve it based on Mr. Cruz's vision.
So we're not going to vote on this now.
Scott said,
He'll
Dr.
take this as
Scott
direction.
said he doesn't need a motion. He knows what we're looking at.
Okay, so do we need to remove, did you have a motion on the floor that needs to be removed? Withdrawn?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
I'll withdraw that emotion. Or that motion.
That emotion.
Little both.
It is
At this point.
5:01. Okay.
The next one I don't think needs a motion either, because that was more of a discussion that we were going to have about modifications to the comp plan, which is already being worked on. I would just say, based on previous, and if we think we need a motion because there was difference of opinion, I do think part of that comp plan review needs to be looking at turning everything residential as of right. And then the last thing was just to make a motion, which again, I don't know needs to be a motion, to direct the administrator and staff to create an aggressive program to allow for bondable land banking for future affordable workforce and mixed-use development by third-party developers.
And I'm already moving very aggressively.
I know you are. That's why I don't think that needs a motion. So I don't think I need any more motions.
Okay, Commissioner Servia, you're on the board.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm glad that we're not doing any more motions, and because more information is what we need for sure. But I would say I don't think we want residential uses in heavy manufacturing districts. I just don't think we do. There are too many problems, and perhaps even a conflict with state statutes when you have heavy manufacturing going on. We don't allow people to live there for a good reason. And going back to my original comments earlier, I'm all in favor of residential units and light manufacturing, but we have to make sure that the impacts are contained within the building. That's how light manufacturing used to be. You know, you would get these clean industries assembling things inside of a building, but that has morphed a little bit, and now we have big storage piles and lots of dust and lots of noise and lots of vibration. So we got to get our code under control before we start allowing residential units in industrial categories. My 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore.
Commissioner Cruz is done, right? Yes. Okay. I'd like to ask the board to consider directing the administrator to fast-track housing projects such as transitional or low-income or affordable, much the same way that we do the EDC when we fast-track project for 24 months. Did we already do that? No, we don't do it.
Dr. Hopes, do you want to reply to that? As there's confusion as to whether or not that's already being implemented.
I will tell you, our Development Services Department is fast-tracking as much as we can fast-track everything, as you've seen. I understand the objective and the goal, and we are working on efficiencies every day.
Well, I know that's, I just talked to somebody out in the audience that has projects going that it's almost impossible to get anything moving forward because everybody's so busy. So the EDC does have a process where they do it a little more efficiently, and that's why I brought it up. So we actually have somebody in the audience that's, that the projects aren't moving. I mean, it's taking so long. Everybody's so busy. You may say that, but that's not what's happening.
I'll be happy to give them my card with my cell phone number.
They know you.
Maybe she means prioritize as opposed to fast track.
Yeah.
Prioritize those projects. Commissioner Servia is on the board.
I think we already fast-track affordable housing projects, okay? And so I think transitional housing is the one thing that we don't have a defined term of.
Right.
I'm completely in support of that, if
This
that's
is
what you're
actually
talking about.
transitional housing that they can't get anywhere. So if you can figure out a way, we have this issue very important now. So Courtney, I guess.
So I have a couple things. So on May 3rd, I'm going to be presenting some things that we're working on, but one of which is we're transitioning some key staff under development services that will help expedite some of the review. And part of that transition is I've got a whole process improvement document that's 4 pages long that I've been working with Denise and Denise Greer and my staff, Rob Wenzel and Bill Palmer, and we go through that document on a monthly basis to go through which items we can execute immediately. So there's already efficiencies that we've identified that we can do. And Denise has got great experience with the outside community. So
We do have a project that's in the hopper, that's in the audience. Maybe we could use that as a pilot program to see if we could.
we are creating some pilot programs with private providers and then with developers on certain things. So after the meeting, if whoever it is wants to come up, I'd love to take a look at your project. And I offer that to anyone. I have had developers contact me, private citizens asking for assistance, and I've pushed each and every one the best of my ability to make sure that we don't have any more speed bumps. So that's my job, and
Thank you.
and absolutely.
So I don't need a motion, correct? You're okay?
Sounds as if they took that as direction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One other thing, I had mentioned CBDG funds at the beginning of the meeting. I'd mentioned the city of Bradenton has used that for rapid rehousing, and their grant ended, Mayor, I think about 3 months ago. I had talked to staff. If we do have that capability, but it would have to be in the unincorporated areas of the county. They put in about $198,000. It lasted 2 years. And I was wondering if it's okay with the board, if we look at something with our CBDG funds, if we can do that for rapid rehousing, since we're a state of emergency. Right now, we don't have any housing. Turning Points can't refer anybody. There is some monies, but they ran out of their money 3 months ago. And I was able to get, I think I told you the guy on chemo, a young kid with lung cancer. He's in one of those now, but now it ran out, so there's no places. So is that okay that we have staff look to see if there's capabilities of CBDG funds for rapid rehousing, and then the board, they could come before us and the board could set an amount, or they could recommend an amount? This would be emergency rapid rehousing.
I think that is something you would need to make a motion for. Is that correct, Dr. Hopes?
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the administrator directs staff to look into CBDG funding for rapid rehousing. And if we have the funds to be able to do that for, I guess that's all for this budget year. If there's any way we can get some monies from this budget year, though.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Ball, you're on the board.
My question is, aren't those funds already dedicated?
There you have reserves.
I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm asking. I don't
Yeah.
know what's in reserves. I don't know.
And your name.
Apologies. So I just want a clarification. Are you talking for rapid rehousing, which is rental assistance, or are you talking non-congregate sheltering motel vouchers? Because
I'm
there's two
talking
sides
about, well, the Bradenton did the motels, but I would recommend anything to get somebody in or under a roof.
Okay, thank you for the clarification because it changes my answer. So for rapid rehousing rental assistance, CDBG is limited to 3 months of assistance only.
Right.
So it cannot be more. ESG, which we currently use for rapid rehousing, is up to 24 months. Turning Point, St. Vincent de Paul, and the Salvation Army all receive this funding currently. So we have the new cycle that's coming forward, which we'll be presenting to you in July, August for the new cycle. Current funding has been fully executed. We do have some projects that have come in under budget. I don't know the exact amount, so we'd have to look at do that analysis.
Yeah, I was just be able to have them look and see if we can do this. Is that all? Is everybody okay with that? My motion? I
I
have
heard
a-
staff is pretty overwhelmed right now because we have 200 openings, so I don't know if we have time.
How much money
Don't
is,
screw with me.
I guess the short answer, Mr. Chair, the short answer is we're already doing it and we're coming to you in July, June or July on it.
So I was just trying to figure out a way to help with funding.
I guess my question is, what is your funding source, number one? Number two, how much funding are we talking about?
CDTV fund.
You're recommending
Thank you.
additional funding?
No, we have monies, but they haven't been spent out of the CBDG, right, Jennifer? And then we have that ES whatever.
So ESG, which is the Emergency Solutions Grant, we are already using for rapid rehousing for people experiencing homelessness. So it's taking people from the shelters, streets, car, and putting them into housing.
So I guess what I'm missing is what is the difference in what we're directing staff to do?
Yeah, they're already doing
We're
it.
already doing it.
Because we have other funds in the CBDG that haven't been expended, other projects came underfunded that we could use that money for. So we could be using both areas of the money.
Underfunded projects have left
Right,
additional monies,
exactly.
and you want to use those monies.
For now, yeah. I mean, we say there's an emergency, we have
Just
increased
increase
homeless.
the number of people we're able to
Yes,
relocate.
Exactly,
Am I understanding that correctly?
100%.
Are those funds available?
So we do have a few projects that came in under budget. I don't know the amounts right off the top of my head. It could be somewhere from 20,000 to 150,000. I haven't done the full analysis because we
I
were
would-
presenting that to you in July.
Sure. I would feel more comfortable if there was a hard number tied to this.
That's what we're going to bring to you.
I can do that research and bring
That's
back.
July.
Can you, so, and I don't want to kick cans down the road. Is this possible, just possibly, could you bring this to us on Thursday?
Yeah.
I could bring the number to you. We have to go through a public process, which is a minimum of a 45-day process to
So this doesn't-
reallocate the funding. It's considered a substantial amendment by HUD.
And the end, you're okay with it?
It's a federal
We have to
requirement.
go through the process. I'm okay, that's why I wanted to get it moving forward.
Commissioner Bellamy?
I can tell you the amount on Thursday, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Bellamy?
Right, the steps were to get the amount, and then if we make a decision, they're just informing us that it would take 45 days because it's a federal funding process.
Right.
So,
That Thursday, okay.
yes. It
So,
may or may not start.
so then what we'll do is on Thursday, you'll bring us those figures, and it's a 2-day, so it'll be at 47 instead of 45 days. And we'll make a decision then with some hard numbers and
Have to
facts.
make a decision then.
That's rapid
Okay,
rehousing.
so then I think I need you to withdraw your motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Isn't the federal government wonderful?
And I just have
Not
one.
this one.
Yeah, I have one more
Commissioner
thing.
Whitmore?
I'm going to ask you, is it okay if I put something on the next agenda on the 26th about when we go to Washington? Congressman Buchanan had some monies allocated. There's 3 items that we've all voted for in the past, but the new board hasn't voted on one of them. So I was going to ask the county administrator to put it on the agenda because I knew I couldn't do it under comments. So I'm going to bring something up at the 26th meeting.
At the 26th,
Yeah,
okay.
That's all. Thanks.
Okay. To Mr. Clegg, you're on the board.
Mr. Chair, I do need to correct a statement that was made on the record earlier by me that was incorrect, because Commissioner Ball, you asked me about the local option. It is a local option for the homestead exemption for economically disadvantaged elderly. And the statute allows us to go up to 50, but our code since 2007 has kept it at 25. So the board could raise it. I don't know the history of when they raised the amount to 50. I don't know. I would suggest if the board decides to look into that, you'll want your financial management department to be able to look into what the fiscal impact is. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and can I?
Madam, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Clegg, I thought that that had been the case, and I think it was fairly recent that it was changed.
Okay.
So, and I really didn't think we were doing it, but I was going to go to the administrator after the meeting. So thank you for bringing
You're
that
very
up.
welcome, and I'm sorry I got it wrong. It's the one homestead exemption that is a local option.
Yeah.
All of the others are automatic and self-implementing.
Well, with what we're talking about today, it really comes into play because it's low-income seniors that, need this help.
So do you,
I'm picking winners and losers, George. Better than rent control.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. So I think we got an awful lot of really important work done today. It is sausage making in the public eye, so sometimes it's tough to watch, but we got a lot accomplished. I thank you all for that, and I thank everyone in the audience for attending, and we're adjourned.